first item is an announcement to acknowledge. This happens every year and is always a sad parting, but acknowledge the work and effort and impact that our student board member, Kenton Shimazaki, has put in. So if you could come up, both Superintendent Torlakson and I have things to give you. And so here is the California State Board of Education, and it presents this certificate in appreciation and commendation for your public service as a student member of the California State Board of Education and for your dedication to the children of California's public schools. You worked really hard, really got into these agendas. Many board members have talked to me about your thoroughness of your preparation, and you've had a big impact. So best of luck back there in the snow.
And likewise, the Department of Education has a certificate of commendation and outstanding excellent work. What a year it's been, from LCFF and LCAP and assessments and accountability, and you've dug into each issue very deeply and with great thought, and appreciate your sharing those insights with us. And Harvard's very lucky to have you, so congratulations.
Okay, I have a number of the usual announcements. First, a change in the agendas. Following item 18, the SBE priorities on today's agenda, we will take up item 19, related to the state superintendent's nominations of 2 new chief deputies, superintendents of public instruction. This will happen then at the very end of today's meeting on Wednesday. I have to announce 2 addenda. Item 2 has an addenda providing the CASP results for the SARC template by grade and race ethnicity based on smarter balanced assessments in English language arts and math. Addenda to item 19, that was the appointments of the new 2 chief deputies by the state superintendent. We have 4 charter school hearings: Synergy Charter School, Olive Grove Charter School, New City Public Schools, and the International University Preparation High School. The consent items are at the table outside in the lobby, listing the regular consent items. Items 8 through 17 are now on consent, and we have a chance for people to respond to that proposal. So in the waiver consent items are W through W20. So any board members wishing to remove items from the waiver consent should advise the executive director by noon today. And we'll take up both waiver consent and regular consent calendars this afternoon. So board members, the letters were sent to you in the electronic file. The meeting can be accessed via fully electronic agenda. The speaker should sign in at the table. If you're in the audience and you want to speak, sign in at the table just outside the room. Item 26 is a general public comment period for items that are not specifically listed on the board's agenda, and those comments will be limited to 2 minutes per speaker. If anybody from the audience wants to submit materials at the meeting, provide at least 25 copies to Amy Bubico, who is down there sitting at the table in the front on my right. Please identify yourself if you're speaking from the audience, and introduce your identity and who you represent prior to speaking. Brevity is always appreciated. We have TV monitors in an overflow room in 1103. And we also have board members who will need to recuse themselves, particularly during the waiver items. So now, with that and no further ado, we're ready for item 1. This is an information item on California's state accountability system.
Do you want to do my...
And Nancy Brownell will present. The item will provide an update on the transition to the new accountability system, which will be based on the foundation of the local control funding formula. And we'll also discuss the fact that we now have a new deadline for producing this rubric until October 1, 2016. And the additional time will be used to ensure the evaluation rubrics are built on a solid foundation. So I think, Nancy, you're ready now to talk about this. And I want to acknowledge before we start, we have a number of presentations, and we'll have board questions during each of the presentations at the end of each one. And then we'll have the audience at the end of all of the comment for 2 minutes each at the end of all of the presentations. I want to thank and acknowledge WestEd for facilitating the many input sessions over the last year, and to express appreciation to all the people and stakeholders who contributed and worked on this process. So the first speaker will be Nancy, but before we do that, we'll have the report of the superintendent.
Thank you, President. Thank you, President Kirsten. Extraordinarily busy but very good couple of months since we've last gathered together here. And big news, of course, was the successful completion of the first year of the new online test, the CASP. A lot more detail be forthcoming in the discussions on the agenda today. We also had the privilege, and some of you attended, we had the Gold Ribbon Awards ceremonies around the state in place of the distinguished schools because of the suspension of the API. We had just extraordinarily inspiring schools. 180 high schools were recognized, 193 middle schools, teams of passionate parents and teachers and students and administrators working together for success for our kids. Career Pathways, in May, we put out $244 million in grants. Thousands of businesses have stepped up to offer internships and mentorships. We were very glad to see in the budget another $400 million to share with the strategy of getting our students ready for the work world and for college. At the last board meeting, I mentioned to you a symposium we were going to have, and it went off really successfully. It was a labor management initiative. We thought maybe 25 school districts would be interested in participating, and it was looking at how to get to win-win, how to support teachers, how to support capacity building, how to have good induction programs and support bits of programs, how to have good PAR programs. So it wasn't just about negotiations and labor management issues in that arena. It was really a broader agenda. We had such interest that 50 signed up, and then 75 wanted to come, and then 100 wanted to come. And so from that, we said we got to have more of these symposiums of how we can find win-win. We're very pleased in the budget to see that the governor put $500 million towards capacity building for our professionals, our teachers and administrators, including induction program and PAR-type programs. Yes, lots of great news on the budget. Just to mention a couple of highlights. Where we were 3 years ago at $7,000 per pupil, last year at $9,000 per pupil investment. This year it's over $10,000, so billions more coming into the school coffers, and guided, but we hope by very smart and progressive LCAP priority processes. But again, mentioning that's a lot of progress, but other states are putting in $14,000, $15,000, $16,000, $17,000 per pupil, so we have a way to go there. But we really thank the governor for his leadership and the legislature across the board. Early learning had a very significant increase of 7,000 additional preschool slots, 6,800 child care slots for quality child care. These big increases are going to be a wise investment for the long run. $500 million was put forward for adult education. That was other very good news. The other news of just the last few weeks, the vaccination bill was signed. I strongly supported that because obviously the health of our children and our communities is paramount, and I was very pleased to see the governor sign that legislation. We'll be working with the Department of Public Health, our department. July 1st next year is when it takes place, so there's some time to get ready for that. Finally, our blueprint for great schools is ready to go, and there'll be launch dates shared with you, an invitation shared with you to join us. But that's our roadmap towards policy priority and action we envision working very closely with the state board on as we move forward. And last but not least, I'll say more about this when we get to item 19. The big terrific news is that I have found two great chief deputies. We'll have co-chief deputies, and they're right here close by, and so sometimes you look around and you look out, and then you come back and say, wait, I've got the talent and experience right here. So Glenn Price, some of you know him very well, and Michelle Zumot are the two co-deputies, and we'll announce that more formally and bring it to the board for their approval and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we're ready for Nancy to open the presentation on item 1.
Superintendent Torlakson, happy to be here today. This is a continuing information item related to developing a new accountability system for California, including the information or an update on the local control funding formula rubrics and a revisit of the guiding principles that were brought to the board in May. So this item includes references to 2 June memos that were posted related to some of the requests from the board members at the May meeting. And one of the memos is a summary of research expectations on considering a kind of preschool through high school continuum of college and career readiness. And that research summary is posted on the June memoranda site that was part of the request on what is the research base for some of the development of the LCFF rubrics. And a second memo was information from other states on developing a new state accountability system. What are some of the other states using in relationship specifically to career and college readiness indicators? So one of the things we learned, I think, from the May meeting is having so much content in the item tends to help things veer off a little bit. So some of the content information that may be very useful in the discussions is posted in the memos. In this item, there are 5 attachments. The first one is the local control funding formula update, which Janelle will be sharing momentarily. Attachment 2 is the SBE State Board Guiding Principles for transitioning to a new accountability system. Attachment 3 is a review of states' emerging accountability systems summary information. And attachment 4 is a revised timeline for both the development of the LCFF rubrics, given the extended timeline, along with how the content related to the larger context of accountability might be shaped over the next few months of both state board meetings and opportunities for memorandum. And then lastly, attachment 5 includes the references to the California Education Code on the development of LCFF rubrics and other pertinent items that seem to be ones that we reference all the time. So there hopefully will be opportunities for conversation as we continue to examine how these pieces fit together and what the expectations are in trying to really develop a larger policy framework for a new accountability system that's built on the foundation of the state priorities and the initial work with the rubrics, as well as continue to take a look at phasing in how we're going to go about doing this. So Janelle Kubanek from West Ed will discuss attachment 1 and the plans for the rubric development.
Thank you, President Kerr, Superintendent Torlakson, and members of the board for the opportunity to share with you today a brief update about the evaluation rubric development process. I'm going to take Board President Kerr's advice that brevity is appreciated, so let me see if I can manage that. So in May, we were here just 2 months ago. There was board members expressed a shared opinion that the October 2015 deadline for adoption of the rubric needed to be adjusted or would benefit from some adjustment, and stakeholders agreed. A coalition of stakeholders independently wrote to the legislature advocating for a revised timeline. So what you see before you is the original timeline, and in addition, so what we've had, as President Kearse mentioned, is that the legislature has taken action in the Education Omnibus Trailer Bill that was signed by the governor on June 24th to extend the deadline for the adoption of the LCFF evaluation rubric. So so what we're looking at now is additional time. I think that also gives us some time to attend to then the feedback that we received at the May meeting from you as a board, which were several things. The first was to reflect a solid foundation in research and data analysis. So in June, as Nancy mentioned, West had prepared a memo for the board that was an initial summary of research related to college and career readiness, early warning systems, and indicator selection. So we foresee this being the first of several memos that you'll receive to help provide some of that detail that shows the thinking that's going behind the rubric development. In a moment, I'm going to provide you with an overview of some of the information from the initial research and some sense of where we are heading with further research as we develop the evaluation rubric. In May, you also reminded us that the rubrics generally have descriptions of practice, and resource alignment is a major focus of LCFF and should be supported by the evaluation rubric. So we are actively looking at how the research can be helpful in identifying those practices. And then we are also reminded that the State Board of Education is a policymaking body. So hence, we're bringing you recommendations, or looking at this process as bringing you recommendations consistent with your policymaking responsibilities. So later in the update, I'm going to share with you an example of a policy framework that we are seeking your input and direction regarding as a means to provide purposeful grounding, an organizer, and a basis for standards and expectations for improvement in regards to each of the state priorities for the evaluation rubric. So really regrouping around that policy function. So given this direction from where we were in May to where we are today with the change in the deadline, we are looking at seeing several opportunities as we move forward with the evaluation rubric development process that were not present on the original deadline. So with this extension, as you can see here, it provides opportunities to analyze with depth California's data to inform the evaluation rubric development. This also includes data that wasn't available or won't be available until very recently, which is our recent assessment scores. So it also allows us to capture more of the data that we know eventually needs to be part of any type of evaluation rubric and accountability system. It also allows us the time to what we're calling prototyping or testing. So using examples of parts and pieces, components of the rubric, and sharing those and using those with districts to come back and using an applied research methodology. So taking this and testing it with schools and districts and figuring out what works and treating that as part of the research that contributes to the development process. So we foresee initiating that in the fall when districts and schools are back in session to then providing you some real world feedback as we work through the development. We also have identified, and you'll see this on page 2 and 3 of item 1, research questions that are initial research questions looking at, based on understanding what the literature has said around published studies, what do we want to research more in depth about California's experience? So these are just initial questions that we're investigating right now, and we foresee adding to that as we continue to do this work. The extended timeline, as Nancy alluded to, is also consistent with the board's anticipated timeline for developing the state's accountability system. So we see some tremendous opportunities in terms of ensuring cohesion and putting these pieces together. And that will be, I think, of benefit to an entire system. So getting to where we're not leading with the evaluation rubrics, but we're developing those evaluation rubrics together. And I believe that Deputy Superintendent Ashley and Nancy Burnell will come back in a moment and talk to you more specifically about that integrated timeline. But I want to also emphasize that we began this work, as President Kearse said, with a real commitment to stakeholder engagement. And we foresee continuing that engagement. Since May, we're really grateful to organizations such as PICO, California PTA, Families in Schools, Parent Organization Network, and parent-teacher home visits, as well as foster youth leadership, for providing us opportunities to engage with stakeholders around those particular issues of parent engagement and foster youth needs. We're looking forward to more opportunities in the near future to be very specific and targeted as we focus on how to make sure these rubrics are really supporting the performance and productivity and resource alignment objectives that are part of LCFF. This chart shows how the evaluation rubric process will evolve with the added time. And so what we are planning here, as you can see, the transition from what we initially did to the extension is not to, we're planning to build on the work that's been done and build on what we've learned and developed to date. So what we would add to this is additional research, continued opportunities for stakeholder engagement, and then added feedback from prototyping and user testing. So we see this as just more time is allowing for greater depth in the process of developing these evaluation rubrics with the added benefit of the coherence with the overall accountability system. At the May meeting, we introduced a few terms, and then we were asked to describe more clearly. So this is a simple glossary to start with that I think explains three key terms that we've used throughout coming to this point with the rubric development that you'll see as we move forward, continued reference. So the first is the LCFF state priorities. This is the only one of the three terms that's actually in the LCFF legislation. Okay, so this is the term that says these are the areas of focus for LCFF, right? This includes our conditions for learning, pupil achievement, engagement, the 8 state priorities for our districts and our charters, and then the additional 2 for our county offices. So those are specified in education code, the actual priority areas. We then have identified, as we're looking at what is it that will be needed as we try to talk about how do you translate the priorities into some meaningful assessment or tool to identify strengths, weaknesses, areas of improvements, and standards, is the need to focus on some metrics. So what we have defined as metrics are they're the detailed measures used to evaluate performance for the state priorities. So this could include something like our attendance rates or graduation or suspension, expulsion. And then indicators. So this, we are defining indicators as they are providing evidence for certain conditions exist or certain results have or have not been achieved based on consideration of one or more metrics. So we've talked about multiple metric systems. And so we are seeing the indicators potentially as how do you look at metrics as they relate to what we would define as conditions or results existing. So it's the translation of some bigger ideas. And I'll mention this more as we get into the policy frame. So these are the 3 key words that at this point we've defined. And we hope not to have this be such a lengthy list that you need to sit with your rubric and have a dictionary next to you. So we were trying to keep this simple. But I think at this stage, really important to be clear about what these are as we move forward in this discussion. So let me just spend a moment talking about what we foresee in the 3 ways that we are moving forward with research. The first is looking at published research. So you see that in the June memo that is linked into your item and also was provided to you earlier. We have started with a summary of research that was really looking at 3 specific areas. So one of them was, what does the research say about metrics or indicators of college and career readiness? What does the research say about early warning systems? So we're talking about data that's useful to be predictive of whether a school is or a district is providing good outcomes and or needs additional support. And then also, because of the preponderance of data that's affiliated with the state priorities, we also looked at indicator selection. How do you start to discriminate between lots of data to saying, how can you organize that? So we looked at indicator selection research. So that's all summarized in at least an initial way in the memo you received in June. We foresee doing ongoing review of research that's published based on what emerges in our conversations and exploration of the next 2 areas. So the second area is analysis of the California experience. So one of the recommendations that came out of the board in May was, what about our data? Look at what we have in California. We have a wealth of data. And so what we have done and appreciate support from the Department of Education staff is receive the data files that are related to data available to the state priorities. We have started to identify specific research questions so that we can come back to you with some summary through presentations, but also with memos around findings, around what do we know about students that graduate in California? What do we know about differences if they were identified as an English learner or a foster youth or low income? And how might that be related to suspension, expulsion rates, and climate? So we're looking at all of those dimensions based on data we have available, but also interactions, and I'll go to the next area, with applied research and prototyping. We know, and we have identified in our prior updates, that some data we know gets collected but may exist locally. But we don't want to, so we will be looking at how do we look at various ways that parent engagement and school climate data are collected and used locally, and what might be the relationships and the ways that, as we construct this evaluation rubric, we accommodate the local interactions with that, but around the state framework of addressing all state priorities and all subgroups. So we expect that there's going to be some work to be done in looking at districts in their actual context, and then figuring out with them, how do you design this to work for the state? And so we're looking ahead, again, to the fall as our districts and schools are back in session, of incorporating elements that we share out with districts and schools that we then get feedback and treat as research to this process, in bringing forward to you recommendations of something that that we can say has evidence of providing the kind of support that we envision for the evaluation rubric. And that's just not an added tool, but that's something that actually is helping change the way in which our districts and schools plan, implement, and support all students across the state priorities. So this is the three dimensions that we're looking at. So we're not looking at this as a linear path where you finish one and you go to the next and you finally end. It's really cycling through these things so that we can look at published research to inform how we do the analysis of state data, to inform what we then create, to then go back and probably do more research and come back to you with our goal being very validated recommendations that we can say reflect the best possible information from research. So far, in the memo that you received in June, we engaged, what we did is we engaged researchers, assessment, policy experts to provide ideas regarding what is existing in research and approaches to multiple metrics. So we were really getting some ideas around what should we focus on? And that's where we came up with the focus on, there's a considerable amount of research that's been done around how can you identify college and career readiness indicators or early warning systems, and then just generally indicator selection. So we prepared a memo for you that summarizes various studies that have been done. In addition, offers you some analysis and some recommendations based on that. So let me give you an overview. So as we looked at this research, what we found very comfortingly, that it validates most of the metrics identified in the state's LCFF priorities as indicators or predictors of graduation and college career readiness. So this is reassuring to see, right? We pick things that make sense. They matter to this larger outcome that, is centered around graduation and college and career readiness. The research also identifies what we'd say is possible correlations or relationships between metrics, which may be useful as a way to group or consolidate. We don't mean eliminate, but somehow organize the metrics to create sound indicators. And I'll in a moment give you an example of that. But this builds on what, at your last meeting in May, David Connolly was here and he said, the real value here is how do you create story? So story isn't because I have an attendance rate and I know what percent of my students were reclassified as English learners and, that I have test scores. Story is when I can connect how is it that English learners are performing and whether they're graduating and what's happening in their course taking patterns. And so we're looking at what might be some research validated connections between those indicators so that rather than saying all these matter at once, we can start to look and say if your graduation rate is showing signs of plateauing or you're showing gaps between subgroups, perhaps you should look down the road or earlier in line at what's happening with the climate at your schools, what's happening with your discipline policies, what's happening with your third grade reading scores. And so how can we construct something like that? So that's something that I think was very powerful in the research, was this notion that there's things that lead to achieve particular outcomes that we talk about as larger system outcomes. And when you can measure those, it's often too late to do anything about them to precede that. So how can we, in the research, capture those relationships so we can capture that story, that we can capture what it means to address the body of metrics or focus on a particular set of indicators. The other piece, and we knew this going into this work, and I know this has been part of the discussion around the overall accountability system, is that there are many metrics that have strong research base that are very much affiliated at the secondary level. So we talk about course taking patterns. You had this work done with EPIC's report, right? We talk about graduation rate. We talk about some of our discipline policies as they relate at the secondary level. But what happens prior to that? So what we found in the research is there are some early grade indicators. A lot of them have to do with reading and math performance. But they are far fewer, as I'll show you in a moment, than what we would say we can find when it comes closer to what it looks like to graduate and exit the system of K-12 education. So here's just an example to illustrate what some of this research found, and I'm just showing you one example from the memo, but this is the American Institutes of Research did a very, I think, comprehensive review over 60 studies. And when they looked at these 60 studies, they identified relationships between metrics of progress towards post-secondary success. And they did it by level. So they looked actually at preschool to elementary to middle school to high school. And they looked in the research in these 60 studies and said, what seems to suggest through the correlations or the relationships, indicators or early signs that a student's more likely to graduate, or factors that contribute to graduation that are substantiated by the research. So you can see on this slide, this is just showing the elementary and middle school. As I said earlier, elementary we don't have a whole lot, and so one of them that's been substantiated in research is third grade reading. Right? And we've talked about literacy being important, so it's not surprising that's there. But you start to move down this list. So middle school, and we see in the 8 state priorities chronic absenteeism. So one of the things substantiated in the research is significant absenteeism in middle grades is a strong indicator of whether a student's going to graduate. You can see some of these are here very much consistent with what we already have recognized in LCFF and the state priorities, such as test scores, but you can see also other factors like behavior grades. So we might be able to think of a proxy for that as suspension expulsion. We also have other things like NAEP scores and then early college preparatory exams, which we could see as potential factors. Now, here's the secondary list, right? This is a lengthy list, and it's I think very consistent with some things that we've already explored as a state when we talk about accountability. As you get closer to the outcomes we want to see with graduation and college career, it's easier to find the data that tells you if you're going to meet those. So, again, I'd say significant absences shows up on the list again. You can see AP, so again, identified within our state priorities, passing state exams, but a number of other factors have been identified in the research. And there's several studies that also build on this work. So I think, the takeaway is this is the sign. We're validating much of what we've already said, but you can see there's many other things that may be good considerations if we're looking to round out the system, some of which, for example, grade point averages are going to exist in our local district systems and aren't reported up, but maybe something we point to. We also have seen research around financial aid completion, and that being a major factor, FAFSA completion, in terms of students feeling like they can go to college because they're financially able. So, I think some of this research is helping us think through what might be a way to help districts and schools as they're thinking about what does it take to get students to truly be college career ready to graduate. What beyond or within the 8 state priorities and various metrics can be useful to constructing that. And I think another point that's important to make is this is not calling out subgroups, but we would presume it is about all students when we look at this data. So there's also parts and pieces of this that may be nuanced as we get into what does it look like when we're dealing with foster youth and English learners and low-income pupils. And I think this is where the dimension of parent engagement comes in, student engagement, and some of the other, we've received some very good examples for subgroups around how might you support these as indicators. So from there, we have developed and included in the memo for June a handful of recommendations based on looking at this research. First off, we think the research was really helpful in evolving or suggesting some ways to evolve the list of metrics that are identified in statute that, you know, we presented to you in the past as potential display of a list, and I think the reaction is, oh my gosh, this is very lengthy. And then, but thinking about, not that we lose any of them, but that we think about how to represent them in a way that may be useful to do around grouping or clustering around key outcomes. And that may provide some way to associate metrics that encompass all of the 8 state priorities. So an example would be if graduation rate is something we say, yes, it matters that kids graduate, and the graduation rate is going to be one of our indicators, then what other things may we or should we be paying attention to when we look at graduation rate? We should be paying attention to whether kids are attending school regularly. That's in the research. We should be paying attention to whether or not they're on track at grade level in reading and math at you know, 3rd grade, middle school grade levels. We should be paying attention to their course access and opportunities. We should be paying attention to school climate because we know that's a leading indicator of outcomes. So suggesting some of those relationships may be one way to say if graduation rate is not, you're seeing gaps or you're seeing a lack of growth, look at some of these other factors that are strong indicators or metrics that will give you some indication of graduation rate. And so rather than saying it's about priority to priority, there's actually relationships between these priorities that we'd like to be able to carry forward in whatever becomes this display or interaction with data in the rubric. We also recommend that there be clear descriptions of practice and exemplars for each state priority grounded in research and best practices that I think will bring forward more of that rubric-like statement into the rubric. And then finally, that we continue with further research to reflect the actual California experience. And we have already started analyzing California's data, and we'll be sharing, as I said earlier, findings through a series of memos and updates at future state board meetings as we look deeper into that data. So this leads me to the recommendation on a policy framework, or some suggestions on a policy framework, and getting back to the role of the board as a policymaking body. And so we've included in the item just an example of what we consider to be a policy framework. And we think the purpose of a policy framework is to provide some purposeful grounding, an organizer, and a basis for the standards and expectations for improvements that are needed in regards to each of the state priorities for all our subgroups. And what we've captured in this example is based on the research and reviewing, you know, the state's mission statements and the focus that has been of LCFF in the legislation. We've come up with some, what I'd say is some of these big policy imperatives of why do we have this system called LCFF? Why do we have a system, or what are we hoping to gain through a system of accountability? And in this case, the evaluation rubrics and local accountability. So what are some of the potentially statements that can be used as organizers around helping frame the why, so that we can get to the tools or instruments to help with the what it may mean when you look at this from local practice as we work on these evaluation rubrics. So we've included in your item, but they're here on this slide and the next one, these statements that are just presented to you as examples for which we would appreciate your feedback. But the first is all students are provided with access and opportunity that supports learning. So we think this captures in some way the equity imperative that we've talked about significantly through what we do with LCFF, but just generally, what we hope to achieve. And you can see a few potential items outlined that are perhaps supportive or suggestive of this goal or objective. The second is all students exhibit early and continued signs of college and career readiness. So it's, I think this is looking again, some of the data around how do you then organize, why does reading matter, and what does it look like for regular attendance in schools, math, English learners being proficient, so that we actually see them in a position to access the opportunities of college and career readiness. And then the third is all students graduate from high school. This is very consistent with our federal accountability, our state accountability to date. And then finally, all students are college and career ready. And you can see a few additional statements there. So we have constructed this, again, based on looking at the research, based on reflecting on past conversations and existing state policy as to what's a potential way that if we're, looking at this evaluation research and its role to you as policymakers, what do we use as organizers? What do we use to ground this to get to the why? Why do we have this evaluation rubric, and what should it be supportive? So again, in a moment, when I end, I certainly would appreciate your feedback about that or some added direction about these statements. I will just end this by, I think we showed this slide at the May meeting, but it's a reminder around what's possible when we do this in a very coherent, coordinated way. And I think the added timeline, the focus that we have right now on research, and the continued engagement of stakeholders really is going to support us building this reformed education, finance, and accountability system. And you can see this outlines what are the major elements of LCFF, right? So we changed funding, but we really didn't change funding just to move dollars. We changed funding so that we could change outcomes. And along the path to that is incorporating local accountability, identifying ways to think about resource alignment, and guiding that are state priorities, added flexibility, but a commitment to continuous improvement and supports for alignment. And it's not just the evaluation rubrics, but it's also having local control and accountability plans, the new California Collaborative for Educational Excellence, and the emerging accountability system that the state's designing. So as we move forward, this really is the vision, the image of which the evaluation rubrics are part of as an entire system. And we are looking ahead to how we continue to build and connect these pieces that are shown here in this graph. So here's our next steps. We are continuing forward with analysis and research with the California dataset. We foresee providing you a memo in August and an updated September, and then additional plans around what further research will look like. We are developing the prototype elements and have an outreach strategy underway so that when we get to the beginning of the school year, we're ready to start testing and completing some of the applied research elements that we have planned. And then providing stakeholders with continued updates and input opportunities. We think it's absolutely critical that we continue to engage our stakeholders, but also keep them informed and keep them involved in this process, because ultimately for this to be successful, they're going to have to be ready to implement, ready to use, and ready to continue to provide feedback. And then finally, we will continue to work with the department staff, state board staff, to identify the alignment points so that as we come forward to you in subsequent meetings, it's clear that we're getting closer and closer to something that makes sense as a system and not just as parts. So I will end there and be open to your suggestions, feedback, and any questions.
Okay, board member questions on this. Board member Strauss.
So, General, that was a really thorough presentation, and I just want to compliment the connection between what the research is saying and then the data sets to try to see how it makes sense. My question is, so we have a lot of work to do, and there was a lot of information in this item between you and Nancy. So, are you doing the work in a small group at WestEd and then bringing it back to us in information items and presentations at each board meeting? Is that, I know the stakeholder group, you have regular feedback. I'm just interested in sort of, is it a small group that's trying to sort all these pieces out?
Do you mean specifically for the research? Or
yeah, so how to, yeah. So you're taking the research then you're playing with it with the data sets, and I know CD is working with you on that to see how that actually plays out, linked to LCFF priorities. So is the rubric design group giving input to it? I mean, is it a small working group that's doing it? That's my question.
So for the research activities, we've actually engaged assistants from the Regional Education Lab to help with some of the analysis. And so for the statistical part of this, we have, our research. But to help us identify how and what this looks like, and we're continuing to use the rubric design group to be advisors to this process and actually testing some ideas before we push them out, just as we are engaging stakeholders to keep them informed and getting their ideas. We're moving from general feedback, so we're not planning to do regional input sessions. We are planning to do more targeted conversations like what we just did and was facilitated by our PTA, PICO, and others around, we have some areas we really need to dig into and focus on. So getting some of that feedback. We've engaged researchers that have experience with assessment and accountability to say, how are you supposed to use this data? Give us some insight. So we're engaging more groups, but they're really specific around as we're developing this. And the rubric design group is, we're treating them as we have, which is somewhat the hub, so help us do some processing of this information to then plan out next steps and then continue to have interactions. But for the research piece itself, we have a small group of researchers that are within WestEd that are helping with that.
Okay, Board Member Burr, then Board Member.
So I also want to say thank you very much. And I think Janelle, in her usual diplomatic way, makes this look sort of easy, even though it's very complicated. But I just want to kind of refresh our memories that when we met in May, we all went, whoa, this is like overwhelming. There's too many indicators. How do these all fit together? We don't have enough time. And we all kind of freaked out. So just to put it back into context, think about that in what we have in front of us. So congratulations to both WestEd, the board, the department for trying to pull this all together. And also, I think, bringing a very coherent plan moving forward. I think I'll just say this based on my reflection of the correspondence we've received, I think we have some stakeholder groups who are also kind of freaked out right now going, wait a minute, that's not the way we envisioned this to work. So I want us all to have a Zen moment and kind of take a deep breath and go, okay, we've got 1.5 years to keep working on this because it is complicated. I think the memo that we got in June was fantastic. It did exactly do what Janelle said, validated. Yeah, this is pretty much, we're on the right track. We know that these indicators work. The other thing it did, and I did go to the research meeting, so I want to respond a little bit to what Eileen said, is it also said, hey, there are a lot of connections between these indicators. So that made me kind of step back and go, some of the feedback we're getting, the Legislative Analyst's Office did a fantastic report. We're hearing this from districts about, well, there's way too much to focus on. But guess what? They fit together. And if there's another way to articulate that, Janelle used the term research-connected indicators, then maybe it makes, again, everybody kind of take a deep breath and go, oh, if we're paying attention to our graduation rate, that means that all these things that back it up, that tell the story, we have to be paying attention to as well. And I think our challenge then is to say, I'm going to use the term, I know Tim will appreciate this, the power indicators. Remember when we first did standards, we identified what the power standards were because they were overwhelming. There was just too much to focus on. So what I think our goal as a policymaking body or our job is to say, what are the power indicators that are meaningful at the state level, that are reasonable to use to compare across LEAs and charters, and will set the expectations and targets that will accomplish all of the guiding principles we want around equity, student performance, graduation, et cetera. So mostly I just wanted to say, again, how appreciative I am of the amount of work it took to pull this all together. I do think, and I think Janelle had this on the PowerPoint, that we want to pay a little bit of attention to the recommendations that are in the attachment about, does this make sense moving forward? Because so far they're hearing mostly from me as the liaison that, yeah, this is the direction we think we should be going. But it would be really helpful to hear from everybody. Does this make sense? Is this really what we're about? And then, and potentially it may mean that while the crafters of the legislation did their very best in trying to put together what they thought an accountability system or plan should look like in connection with the funding formula, that maybe we need to do a little bit of tweaking or make it much more understandable to LEAs and all of the stakeholder groups. So that's a possible long-term solution. We certainly want to keep faith with what the intent was. But again, in my freak-out moment, when I saw all of those indicators, I just had an NCLB nightmare. And I just don't think any of us want to end up there. So that's really sort of trying to set the context here as we go forward.
Board Member Rucker was next.
Okay, so I'm very glad that I'm going to be able to make these comments following the comments made by Board Member Burr. We still have a lot of indicators to figure out and a lot of indicators to sort out, and it really does come down to what is important to the state. So what are those power indicators? But the danger for us, because we do have a legislative requirement to identify or set some standards that relate to these rubrics and relate to understanding the LCAP outcomes, if we do the work of establishing these power indicators, the danger is they become the commodity or the cachet that all districts will define themselves by without understanding the point Janelle made very well today, that there are these research-related connections. And so while I applaud doing the broad, big-picture definition of what those power indicators are, we will lose the franchise if we don't figure out a way to articulate how districts should be telling their story in the LCAP and focus on those other things. And so that is my great concern, and I'll give a particular example on that. As Janelle pointed out, the research is very strong on many indicators that relate to things we are learning and can learn about high schools. But there is not a balance in the research to help us understand what is going on in elementary school. So, elementary school and middle school. So students don't just simply show up one day in high school. So there's something that's going on and that we need to figure out how to understand and how to articulate about what's helping them to matriculate from the elementary school through the middle school to the high school. We have to figure out how those indicators that we can easily identify for the high school concerning taking career technical education courses and taking that Algebra 1 and ultimately, hopefully, the calculus course. But what happened in elementary school to create that readiness? Are there other more granular distinctions we can look at in some of those research-connected indicators that probably have greater research information at the elementary school that maybe require us to differentiate then those standards? And so that would be one of my questions. Is there merit in considering, instead of a one-size-fits-all set of standards for the LCAP that applies to the K-12 program, is there some merit in considering that maybe there needs to be a difference in those standards based on a grade span? So in other words, considering grade span indicators instead of a single set of indicators for K-12. And in doing that, does it make sense then to look at some of those research-connected indicators in the elementary school and the middle school that then contribute to those matriculation factors? So those would be my two really big questions, because third grade reading is great, and third grade reading is an important indicator, but reading in the third grade is not the only thing that happens in elementary school. And even though I am a former third grade teacher, and they are the best students in America, they are not the only students in the elementary school. And so then what would be indicators we're looking at for students who are in grades that are not tested? What are some of the indicators we would be looking at for English learners that need to be considered, because that's where we see some of the greatest academic and language proficiency gains made. So how would we look at and identify some of those indicators that would be unique to the elementary school setting, that probably are not the same consideration or even would carry the same weight in the high school? So that would be kind of the conversation or the information I'd like to see, because there are things that are different, that are probably even contraindicators coming out of an elementary school program that you wouldn't necessarily see when you're looking at a high school student population. And I'm hoping those questions made some sense.
So I think your question was, is there a merit to considering differences by grade span? And I would just say, I think you just made the case. So what you've outlined is, I think, helpful for us to hone in on some of the research we can do with the California data to come back to say, we need to figure this out because the larger body of research does indicate those simple points. But what are these, kind of more, I'd say a little bit more nuanced or complex relationships that we need to start investigating to make some suggestions for that as a full system?
Board Member Sun and Holiday.
Thank you. So I'm also very heartened to see that this is starting to take some shape. It's still quite amorphous, but it's starting to. So that is very exciting. And a lot of the what was the information in the memo and in the attachments to this item, a lot of that information was hauntingly familiar from the work from PSAA, which actually is quite good because we're saying that we're all looking at the same kinds of things. So I'm just curious because this rubric is part of the larger accountability system. What has been some of the conversation with PSAA as its work in developing the actual accountability pieces? Because I haven't been to a couple meetings. And then and how does that kind of is working in conjunction or working together?
Maybe Carrick would like to come up and answer that question. We have been in good conversations with the department, but
Good morning, Carrick Ashley, Deputy Superintendent, District School and Innovation Branch. So, yes, as you might remember, being a former member of PSAA, that we had a number of these similar conversations moving forward. Since that time, we've actually slowed down the number of meetings for PSAA in order to allow kind of a single conversation to happen in this body before gathering together PSAA for the superintendent's recommendations as well. Doesn't mean we've stopped having those meetings, just slowed them down. And we have, the PSAA also has the help of a work group, the technical design group, and that group will continue to meet for purposes of looking at some of these data simulations, for purposes of looking once we have the data for Smarter Balance. We need to start having the discussions of what it means to have a growth model, because there's not just one growth model, there's many to choose from. And so at some point, those are recommendations that will go through PSA, will go to the superintendent, will come here to the board, but we want to make sure that those conversations are coordinated and consistent with each other. So we have slowed down the number of PSAA meetings at this time.
Thanks. And I'm sorry, just one more. And if just a comment kind of on something different, so not PSA. I would just encourage that as you're doing the research and getting input, to look at as many indicators as possible. Now, we know practically we're going to have to hone those down and looking at what the state can collect and all that. But I would like to I want to say that it's not necessarily just the state or just local districts or schools, that we do have a tweener and regional and opportunities for county offices of education to maybe provide indicators on a more regional basis for this overarching system. It doesn't just have to be around that. So there could be things that we explore that maybe on a practical basis, the state may not be able to collect the information or the data, but that maybe regionally it can be more collected as part of this larger system of looking at a school or district or county's information.
yes, and I think that elaborates the concept of transitioning to a different kind of accountability system that values both the local goals and metrics that a variety of districts, even in a region, might use, as well as what the state might collect. So that's part of that opportunities to look at how we can connect those in logical ways.
I'm not sure I'm going to get the metrics and indicator terminology correct. It seems to blend back and forth sometimes. But I do want to build on what Member Rucker said, in that in many ways I think that your pyramid is upside down, that we don't need as many metrics and indicators of the final result A few will tell us whether a child's been successful or not. If the rubrics are intended to help districts and schools get to that graduation, then they need many, many more indicators at the lower grades and build from that as you go up from that, so that there are warning signs all along the way. So I've not been a part of all these conversations. I've not been to the research meetings. I've not been to these other meetings. But so I may, this may be speaking out of turn here. Please forgive me if that's true. But I really do think that that's where the research needs to be looked at. I think that's where we're going to build upon, success and go from there. I also wanted to give you a quick response to the policy statements. You said you wanted a response for those, right? Yes. There were a couple of them that kind of bothered me in that they were almost apologetic. Like, we hope that all kids will have basic materials. Wasn't that the phrasing on one of them?
We didn't say hope, but
that they will have, basic materials. Why basic materials? I think all of these policy statements need to be reaching for the best, reaching for the highest. For example, one of the other statements was students will have access to these types of courses. No, they will enroll in these courses. They will be successful in these courses. So I would just like the statements to be much more positive and less like hoping kind of thing. And finally, one last comment. I appreciated seeing what other states are doing in terms of multiple measures and metrics, but were you also able to find out what the response from all the constituents have been in these states? Is that also part of the information that you're looking at? It's nice that Indiana, for example, will give credit for or pays attention to the fact that a student is in a dual enrollment course if it's in basic liberal arts type coursework. Florida doesn't care. Which works better? What do the people on the ground say in these states about how that is a really good indication and important and valuable? So anyway, just a few comments. Hope it helps. Thank you.
Now, Board Member Williams, and then we're going to go to
Just a couple of not necessarily connected or related thoughts. One is that I really appreciated, I read on the plane up here from San Diego the summary of the research and the summary of what was done in other states. And while it was succinct, there wasn't, it wasn't exhaustive in terms of research review. It was really helpful to me in terms of thinking of those indicators, and especially thinking of how some of them are correlated to the larger concepts and outcomes we're looking at, and that instead of looking at a series of separate unrelated indicators, that there could be the groupings that you have talked about. And that made a lot of sense to me, and it was like one of the most helpful framings it started clicking in my mind. I also want to say that I agree with Member Holliday and Member Rucker about the elementary and middle school. And while elementary is seriously important with finding as many indicators as the research, as reliable research indicates. I wouldn't want you out searching for kind of thin research just because we're looking for indicators if they're not out there. But also middle school is so crucial to the stage in which kids start thinking about what they're good at and what they're not good at, and what coursework they might take and what extracurriculars they want to explore and what they might be when they grow up. And so and that huge, social, emotional, tumultuous state that they're in. And so indicators at the middle school level, I think, are equally important and kind of the last best place that you can make sure everything is on track before they're going in. So I would encourage you to do that as well. And another thing is on the college and career, on one of your documents in here, seem to be equated with, if that's the ultimate outcome we're looking for, it reminds me that I've never quite felt like I was entirely sure how that was going to get defined ultimately. But it seemed to be equated with completion of CTE or A through G, the kind of pathways and that kind of coursework-related college readiness. But I did not see in here whether it's the indicators and metrics. I'm with Bruce. I'm going back and forth between those. Whether it's member Holiday, that those going up K through 12, or whether it's the eventual. I didn't see anywhere state summative test scores. And I'm raising that because we've put a lot of effort into our California standards and our California Smarter Balanced and into adoption of NGSS and hopefully a really good science assessment. And that's the thing that, you could have, theoretically, you could have a school where you have kids that have managed to, they go to school, they attend school, the parents are engaged, they're in coursework. They may not be making, really excellent grades. They're in A through G or they're in CTE, but there's no kind of hard metric that is a benchmark. And one of the reasons I'm raising this is because I've heard conversations from people that recently in the last couple of months where they have got the message that we're looking at multiple indicators, that we're starting to expand that, and that a quality school is made up of more than a single composite test score like the API. But some of them have turned that message into it's all about everything else but that. That's no longer important in California in terms of the standards and how well students do on the standards. And I'm pretty sure I don't remember us making that decision here and saying that, because otherwise we've spent a whole lot of time working on some stuff that, that isn't going to be taken seriously. So I was just curious about whether or not at some point the state standards and the exams that measure learning against those are going to be part of this as part of a measure of college and career readiness.
So I think what you're identifying is the conundrum of being broad yet specific. And I think when you look at the example of the policy statements, we've incorporated some that I think feed right into sort of saying that meeting grade level standards, right? So how do we know if you're meeting grade level standards? One of our resources to do that we know we have are standardized test scores. So we've I think created some space, but we also know we're recovering from that system that Board Member Burr has talked about, which is, I'll say NCLB to death, right? Yeah. And so how do we...
You're walking a fine line there between how you're...
It's the balance. And I think this gets to Board Member Rucker's point of if we want people to see those things, you can't just say, open your eyes. Exactly. We actually have to draw those connections through some analysis that's a result of whatever we can do with data, and incorporating that sense of it's okay to be broad, but you gotta be sometimes specific. And so what might that look like? And I think that one of the things that we're assessing is how can we create the rubric to actually provide some of that prompting reflection? So that is, hey, this is what your grad rates look like. We also saw this trend within your third grade reading scores and eighth grade math scores, and we know attendance may be a factor. So look at we might not have the attendance data, but prompt you to look at attendance. And we know that one of the early signs substantiated in research is chronic absenteeism. So what if you took those kids and disaggregated based on those test scores as a next step, or some kind of like homework that gets created, and some engagement that would be useful to planning, but also to diagnosis and identification if assistance was merited and or required.
So I guess I want to encourage you, and I'm doing it in the context of our adopted standards and the tests we're going to have to measure learning against those. But I want to encourage you and us, I may be in the minority, but I'd like to encourage you and us to be as direct and straightforward and clear as possible, which translates into transparency. So rather than kind of hinting at various things, stating them in clearly so people know exactly what we mean when we do that. When we hint, we know what we mean. The last thing I want to say is that there was a moment when you were talking, and I just want to remind us all of this. You live and breathe this work. Member Burr lives and breathes this work. Most of the board members don't live and breathe it, and certainly most of the public doesn't live and breathe it. And there was a moment there when you were talking and the acronyms were flying and all the concepts were flying, and I thought, wow, that sounds like a foreign language. It is a new language. It is a new way we talk about all of this. So I just want to encourage you to remember for several years now that it's new to most people, and you might have to slow down and actually say the full acronym sometimes so that people get what you're talking about. But I really appreciate the work that you guys have done up until this and had in the package. It was a huge step forward for my own thinking about this.
Board Member Lecombe.
Thank you. I just thank you for this work. It's a lot of work and it's hard work. And I want to echo what Board Member Williams said. I think that because you are daily interacting with this information and the data, things are a little bit more clear to you than they would be even to me. I'm trying to put the puzzle together. And I think for me, if we had a logic model that really anchored all of this information, because in my mind, I'm trying to reconcile everything. How does the guiding principles, how do they feed into the 8 priorities? And how does that align with the standards of performance and improvement and expectations for improvement, which I didn't see a lot of that conversation. And then in my mind is, what is the end goal? Is it college and career readiness? Is it narrowing the achievement gap? Is it both? So I think a logic model, something that showed this relates to this and it ends, this is the ultimate goal, would help people understand that everything that we've talked about, everything that's in statute is actually being reflected in the conversation and the thinking. So that's one, and maybe I'm just a visual learner. 2, the literature review, I think it was great. It's a good starting point. I would like to see literature that really centers on unduplicated pupils and some ethnic subgroups. So college career readiness as it relates to English learners, college career readiness as it relates to Latino students, because I think that some indicators may surface by looking specifically at those subgroups. I'm also encouraged to hear that stakeholders will continue to be engaged. I know that that's one of the concerns from some of the letters that I read. And I think that it's important for us to have the researchers at the table, but also the practitioners and the community voice, because they're the ones that are working with the target population that we're focusing on. Thank you.
Board Member Rucker and then Aida.
Thank you. I did have a question. Board Member Holliday reminded me of the other question I did want to ask you. And I would have been very upset if I had forgotten to do this today. And it is going back to the policy questions and this highly technical term that we keep using called access. And in some way, access is a proxy for defining the steps that districts are taking for closing the achievement gap, because then we're talking about opportunity to teach and opportunity to learn. And so there's this ongoing conversation I keep having with Board Member Burr about what ultimately or how ultimately the rubric will be used to hold districts accountable for how they distribute resources and how they equalize access among students. And so one of the questions I have concerning the policy questions and then how they're going to inform what we look for in the rubric, particularly in talking about the improvement piece. Looking at high school districts across the state, there is a difference right now in the access that is afforded to a lot of students. Going to Board Member Lincoln's question concerning Hispanic students or even African American students, there is a statistically significant difference in the enrollment of those students in AP courses. And so I would like to understand, or I'd like to see how the rubric is going to hold districts accountable, not just for increasing the number of students who are taking AP courses or who are graduating college and career ready, but among their numerically significant subgroups, how are they closing the differences in access among those students? In a high school district, how are districts allowed right now to offer more AP classes at one high school than at another high school? If the LCFF does not create opportunities to address those differences and to require high schools to plan what are the indicators and the program elements they need to put in place in the middle school and the elementary school to help those students be ready to come to high school so that they are on track to get into an AP course. We haven't solved the access problem. So I don't think some of the policy questions on access are actually specific enough. And that does get to the question that Board Member Lincoln had raised. And so I'd like you to go back and take a look at a more granular way, what is the access issues we're actually trying to solve? And having said that, the state is not good at the nuance of defining those school-level decisions that districts need to be making. But apparently, over the course of, I'll just say, my career in public education in California, districts have never been held accountable to have to address that either, or have to change or consider that. So I'm not sure the policy questions are going to guide specific statements in the rubric that will require districts to look at that access question differently. And I'm concerned that we are going to come out of this process at the point we implement the accountability model, and we still will not change the matriculation pattern among Hispanic students or increase the enrollment of numerically significant subgroups at the district level in those courses if we haven't created a rubric that requires districts to look at why that's happening and why they continue to allow themselves to put more resources at a certain high school and continue to ignore other high schools in the districts that don't have the same master schedule or the master schedule hasn't changed at all to improve that access for those students.
First of all, I want to thank you, and I want to thank our members for the feedback that we're providing, and absolutely everyone is on point. A couple things that I want to address is I really appreciated the attachment that talks about not only the indicators, but also the associated indicators and how really collectively all those pieces are going to help us get to where we need to get. As we research bringing that information for, in particular, to our EL learners and our foster youth and poverty children. I also want to think about the teacher and quality and principal. I don't want to add more to your plate, but I really want to do the research in terms of how is this rubric going to address how we are professionally developing and supporting our teachers and administrators who ultimately are responsible to make sure that the rubric becomes alive. It will matter not if we do all these pieces, but we don't have a way to indicate that we are providing the support the teachers need in order to be able to do this work. So I want to remind us of the intent of the rubric and how we're going to use the rubric and how this rubric is intended to guide the work, how well we're doing the work, the interrelations or the interconnectedness of the priorities and so forth. So as we're all giving you all this work to do, let's really keep in mind about the intent of the rubric, who will be using the rubric, what is the outcome of that rubric, and in particular, can we hear more about teacher preparation and professional development for both teachers and administrators. Thank you.
Mike, I have one more.
First of all, I want to compliment Westa and the SBE staff for creating the memo. I think that it was much easier to look at the indicators in the sense of, at different grade spans and being able to look at what are the options that, even if all of them may not apply to California, and what is going to be able to be used in our evaluation rubrics, but being able to see, these are the research-based and grounded options for, what we may pursue to, put into our own evaluation rubrics. And something that, Ms. Kubinek, that you talked about with the more indicators as you get closer to the outcomes and having less indicators at the elementary school level. A question that I had is that, the one indicator that we saw, and I think is the third grade reading and the, that aspect, how will we be able to find more indicators that we can use at the primary levels, because we talked about that power indicator not being, and not wanting to have just that one single indicator that all LEAs are going to look at in terms of saying that this is what it means to have a proficient group in terms of the evaluation rubric. How will we be able to find more indicators for our elementary school level that are going to be research based and be able to be used in these evaluation rubrics?
So I think, in the research summary, there's actually a few
Right.
others that weren't in that summary table from the AIR study. One of them that was identified as kindergartners attending school regularly. So if you're looking at a potential early sign is your kindergartners that aren't coming regularly to school are more likely to be your students that aren't graduating or completing and matriculating. I think the other part that we do need to focus on is what's actually California's data look like. So what can we see amongst the data that we have available, both at the state level, but also working with some local districts on what do they collect routinely that might be informative to this. And this is why we think the next phase of this, including the research, has to be through these, what we're calling prototypings or user acceptance tests, because there's a lot of data, and I think this builds on Member Sun's comment, that exists at our districts and or our counties that should be considered and may be actually the vital piece that gets us to this balanced, focused way of looking at that. So we expect to come back with that analysis for the board to consider with recommendations about how we will potentially process or use that within the rubric. I think it is going to be hard to really, it's not like we're missing something obvious right now. We're actually going to have to do some hard work to say what is valid, reliable, useful, meaningful, and then how do you construct that into this new system? Because I think, to build on Board Member Rucker's part, I mean, we could identify something that ends up amplifying one thing and losing some very critical relationships, and that would be defeating the point of all of this.
And
I would just like to add, I think this calls into play the importance of the LCAPs and the established goals that local districts are identifying based on their needs, and the actions and services that they take as a result, then their annual updates where they're measuring that local formative progress, because third grade reading doesn't happen in third grade.
Right.
It's that what are those local formative measures, leading indicators that really districts, we've spent a lot of time in our state learning to teach early reading well, and I think we can't ignore what we've learned over the last 10 years. So what's happening in preschool and kinder and first and second grade, while those may be local measures, all of that progresses towards that much more sort of specific success in third grade. And so the capacity really of the existing LCAPs and analyses that districts will be doing, I think will help also in listening to them talk to us about some of the ways that they are establishing some of those very important performance goals that need to happen on a formative basis as well.
Right. And then I had one last comment. When Board Member Holliday was talking about the inverted pyramid, I was still trying to figure out which side of the pyramid I was looking at, but that's okay. But is that when you talked about having, or I think it might have been Board Member Rucker that talked about having, grade spans in terms of looking at the evaluation rubric in terms of grade spans, because I think that we see that the wealth of data is at the high school level. We see that that's where most of the available data is, and as you get closer to the outcomes, that's where you can see the better correlations in terms of achievement or participation or in attendance or whatever we look at in these statistics. These indicators are going to correlate to the outcomes that we want to see, whether it's graduation rates or post-secondary success. And I think that having an evaluation rubric that does look at indicators in different grade spans and kind of, when we think about developing that evaluation rubric and in terms of being able to have indicators that are not necessarily specific to a grade span, but being able to say that these ones are the ones that are research-based for these grade spans, and giving those options to LEAs to develop those, I think will create an evaluation rubric that won't miss, you won't have gaps when districts are trying to, evaluate their success with LCAP.
Okay, Board Member Williams.
I have two things. One is if you have, I don't know if this is possible or we'd want to do it or whatever, but I found it might be that at the time we finalize all this, some of the research that you've pulled together that you feel is sound and credible about these kinds of early indicators and their correlations, that it would be a really great idea to make it public and publish it, not as a directive, but as a, by the way, these are some of the things we know and found that you might want to know about. I wouldn't assume that every principal, superintendent, school board member, or educator knows all of this or thinks about it. And the reason I'm raising it is because I am an advisor and advocate for two young Latino boys in school, and one of them in high school has been struggling. And after I read your research summary, and saw the absence, no more than 20% absences, I went online and checked his attendance record and saw that he had missed 9 days of school in this semester, and immediately, wrote his father and wrote the school and said, "What were these for? What get on the job here. This isn't a good thing. This is not a good sign." So it was helpful to me to know that and to realize I could take action on that and try to get that improved. The other thing, more substantive, that I wanted to share with you is you've mentioned several times, including stakeholders, continuing to seek input from stakeholders, and I think that's been one of the things that the State Board and the CDE and you have done really well. Each time you've mentioned it, at least today, you've talked about like PICO and PTA, and they've been primarily parent groups. And I'm assuming that you have a broader list. They are important, but I'm assuming you have a broader list. And one of the things that occurred to me, and maybe you already do this as well, I liked the looping that you're doing over the next year and a half, gathering research or surveying, reviewing research, coming up with ideas, prototyping some, evaluating them, but it's not a phase. It's an iterative process. And I would like to encourage in that those groups of stakeholders, if you don't already have them, that you consider charter schools and charter school input, because especially at the elementary and middle, they may have some very different kinds of insights about indicators and success. I'd like to encourage, if you're not already doing this, that you include other researchers going forward that aren't just at West Ed, not that they don't have some of the best ever, but also I was thinking more generally like Tony Breik and the continuous improvement work that he's doing, which is more general with schools and districts. But I was also thinking with Member Ortiz-Lacon's comments that there are probably, I know there are researchers in California and nationally, Patricia Gondara, for example, and others that may have done some research specifically with the kinds of parent engagement with the Latino community or the African American community, not just getting their engagement around the LCAP and what should go in it, but getting engagement that's tailored toward addressing some of these indicators in the early grades and middle grades that would be very specific to those cultures and those parents.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have Board Member Burr. Before that, I just want to say we've talked about some subgroups. I haven't heard much discussion about special education, which is 11% of our pupils and 18% or so of our expenditures. The assumption in the past has been the IEP is all they need, and I think our task force blew that out of the water. So I just finished reading a whole special section of Education Week on the college and career trajectories and issues around special education. So that, I don't know what you're doing on that, and I haven't heard any research summary or any data about that particular group.
So far what we've done with students with disabilities is to address, as we've been able to pull out the research, examples of practice that would be from the research we know our strategies and or areas of focus for students with disabilities, but we haven't treated them as a separate subgroup, so we'll take that under advisement as we move forward with our analysis. We absolutely intend to break out by significant subgroup on the analysis, and it'll include students with disabilities.
So just a couple things I wanted to circle back to. One is on this issue about the test. The statute is very clear that results of the summative assessment will be part of the LCAP and ultimately in the evaluation rubric. And if we keep that in mind and think about the test, we test much more frequently at the early grades and middle grades than we do in high school. We're testing grades 3 through 8 and 11. So we'll have all of that data to address some of the issues people have raised about the flipped pyramid, or and hopefully it will be better data, and we will have been informing LEAs all along about how their kids are doing. So just to make sure that we're crystal clear about the assessment is part of all of this. And we hear some of that, I know, in our correspondence, that somehow we're backing away from tests. We're not backing away from it, but we are acknowledging that it's not the only thing that you use to measure the success of a school or students. So that, I just want to make sure we're very clear about that and direct and transparent about the test. And we have an item on that. Yeah, we have an item on that we'll talk about. But related to that, then that also sort of talks to, in this kind of, I think, previews what we're going to talk about the accountability system, and to Member Sun's question about PSAA. The statute also says that when we get all this stuff together, the LCAP, et cetera, we will include the API. So the API kind of becomes subsumed by these broader 8-state priorities, and may call upon us to think a little bit differently about how we get input to that and how it all fits together. And that's kind of the Gordian knot we're in about what does it mean in the context of the bigger accountability system. But my last comment was, and I was reflecting on it both in the PowerPoint that Janelle presented, but also in the comments, is that I hope that we can all get comfortable that this is going to be a mix of state and local indicators, especially at the elementary and middle school level. Many, and I'm sorry Ms. Rucker is not here, but many of the things that were shown are all reflected in teacher judgment, right? Is a child on track? Are they doing what we are expecting them to do? What's their behavior like? You're looking at all of that. And thank God the state is not going to reach down in the classrooms and be making those decisions, because they have to be made by the teacher and ultimately by the LEA. So I just want to keep saying that, because I worry that we lose the local and the local control when we keep talking about state this, state that, collect that. Our job is to, again, I think, set some of these major expectations that are reasonable across all LEAs, and be giving guidance to LEAs about here's how all of these pieces fit together and some things you might want to consider. But we're not going to be judging them on all the things that they should be doing locally.
Okay. Thank you. Well, one more comment? Yeah.
Last question. So I have a question about the local priorities, because in hearing this, I totally agree that there are some things that are more relevant to specific contexts and specific communities. But are we having a discussion around what are some parameters for local priorities, or what would that conversation entail? I haven't heard much about the local priorities, but I assume we would have some parameters for that, or maybe not. I don't know.
What I would suggest in that regard is allow us to do a little bit of the prototyping, because I think that's where we really need to test. Mm-hmm. What's available? What does it look like when you try to put these things? Because it's easy to call it and say, we want there to be, I don't know, I could pick something, probably get in trouble. So let me just say some local variable. But how easy is that to get data for in an organized way that fits into this larger frame? And what would the interaction look like? And with that data, I mean, when you use it, or that information. So we've, a number of things have come across as parent surveys, student surveys, powerful stuff, right? But is it all numeric? Is it comments? Like, what does it look like when you actually process that? And is there suggestions for good questions that really indicate what it's like to include students that are English learners and foster youth, and, really good indicators of climate in that regard? We need to work through some of that, I think, to bring you a sound recommendation. Right now, it would be somewhat anecdotal and speculation as to how that might look. So.
Yeah, I think there's a difference between local priorities and then local metrics. If you look at career technical education with all this new Pathways Trust, they may have indicators that are not at the local level that they're generating that are quite good on career tech, but they're not at this point statewide things. So I think it was both. Yeah, you know, it's partly. To me, it was less a discussion of priorities than it was a discussion of getting indicators. And then there was talk of having a state-level body judge these in some way. You know, locals submit indicators or metrics, and then there would be some group that would look at them and see whether they were valid, reliable, useful. I don't know whether you're thinking about that or not. I mean, Carrick will get these in his office. What is he to do next is the question. Would he make all these calls, you know? And so I think we need to think about how one would deal with locally sent up indicators and so on, and vet them, if you will.
And for the subsequent meetings, we'll come to you with recommendations about what this might look like, what that process may include. And this conversation has been very helpful to help us ground where we go next and what we need to bring forward to help with your decision making. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your help on this. And
Okay, we have a couple more pieces of this item.
Go ahead. And
briefly,
public comment, yeah.
and public comment. Attachment 2 brings back the guiding principles that we had discussed in May, and I'll just be very brief on these, but again, the conversation around what we're learning in the development of the evaluation rubrics obviously applies in the context of accountability at the larger context. So while the specifics of really being able to build a system that emphasizes a cohesive framework, right, that leads to a sense of how we're going to operationalize the demands and expectations in Ed Code around the rubrics, about how the components then of an accountability system that focuses on multiple measures and tries to, as several of you have said, weave these pieces together in a way that helps us think about the context of the state priorities, how the guiding principles are really sort of a lens through which we want to continue to develop the details. I've taken to using a picture of an iceberg in some of the presentations on accountability, right, that there's a lot of agreement in some ways on the surface level. None of us would question some of the importance of these principles. It's really below the surface in the huge picture I use of what does that really look like in an operationalized system. So moving forward, what we will be trying to do with the guiding principles is to continue to try to flesh out the 6 sort of big ideas that we've elaborated a little bit here and will continue to adjust. But what would this look like in a system that is working to assist districts to make differentiated judgments about how schools and districts are doing, that allow the locals to get better and build on their strengths, to continue to focus on where they may need some additional work. So we will probably continue to include the guiding principles in the accountability item as a reminder that while we agree quite a bit, there's a lot of good work here that frames the policy work. How we actually get to an implementation plan in partnership with the department will be the details of this item as we move forward. And that sort of leads me to Carrick's section, attachment 3, and he and I will both talk about attachment 4 before we lead to public comment.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you.
Board Member Burr.
I'm sorry, Carrick, I didn't mean to interrupt. It just occurs to me, Nancy, that as we go forward with these guiding principles, it might be helpful for you and or Carrick or Janelle to come to the collaborative and talk to the collaborative about these are the guiding principles that the board is working around in development of the accountability. Janelle comes regularly and gives us an update on the evaluation rubrics, but just to make sure that, because Superintendent Torlakson and I hear this at this venue, the other members do not, and I think it would be helpful to make sure they're kept informed.
Okay, great. You're just going to remind them about the attachment.
So, good morning, Carrick Ashley, Deputy Superintendent. So, Attachment 3 is there for your information. It is an overview of what other states are doing. For the sake of time, we were not going to go over that in detail or as part of the presentation this morning, but it is there for your reading enjoyment. And if you have follow-ups that you would like us to make on these, then please let us know, and we can do that in a future info memo or agenda item. Then Attachment 4 is about the schedule. So it lays out in chart form over more than a couple of pages where we're heading between now and next July. As you know, it'll be a series of information memos and then items here for public discussion. We try to balance those, and we know there will be a lot of reading for you to do, and we're trying to also be conscious of the time that we have in these two-day board meetings that we have. So we're trying to balance out what we put into an information memo and what we provide to you as part of a regular update. So you'll see in this chart that not only is it laid out that way by month, but it also lays it out by our tasks of putting together an accountability system, a state accountability system, the evaluation rubrics, and as well as the LCAP template itself, which is in pilot phase right now of being tested. So there'll be periodic updates about the LCAP template. Most of the updates will be about the evaluation rubrics and the state accountability system. If we wanted, we could have put a fourth column on there because Jenny Singh will be presenting the next item on the state accountability report card, which is also very common data to the LCAP template and the LCFF state priorities. Of course, most of that work was done last year in aligning it with LCFF, but it also contains much of the same data moving forward. So with that, anything to add?
Okay.
Happy to take any additional questions.
If there are questions, Burr?
So in this item, Carrick or Nancy, whoever, it states that the summary of these other states were all states that were federal waiver states, which occurs to me to be inconsistent with generally our attitude about the feds. And so it sort of goes to, I don't think we want to do what Florida's doing. But so that is sort of interesting to me. And so I was wondering why we selected that. And I assume it's because it's easy to get and they're all on the website. But it also, the converse then occurs to me, what about folks who said we're not going the way of the feds? Because the feds, as you know, and we all know, were very prescriptive about what they expected. So I'm not clear that the big summary of all of what other states are doing is all that innovative.
Right. So we didn't want that to be an indicator that there was a preference for those states over non-waiver states. Obviously, since we are a non-waiver state, but since those states had waivers, they had some level of flexibility to doing something different than AYP, which non-waiver states are required to follow. Not all non-waiver states like California have developed something or are in development of something to use at the state level that's separate from AYP. We can certainly follow up with those non-waiver states and find out if they are doing anything that is different than AYP. But the reason that it was chosen for the waiver states is because they were given flexibility to use multiple measures and not be bound by the AYP rules. Now, they may not be as innovative as we would like to see, but that is what the landscape show.
Yeah, and I think in many cases, some of those states have had more time, particularly in the area of college and career readiness, because that was a part of their requirement, is they did some preliminary work on how they might go about doing that. They've created some definitions in a different way, perhaps, than we have up to this point. So we did also recognized that there was some initial work that the PSAA and the department had done that we could start with there, but we are continuing to explore through the partnership with the Comprehensive Center and the RELs. There are some folks that are looking at, some states that are looking at using both local and state measures, and we'd like to get a scan of, well, what is it, what do they do, what does that look like? We also know that because these identified states really focused on college and career readiness, are there some other states that are broadening their look at accountability, and what are they doing in this broader context? So we will continue to explore some of what is happening out there beyond this first wave, because once we sort of got an opportunity to look at that, it raised a lot of more questions in some way. And so some of the ongoing work that we are also doing with other states gives us a chance sometimes to talk to some of those folks. So we will continue to explore some ways that other states are moving forward. From what we can see up to this point, most of them are, you know, kind of staying on a pretty traditional path. And so while that may be foundational, we think, Tom will appreciate this, in our exceptionalism, right, that California is really taking a much different stance. And so while we may be able to learn from some of those other states, no one is really being quite as innovative, I think, as we are at that sort of local state connection. So we are going to continue to explore some places, other states, that may have some things that may be of interest and help inform our conversations.
So then one last comment on the calendar, the schedule, the timeline. So this is our best thinking at this point in time. We reserve the right to make changes, move up conversations, move back conversations in this plan. It's mostly to let people know that conversations are coming on these topics. So if they get eager for a certain conversation, they can look at what the timelines show, that these are conversations that come up. So just wanted to lay out that you know, the schedule itself is a little fluid depending on what the next conversation needs to be.
Board Member Rucker.
Well, Carrick, first of all, thank you very much for doing the work on the timeline and putting the calendar together, because my anxiety as we came to this month's board meeting wasn't just that the relief on having the additional time to make those final decisions next fall, but then what is going to be happening with the recommendation and the study process and the review and the policy work that comes from all of the different groups that you work with through your division. So I'm very happy to see that. I do remain concerned concerning the work, particularly from the PSAA and the technical design group, that we tend to have this conversation here that's more the same kind of policy shorthand that we sometimes have when we start having conversations and we talk with all those acronyms. So there's an assumption about the level of work or the level of review and investigation that's going on that the public can observe, but we don't always see what other work has gone into preparing those forms and putting those forms together. So I recognize, so I'm saying, making that point to say I recognize behind that calendar, there's a lot of work in your department that has to be considered to prepare for each of those meetings and to put the forms together and to bring those experts in to give us some advice and to present some things that should be considered. So I'm curious to know, with whom are you considering, or with whom are you reaching out to do some of this other work? Because there's some new conversations indicated in this calendar that we haven't started having yet. So are you making those plans, and have you identified some people who will be involved in doing this work with you?
Well, so I think that, again, it's a combination. Mm-hmm. I thank you for the compliment on the attachment, though I cannot take credit. These are products that are done jointly. And to answer your question, those are also things that will be done jointly. So we have some obvious expertise within the department. Mm-hmm. There's some expertise that we bring people in for the technical design group, and then when it gets to the policy level, you know, we elevate it to PSAA. On the other side of it, you know, West Ed has their own people, and to the extent that they are reaching out, for not only expertise within, but as part of the design group for the evaluation rubrics. So it's a combination of a lot of people that are adding to this conversation.
And then as it relates to attachment 3, I do agree with what Board Member Burr said concerning the ESEA waiver states and the fact that California doesn't have a waiver. But one of the reasons why the advantage of watching what those states did, because in the details of the very specific prescription that was written for states to address that waiver and to qualify for it, there are some elements that we are actually tracking and some policy issues that we are struggling with. We have learned a lot from watching other states that adopted other federal initiatives that didn't work out well, and we have learned from that. So watching as states try to figure out this panoply of multiple measures, what works and what doesn't work, and specifically since they are trying to address and meet the requirements under the flexibility for the waiver to have multiple measures, it's good to watch what they do and what works well and what doesn't, particularly since many of the multiple measures they're considering are things that have been recommended and that the research bears out we should consider. It's also helpful to look at some of the non sequiturs that were included in those recommendations that were required to be addressed in the waiver that are not the research-connected indicators that are going to do the work that we're seeking to do here. So it gives us some information to watch for in some very specific ways. But let me also suggest the other reason that there's a great advantage to us in watching what they do. A number of those waiver states also have growth models that have been approved under a different waiver. And they have 3 different growth models that are actively being implemented, and watching how they switch over from their old assessment tests and bring these new assessments into that growth model, I think there's something else we'll be able to learn, because ultimately the outcomes and what they report through their growth model is what they'll be evaluated on from their waiver. So I'm more interested in what happens with what they report and create in their growth models and how they'll report that information, because again, the student data and what they report is just not going to magically pop up. They are actually using a model for accountability and reporting. That is one of the models that we may at some point be considering. So it'll be worthwhile to watch how that also grows and changes organically as well.
Understood. Thanks.
Yeah, and we're also watching the core districts here who have a very extensive accountability system that they're now implementing, right? Is that correct? Yeah. So some point it would be really worth looking at that. We have over 1 million pupils under multiple measures system through the districts with a core waiver. Okay, I think that's it, and we're for the items and now presentation. Now we're ready for public comment. Amy?
There are 16 people signed up for public comment. May I have the first 8 come forward? Chris Nichols, Lisa Hedgdahl, Annie Lee, Connie Wang, Carl Pinkston, Sarah Bachez, Ernie Silva, and Sasha Horowitz. Please step forward. You have 2 minutes.
Good morning, Superintendent Torlakson, President Kirst, and board members. My name is Dr. Chris Nichols, and I'm here today representing Californians Together and the California Association for Bilingual Education, or CABE. I would like to comment on recommendation number 5 from our joint letter that was sent to the board last week on explicitly incorporating equity analysis in each of the topics that were identified as benefiting from further research. Specifically, for each analysis done, we would ask that districts be required to disaggregate the data by student subgroups to provide a clearer, more equitable analysis through the LCFF evaluation rubrics, much of the conversation that's gone on this morning. Without the specific requirement for disaggregating the data by student subgroup, the evaluation rubrics would not provide districts with an accurate analysis of the effectiveness of their programs for all of the groups of students, especially the subgroups listed in the LCFF. So what we're asking then is, if the data is not disaggregated, what we are concerned about is that there would be a threat to the validity and the reliability of those analyses. And because all of the students together, their data would have the opportunity or possibility of underestimating the performance of some groups while overestimating the performance of other groups if we keep them all aggregated together. especially important for the opportunity for us to really see how special subgroups are doing would be for our English learners, our students of poverty, as well as our foster youth. And if they're continually aggregated with others, it's going to overestimate their success that we want to be so carefully monitoring. So we urge the state board to consider, and the department to consider, making it a requirement that districts disaggregate their data by significant subgroups in the LCFF evaluation rubrics. Thank you so much.
Good morning, President Kearse, Superintendent Torlakson, members of the board. My name is Lisa Hagdahl, and I'm the new president of the California Science Teachers Association. Thank you for this opportunity to contribute to the discussion taking place regarding the state's new accountability system. One thing that stands out in the dialogue thus far is a desire to put in place policies and guiding principles that support student access to what Dr. Linda Darling Hammond calls a full and rich curriculum, including three-dimensional science learning, as called for by the state-adopted science standards. As an alternative to focusing almost entirely on student performance in English language arts and math, engagement in full and rich curriculum, beginning in transitional kindergarten and continuing through grade 12, is one of the principal indicators of whether or not a student will graduate from high school. CSTA is pleased to see completion of A through G, as well as access to courses to prepare students for college and career in the potential State Board of Education policy frame for the evaluation rubrics. However, we're concerned that the section seeking to support the policy frame that all students exhibit early and continuing signs of college and career readiness is overly narrow, and we want to thank Member Rutker for her comments this morning regarding this. CSTA urges the board to consider how it will incorporate into its policy frame additional measures to those that are provided that give an early indication of a student's scientific literacy, and if they are meeting or exceeding grade level science standards in the early years of their education, both in elementary and, as Member Williams pointed out, in middle school. CSTA looks forward to continuing the discussions around the new accountability system and participation in stakeholder meetings to develop the evaluation rubrics. We are grateful for the opportunity to voice our suggestions and concerns. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Annie Lee, and I'm from Foster Ed, which is an initiative of the National Center for Youth Law. Foster Ed is part of a coalition of foster youth advocates who have participated in the West Ed input sessions. We also submitted a letter on this particular item. I'd like to highlight a few of the issues raised in our letter. First, we are impressed with the June research memo that summarized reports on data indicators. Foster youth advocates have previously asked for leading indicators, particularly around school stability. Janelle pointed out the American Institutes of Research study showing that remaining in the same school through the middle school years is a very strong indicator of secondary and post-secondary readiness and success. This is a power indicator, especially for foster youth who unfortunately change schools quite a bit. We ask that the rubric include such leading indicators on school stability, as well as other key indicators like being over age and under credit, and indicators on attendance and suspension. Second, we hope that the rubric's new emphasis on college and career readiness will also include all 8 state priorities, including parent engagement, student engagement, and school climate. We've heard Janelle talk about how those metrics, those priorities can be included in the college and career readiness framework, but I ask that we continue that emphasis. Lastly, I'd like to talk briefly about the standards, the statutorily required standards for performance and improvement that the SBE needs to adopt. There hasn't been much discussion about that, but I'd just like to reiterate what foster youth advocates have asked for previously, which is that foster youth be held to the same performance standards as all other student groups, but that the standards for improvement be robust so that we can actually close that achievement gap. Thank you so much for the opportunity to comment.
Good morning. My name is Connie Wang, and I'm also here representing Foster Ed, an initiative of the National Center for Youth Law. I appreciate all of the information and research that has been provided to us by West Ed and the CDE staff. I'm heartened by the State Board's ongoing effort to improve these evaluation rubrics and the plans for this additional year. I would like to provide some feedback on the agenda item. First, I would like to thank West Ed and the State Board for continuing to provide meaningful opportunities for stakeholder engagement in this rubric development process. Foster youth advocates, foster parents, caregivers, and foster youth have participated in numerous input sessions thus far, and we are excited to hear that those input sessions will continue. Engagement is one of the key metrics of LCFF and part of the overall spirit of LCFF, and we're glad to see West Ed and the State Board honoring that spirit by making stakeholder engagement a priority. Additionally, echoing some of my colleagues, I'd like to emphasize the importance of disaggregation of subgroup data. Disaggregation of the data for foster youth and other subgroups allows us to analyze that data separately, which makes it much more meaningful for the community. Earlier iterations of the rubric from West Ed included a specific tab for foster youth data, and I understand that the rubrics are changing and are going to be improved, but I hope that this disaggregated data feature will be retained. Thank you so much for your time and the opportunity to comment.
Good morning, Sarah Batches with the Association of California School Administrators, here in support of the policy framework that's been established in the agenda, as well as the direction of the guiding principles that promote the need for capacity building through professional development opportunities and collaboration of groups to share best practices. One thing we wanted to share as an association is that we've spearheaded a stakeholder working group beginning in late May that includes both social justice groups as well as other educational management organizations to discuss both the data components that are part of the metrics, how to determine, how to evaluate the SBAC results, how are we going to measure standard performance, establishing state standards, as well as the indicators that are how we measure it. And for us, we want to make sure that as a group, as a collaborative in the education community, we're providing consistent and precise information that could be helpful to the board. We're going to be inviting your staff as well as West Ed soon once we've established our guiding principles. We're inviting additional groups to our coalition. And for us, the goal as an association is to make sure that we have our practitioners' perspective, but as well as our community informed of how we're looking at this process and that we are gung-ho about being held accountable. Thank you.
Good morning, Sasha Horwitz with the Link Learning Alliance. The Alliance represents the Link Learning field, which supports an educational approach that integrates academic and technical education along with work-based learning and student supports as a way to prepare and empower students to pursue a variety of college and career options after high school. We appreciate the recent revisions to the LCF evaluation rubrics framework, which take a more holistic approach to identifying indicators of college and career readiness. California has pioneered the development of high school programs that effectively prepare students for both careers and college through the California Partnership Academies, NAF Academies, and other programs modeled on the Link Learning approach. Students who participate in integrated college and career course sequences in high school are ready to make informed decisions about their future once they graduate and are better prepared for success in those choices. And that's why the "and" is so important. We want to underline that the "and" should be seen as integrating the two, college and career, not simply pursuing both as success as if they are somehow independent of one another. We cannot go back to the model of the past where many students were arbitrarily put into either a college prep or vocational ed track. It is vital that our schools support students to succeed and not simply place them on alternate tracks, as this assumes we know what students are capable of and denies them the agency in decisions that directly affect them. Early research has shown that students enrolled in programs that integrate academic, technical, and work-based learning outperform traditional students in terms of credit completion and progress towards post-secondary eligibility. Furthermore, these students report higher rates of engagement, motivation, and empowerment, which in light of our state's dropout rate are critical to high school and college persistence and completion. As we move forward in developing the accountability system and evaluation rubrics, please keep in mind the importance of integrating college and career readiness, as well as the many ways we can move beyond standardized testing and A to G completion as the primary means of viewing student success. Thank you.
Good morning, Superintendent Turles and President Hertz. My name is Carl Pinkston. I'm with the Sacramento Black Parallel School Board, a community-based organization that works for the advocacy of students of African descent in the Sacramento City region. I'm here today to talk about the rubric in a sense as it relates to the issue of how the disproportionate impact on African descendant students. The initial policy frame for the rubric in the agenda material does not include indicators as a matter of both law and policy, in particular, the issue around suspension. And suspension, particularly for students of African descent, does, and both nationally and locally, have a disproportionate impact on students of color. First, we believe that the LCFF requires that each state priority includes school climate, which it does. And Janelle speak to that really well in a sense of framing that as a key component. But underneath that, as an indicator and parameter, we need to look at suspension and the disaggregate data as it relates to suspension, because it's a key indicator for both graduation, school and college readiness, and a whole host of factors that are most important. And it also addresses in a way as to why certain students are not necessarily graduating and moving on. We also would like to suggest and strongly recommend that part of the indicator in taking a look at local indicators, that in terms of referrals, in terms of police referrals, teachers referrals, school safety. So those are some of the critical indicators that we would really like you to take a serious look at. Thank you.
If additional people could line up: Jessica Sacco, Patty Scripter, Stephen Blake, Alejandro Sandoval, Brian Rivas, Brian Lee, Lily Chen, Elena Fresque, Ken Young, John Affelt, Taryn Nishida, Liz Guillen.
Good morning. I'm Ernie Silva with Sciatech. I'm commenting on attachment 3, page 2, the mention of, and as you've discussed, of the need for more and broader information about accountability and what metrics and indicators we ought to be using. I'm here to share a study that was developed by WestEd based on the Alternative Accountability Policy Forum that we're involved in putting together every year. And this past year we brought together schools, districts, departments of education, and researchers from 23 states. And so the report just kind of summarizes what some of the those presentations and research that were available, makes a series of policy and practice recommendations as well. So we just wanted to share that with you as yet another resource. Thank you.
Good morning, President Kurz, Superintendent Torlakson, members of the board. My name is Jessica Sacco, obviously Executive Director of CSTA. However, today I am pleased to share comments on behalf of the California STEM Learning Network, who asked me to share these comments with you. CSLNet is a statewide network founded in 2010 that brings together leaders from pre-K to 12 education, higher education, business and industry, and community-based organizations to advance STEM education in California. CSLNet agrees with CSTA's position that the development of a new accountability system should include policies and guiding principles that support student success to a full and rich curriculum, inclusive of three-dimensional science education as called for by the state-adopted standards for all students, all grades, TK to 12. As the California Next Generation Science Standard states, it is the last decade has seen emerging consensus that effective preparation for student success in post-secondary education and careers includes a strong background in science. CSLNet would urge the State Board to ensure that the state's new accountability system is developed. It tracks and monitors student progress towards college and career readiness through an approach that is inclusive of science as well as ELA and math. Thank you.
Good morning, President Kearse, Superintendent Torlakson, and members of the board. I'm Stephen Blake, representing Children Now. We're very pleased with the adoption of the extension on the evaluation rubric. We think it gives you a real opportunity to think comprehensively about what an effective accountability system could include, what the state's role in that should be, and what the appropriate purpose of the evaluation rubric ought to be. And in this context, we're particularly pleased with the early remarks today by members Molina and Burr about coherence, about this really intense and multifaceted state and local accountability construct. This time also gives you the opportunity to really address practical considerations in getting this new system of accountability up and running. That includes identifying what student outcomes and other data would be incorporated into the accountability system to achieve state-level accountability, public transparency, and continuous improvement at the local level. In particular, as you define the data elements that will drive performance and improvement expectations, you're going to be providing the overarching goals for public education and the context for stakeholders to understand how schools and students are doing, and in particular to address the achievement gap. Here again, in that context, we're very pleased with the focus, the memo that was prepared by Wested and Ms. Kubinik, and the focus that members Williams and Holliday and Rucker and Shimazaki expressed today in looking at these early leading indicators. And we would apprise you that if you're going to think about how students are doing from the earliest level, you can start with the kindergarten readiness assessment. That gives you an initial profile well before the third grade issues that Member Rucker was talking about earlier. Data infrastructure needs, another important consideration as you talk about this very complex system. Ms. Kubinek indicated that one of the next steps before you will be to look at, and I quote, what does California data look like? We would encourage you to think more broadly about what California data and the ability to analyze data should look like. Thank you so much.
President Kearse, Superintendent Torlakson, and members of the board, I'm Brian Rivas here on behalf of the Education Trust West. I want to thank you for your conversation this morning. I really appreciated Member Rucker's comments about the importance of measuring gaps and thinking about how the accountability system will promote gap closure. And to unduplicated students. One of the main things I wanted to impress upon you this morning is we would really ask that you engage more directly than you have been in the question of how will the accountability system promote closure of the academic achievement gap. President Kearse, in listening to the conversation this morning, I wanted to ask that you consider asking Ms. Kubinek to have a stakeholder session focused specifically on this question of how will the system close it, or how will the system promote closure. A lot of us in the field and among partners that I work with have been doing a lot of thinking about how could state standards for performance and measures and interventions and supports work together really to make meaningful progress. So I think there'd be a lot of value added if you had that session. Just with some sort of housekeeping items, appreciate the timeline included in your board item this morning, but we'd like greater clarity. In lay terms, we'd like to know where you're going and how you're going to get there so that we can provide more meaningful input as a stakeholder group. And then lastly, I just want to reiterate, we'd really like to hear what is the process that you plan for establishing state standards, and what is your schedule for making that decision? That's an important part of our vision for how the accountability system will close or make progress in closing the achievement gap. Thank you.
Hi, Brian Lee on behalf of Fight Crime, Invest in Kids, Ready Nation, and Mission Readiness.
That's law enforcement leaders, business leaders, and retired military leaders across California. I have 4 quick points. First, I think that the idea of these clusters, these themes, is very promising. At the same time, we don't want to forget that there are statutorily required state priorities that have to be represented in the evaluation rubrics. Second, the focus on early indicators for college and career readiness is a great step forward. But it's important that it be more inclusive than what we see in the initial policy frame that's in your agenda. Admittedly, that's a starting point, so we know that it is just a starting point and there's room for more. Specifically, suspension is not mentioned there, but it was mentioned a lot in people's comments. And we know that the research is really profound, showing it linked to dropout and graduation rates and post-secondary enrollment. You can see a letter that we submitted that had some recent research that reflects that. As well as it's really tied to continuous improvement. Research actually suggests that often suspension behavioral problems emerge before academic and attendance problems. Third point is I think you should be cautious about letting some indicators stand in the place of others. In one of the information memoranda, it said same indicators apply for multiple state priorities, which is exciting, but still, for example, we want to make sure not only school climate, but also Common Core implementation. We really want to make sure that that doesn't get forgotten and we don't have something else like Common Core performance on tests, which might take years before that ramps up in its success. We want to see, are the people doing enough to implement standards? Fourth and finally, it's great that we're looking at college readiness. We have to also focus on career readiness elements like work-based learning, industry certificates, social emotional learning skills that core schools are piloting. And let's not forget some of the great ideas that happened before, like a drop-down menu, a data selection tool to incorporate that as well.
Good morning, President Kurz, Superintendent Torlakson, members of the board. My name is Alejandro Sandoval on behalf of EdVoice. We're encouraged to see that the board has begun to outline a path towards a transition for the new California accountability system. And we acknowledge that the choices made for the LCFF evaluation rubrics will drive that system. As seen in our letter that we sent this past week, we note that the outset of the board's work at the beginning of the year, that there was no plan to formulate statewide standards as required by statute. 6 months later, it appears there's still no specific plan in place to do so. We believe anything less than uniform state standards for school district and school site performance as it relates to student achievement will severely damage public confidence in the core tenets of LCFF as a mechanism to support success for all students. EdVoice urges the board to provide clear direction to staff about development of uniform district and individual school site performance standards and expectations for improvements. And as always, we're happy to help you guys in any way possible during this process. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Lily Chen. I'm a staff attorney at Public Counsel. We're a pro bono law firm that assists thousands of the state's most vulnerable children every year. We're concerned that the current draft policy frame for the evaluation rubrics may not be consistent with LCFF requirements to adopt standards for growth in the area of school climate. We understand that the board is still in the indicator selection process and ask that the next revision include, at a minimum, indicators of suspensions, involuntary transfers, citations, arrests, referrals to law enforcement, and school climate survey data from students on their feelings of connectedness, safety, and respect while at school. These are at a minimum necessary to form a holistic picture of school climate and culture at a school site. Many of these indicators are already in existence and are being collected, but not by a single cohesive source. As you have heard and read, these indicators, and especially suspensions, are leading indicators and are connected to chronic absenteeism, poor academic performance, and low graduation rates, requiring districts to strive to meet standards related to suspensions, referrals, citations, and other data will help them address these early warning signs before they lead to much larger problems in attendance, student performance, and ultimately dropouts. Thus, we think it's critical that the rubrics, as they are formed, include the full range of indicators of school climate so that the rubrics can actually serve as a holistic tool for continuous improvement in graduation rates and college and career readiness. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Elena Fresquez. I'm a law clerk at Public Counsel and a former middle school teacher. You'll hear me echoing a lot of what has been said, but repetition's good, right? So students who are suspended or expelled are 6 times more likely to repeat a grade, 5 times more likely to drop out, and 3 times more likely to have contact with the juvenile justice system. Because of these substantial correlations, we ask that you adopt a policy frame that includes standards for school climate indicators such as suspension, expulsions, referrals, and school arrests. The importance of a story has been mentioned many times today, and as a former teacher, I have witnessed firsthand the heartbreaking story of students being repeatedly and unnecessarily pushed out of school for minor offenses until they eventually felt so unwanted and disconnected that they simply stopped trying and instead accepted that they would always be the bad kid that they had been labeled. Without having statewide standards that address these school climate indicators, schools won't have the tools to help these students feel safe and supported in school and ensure that they stay on track to graduate and be college and career ready. The June memo suggests academic achievement could serve as an indicator of positive school climate, and we see that again in this PowerPoint speaking to 3rd grade reading levels. While academics and behavior are certainly related, as any teacher can tell you, safety and support in the classroom is essential if you want to eventually get them to academic improvement. Academic achievements cannot be substituted for these school climate indicators like suspension if we want to ensure that assessments are holistic and multidimensional as the law requires and as students desperately need in order to be successful in school and beyond. Thank you.
Good morning, Patty Scripter, California State PTA. We supported the timeline extension and are excited about the opportunity for a more thorough research-based process, which was really in response to what the board has talked about previously. For the ongoing process, one of the critical things to expand involvement is advanced communication and notification of opportunities for input. Parents especially need a little more time to understand what the issues are and the ability to give input. It's also really critical with the extended timeline that you allow us to know what your decision points are for input. And that timeline is important because just like at the local level, parents don't want to react after decisions have already been made, but they want the opportunity to give input to help drive the direction. There's no lack of indicators for you to look at. We get that, but we think parent engagement is critical. PTA was part of a group that came together. We reviewed the research. We all know that parent engagement works and the research supports that. We also had a work group where we came together and met. There were 19 parent organizations represented. We looked at the research and we reviewed possible indicators. At my table, not only was I there as a statewide organization, we had representatives from CABE from the Inland Empire, and we had foster parents from Stockton, and we were all able to come together and talk about what we know, that there is research-based indicators that will drive parent engagement and help districts understand the importance and the measurability. So we think that's really important. There's been a lot of discussion around leading and lagging indicators and a lot of technical discussions. We appreciate the glossary, but transparency is really critical for parents, and we think this is an important piece for parents to stay engaged and to have the opportunity to use a rubric to evaluate how their districts are doing. And just also wanted to add that we really appreciate the discussion today about focus on equity and access. Thank you.
Good morning, President Kirst and board members. John Affeld from Public Advocates. You have a letter from the LCFF Equity Coalition. I won't go into all the details. We supported at Public Advocates the extension, and we're excited about the additional opportunity to really create a best set of evaluation rubrics. A couple of points. I think a lot of the direction in the memo from WestEd and the CD are helpful, but leave a lot of questions lingering. First, stakeholder input really, I heard a lot today mentioned about that, and that was encouraging. In the timeline, it's only mentioned in sort of at the end of the process in May, seek input from stakeholders. We really want to make sure that there's involvement all the way along. One example, the user piloting of the rubric seems to only be going to districts. Parents and community groups are also going to be users of the rubrics, and we would suggest there be exposure and piloting and feedback from parents and community groups about how do these rubrics work, look, are these understandable to you, would this be meaningful? A second point, it's not clear how all the 8 state priorities are going to be covered in the proposed policy framework, or how the performance and growth standards are going to be set and operate. There's mention of it, but it's still very much out of focus to us. Appreciate Member Ortiz-Licon and Ms. Ruckers calling out for equity. I think equity and closing achievement gaps is a key piece of what we're all trying to accomplish here. I echo the Ed Trust West call for a sort of a stakeholder summit on figuring out how we can do both continuous improvement and appropriate intervention. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tara Nishida. I'm the Executive Director of Californians for Justice, also representing the Alliance for Boys and Men of Color. I really want to say I'm pleased with the extension as well. It's definitely a chance to be more thoughtful and a chance to really dive into unpacking college and career readiness. I'd like to urge you to kind of start with adopting a more clear definition of college and career, which you've heard from people earlier today. In addition to some of the issues flagged in what public advocates just mentioned, the letter we sent in, there is one thing that I really want to emphasize with the board today, and that is we really need your leadership in giving clarity to West Ed, both clarity and actually time and resources to do meaningful stakeholder input. We partnered with West Ed and with state board staff to put together sessions in May 30th and June 10th for parents and students around the state to give input. But it was clearly a struggle for them to actually be able to put the time they needed to do, juggling all of the other things they have on their plate. So if the state is really serious about getting those voices that we often are missing from these decisions to the table, then we actually need to be able to hear your guidance to make that a priority for the team that you've charged with this. Lastly, I just want to say the definition of what we think of as experts. You know, if we really want to design an innovative system that works for the diversity of our state, then we really have to think differently about who the experts are at the table. And so I really appreciate the comments made by Member Williams and Member Licon about let's go and ask somebody who knows about African American male achievement. Let's get them to the table and at these focus groups. And last, I just want to say that I hope that the voices of the students and parents who really are most impacted by these decisions are seen as just as equal experts as Linda Darling-Hammond and David Conley and all of the other really smart people you're bringing to the table. So thank you for your leadership on this work.
Good morning. I'm Liz Guillen with Public Advocates, and I'm here speaking today for Roberta Ferger of Pico, California. And Pico is also one of the organizations in the LCFF Equity Coalition. And I'm following up or building on the comments that were made by Californians for Justice and the state PTA regarding the 2 stakeholder input sessions organized by parents and student groups. There were recommendations that came out of the stakeholder input sessions, and they were it would be important to understand how the state board plans to use some of this input. In addition, those recommendations included that there be a parent caregiver working group to provide ongoing feedback and ensure that stakeholder input is consistent around development of metrics and ongoing accountability related to the parent engagement priority areas. Thank you.
Terry Burns on behalf of California School Boards Association. We're very much in support of the guiding principles that have been laid out, and we like the aspirational nature of the policy frameworks, but do see those very much as the iceberg that Ms. Brownell suggested. It could be working very well in a continuous improvement system, but those of us who have lived through NCLB and the inability to get everyone to 100% proficient can be a challenge. And so we're a little bit nervous about how that works. And most specifically in the sense that Chairman Kirst pointed out with special ed students. I just spent a week with a cousin who has a 17-year-old who will never be able to read at third grade level, that she will always have a 4-year-old outlook on life, which has its pros and cons. But we need to be very specific in our thinking about how we're applying all of these standards to special ed students and how we're holding districts accountable for also moving all students to the best of their capability. Thank you.
Good morning, President Kirst and Superintendent Torlakson, members of the board. My name is Ken Young. I'm the Riverside County Superintendent of Schools. I didn't come today to say anything, but I thought I might after listening to the conversations today, and I appreciate the discussions that have taken place. I want to thank the board and their staff of the board and the superintendent staff for moving the state forward with the local control funding formula and all the aspects of it. It's pretty complicated. It takes a lot of moving pieces, and I appreciate the work that's been done. Today I've heard on the agenda item two discussions that got kind of convoluted into one, and it has to do with rubrics and it has to do with state accountability. And I want to just read one little piece out of the statute about the rubrics. It says the purpose of the rubric is to assist a school district, county office, or charter school in evaluating its strengths and weaknesses and areas that require improvements. Number two is to assist county superintendent of schools in identifying schools and districts and charter schools in need of technical assistance and the specific priorities upon which the technical assistance should be focused. Then it talks about the content of the rubrics a little bit. So as we talk about state accountability, that's a bigger picture because you look at the rubrics and they're really designed to apply to the LCAPs, but they're designed to align to a state accountability which hasn't quite yet been developed. It's what are these pieces do we extract from the 8 priority areas and the LCAP and the rubrics to put up into the state level, and that's a challenging piece to try to come up with. But I wanted to emphasize a couple of things about the rubrics. They are designed to help local school districts evaluate how they are doing. They are designed to help county superintendents evaluate how our programs are doing.
Time.
Okay, thank you.
All right, that's the end of the public testimony, and board will take a break until 11:10.
This one? All right. We'll try to pull it up before you're up here. But if it's not, it'll be right here.
Okay, yeah, let's pop it up and just make sure it opens properly. There we go.
16 slides.
16 slides, yeah, but they're all pictures. And one of
Okay.
them is just a picture of a login screen, so that's like a tenth of a second.
John talk to you about the turnaround time on the story? I know when you called this morning, you said 4 to 6. It's actually shorter. Okay. It's 2 to 3. I'll just check with.
Okay. So actually, can I say less than a month?
Yeah, let's say less than a month.
Yeah. John, Kara, it's good to meet you. So you ready? Yeah. Ready for somebody to get, I guess. So you're going to talk first? Yeah, sure. And then you'll give me at some point yeah.
I'll say a few things about the online recording system. So when I start talking about it, that's your cue that within a minute.
All right, excellent.
Bring you up.
Oh, I want to see him,
So
yeah.
she gave you and me each a copy.
Good. Okay, the board will reconvene, and we're ready for item 2 on the school accountability report card. And we will note that there is an addendum on this item, and go ahead, yes, you will.
Morning, President Kirst, Superintendent Torlakson, and board members. My name is Jenny Singh. I'm the Interim Director of the Analysis, Measurement, and Accountability Reporting Division, which we refer to ourselves as AMARD, and I will be presenting the SARC item. So, as Carrick mentioned earlier, Sacramento or California does have a number of accountability tools already in place. SARC is one of those tools, and it has been in place for numerous years. Also mentioned, AMARD actually redesigned the SARC last year to align it to the LCFF as best we could. And so this year, there's going to be limited edits to the SARC. And I just want to take a few minutes to briefly review those. So we want to replace the STAR tables with the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress, or CASP tables. Because this is the first year that the Smarter Balanced assessments were administered, the SARC will only have 1 year's worth of data instead of the traditional 3 years worth of data for ELA and math. But of course, as we move on and give the CASP assessments more, there'll be more data as we move forward. We're also going to be eliminating the API tables. The board did approve not producing an API in 2014 and 15. Therefore, these tables are no longer necessary to be put in the SARC. We are going to be including the AYP in all the SARCs. Last year, the CDE did receive a waiver, which allowed us only to produce a SARC for high schools, so only high school SARCs had the AYP table in it. This year, we are required to produce an AYP report for all schools, so therefore we will put the AYP table in all the SARCs. And because foster youth is a group that was added through the LCFF, we will add foster group as a student group into tables where applicable. And as already mentioned, we did produce an addendum to the SARC. Last year, we did the field testing for the Smarter Balance, and therefore we did not have the ELA and math results in there by grade and by student group. Unfortunately, due to an oversight, those tables were not included in the SARC template that is attached to the board item. However, with the addendum, we do include an example of what those SARC tables are going to look like. The SARC template will be posted on the CDE website in late September, and of course, as always, the department will populate as many of those tables as we have data for, and that's about 75% of the data that is in the SARC. So the CDE is recommending that the board approve the proposed template for the 2014-15 SARC as provided in Attachment 1 of the regular board item, and include the revisions specified above using the addendum attachments 1 and 2 as models for as model examples of the required assessment tables. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
You mentioned that we may need some legislation to improve the SARC and more, and is there any progress on proposing that, and what are your plans on legislation there? I mean, a lot of it is detail, as you know, specifications in the legislation.
Yes, there's so the staff in AMAR, we have done a significant amount of work. Thus far, we have looked at the SARC legislation and the Williams legislation, because both of those impact the SARC. We have done a crosswalk to see what changes need to be made in legislation, and we are well prepared, and we have proposed legislation that we could move forward when instructed to do so. So we're in a very good place to move forward to fully align the SARC with LCFF.
And what would it take for you to do so? Instructed to do so?
Well, if the board and the superintendent instruct me to do so, that's what we will do.
Okay. Well, We'll confer with the superintendent then and see if we can get this moving, in that regard. And was there any discussion of, I just tried to look up a couple of school report cards, and you've got to be awfully creative to find them on some of those district websites. I mean, is there any, these are exercises in obscurity, and so is there any way that you can specify how they be placed on the website so that you could have school accountability report card and you could find it without going to a general heading, 3 subheadings, and it's down there,
So the law doesn't specifically address that for how districts are to put that on the website, but it does indicate that they are to provide the department with the link to their SARC. So we do have a SARC website, and you can go ahead and put in any school within California, and their SARC will be populated on the CDE website. So that might be a better route to go. That's one place you have to go to for all the SARCs that you want to look up.
Yeah, and I had forgotten that. I'm sorry, but I'm sure some other people don't know about it. Maybe we ought to talk about that in addition to making it more easy to find as part of this
I'd be happy
cleanup.
to work with you, and we can get a message, a letter to the districts urging them to put it in a prominent, easily locatable place. Makes sense.
Okay. Is there other board member comment on this item? Board member Strauss.
So, Jenny, you talked about the idea of continuing toward alignment, and I think Member Byrne and I said initially when we talked in the last year about LCFF and the LAA plan and the SARC and the school site plan that we really do want these all coordinated and populated similarly so that districts, it's not an exercise in repetition of different facts. So I'm just interested just conceptually, because I know we've given direction for the CDE and I know you guys are starting to work on this, how you see the documents aligning for district reporting requirements so that as we're and moving, I know some of it you said we can do what we can with templates and we might need legislation, but how do you see the work going forward and when might we have an alignment so that districts would be able to complete and make this a clear reporting and effective tool rather than just exercises in bureaucracy to fill in boxes?
So I agree it's really important to have this alignment between the SARC and the LCFF because we want schools and districts all focused on the same thing. We don't want to distract them with other things. So our goal is that once we get the legislation through, that the SARC will fully, I can't say fully aligned. There's one item that we have to put in there that's not in LCFF because there's federal requirements, but it will be very well aligned to the LCFF. We would like to do a template that is somewhat like the template we have. The data that we populate now, we will populate, and schools and districts will populate the other. But we would also we're also thinking about doing more graphical displays of the data because we think that's easier for parents to read and understand, and it's quicker. I mean, it's much easier to look at a graph and draw conclusions than it is to look at the tables and try to make your own comparisons. So we do have some plans moving forward to do some graphical displays. Of course, our requirements is that we also have to do the tables because we want it accessible to all. But we're hoping that we can meet everybody's needs by doing both. So we're hoping, if everything goes well with legislation, that next year the SARC will be fully aligned to the LCFF. That is our goal.
And then what about all the other documents that are part of the coordinated reporting? These the only, the school plan, the LEA plans?
Well, there is a group in the department that has been working on looking at those plans. I am not the person to answer those questions, though. You would have to ask maybe.
Yeah.
Thank you. So yes, Jenny's correct. There is another group that's working on the plan aspect of this. It would be easy, and it actually has been done, just to put all the requirements in one place right? But we really don't want people to do that, because what we don't want is a plan that ends up being more compliance-oriented, because we've got an entire list of things that the federal government requires for instance, an LEA plan versus our local control accountability plan. What we really want is, moving forward, to have our local accountability plan be our LEA plan. And once legislation goes through to reauthorize the SEA, we will move forward in communication with the U.S. Department of Education to make that happen.
Okay, there's no other board comment on this. Is there public comment on this item?
Doug McCrae, one speaker.
Good morning. I'm Doug McRae, a retired test publisher from Monterey. I was going to just simply note the lack of the subgroup data, but that was handled by the amendment or the addendum this morning. But in looking at the addendum, I do have a couple of suggestions to improve it. The bottom lines of attachment 1 and 2 both say that the percent meeting standard is going to be based upon the number of students receiving scores rather than the number of students participating in the tests. That can be a very big distinction. So I would suggest that you put in columns on number of students receiving scores, the number and the percent receiving scores. And then also, I think an editorial omission on attachment 1 was that at the top of the columns, the word percent was not included. The distinction on the number of students receiving scores, traditionally with tests, students have to take X number of items, 4, 5, 6 different definitions, plus other kinds of answer sheets are thrown out as not a legitimate attempt to take the test. That, with the new computer-administered test, could be a fairly big number, particularly in certain subgroups, et cetera. So therefore, the number of students taking scores is not the traditional assumption of everybody who participated in the test for calculating the percent of percent meeting standard. Also, I think perhaps very problematic is that it may not be consistent, that particular definition, with what Smarter Balanced has done with either their online reporting system so far and all the data that's gone out to the schools, or the way they constructed cut scores. If we're basically taking a bottom percentage of scores of students off the bottom of it as you calculate percent meeting standard, you've you've increased the scores quite a bit and perhaps misled the public with respect to public reporting. Thank you.
Okay, I'm ready for a motion on this to get the SARC moving as proposed by CD. Go ahead.
I would move the department's recommendation to adopt the template, including the addendum.
Second by Board Member Strauss. No further board discussion on this item? Any public comment on the motion? No? If not, all in favor, raise your hands. Okay, that is approved. And we're on to item 3, which is an update on the CAS system.
Good morning, Carrick Ashley, Deputy Superintendent, District School and Innovation Branch. Item 3 is an update of CASP. We will go through it as quickly as possible. We know we're a little behind schedule, and we do have what we think is a very interesting demonstration for you about the online reporting system. But first, let me give you some quick updates about the Smarter Balance summative assessments. So believe it or not, there are actually still some schools here in California who are finishing their assessments. So the results are not yet available, which means they won't be yet made public by the state until our normal time, which is around the end of August. Of course, districts have access to their scores on the online reporting system, which we'll talk about in a little bit. But for the most part, our summative assessments are done, other than these few schools that are finishing up, which means 3.2 million students tested, over 1,800 LEAs participating, and you'll see the actual results from that in an August memo And then if you want to have a public discussion about it, we can certainly do that during the CASP update in September. I do, before wanting to move on, just say 2 words of, well, maybe 2 minutes of words of congratulations, because I think they're in order. Thousands of school districts in California really stepped up to the plate here in terms of administering these computer-based assessments. In some circumstances, they had to take extraordinary measures in order to do that. These are scheduling issues that they have to deal with, new technical issues that they've not had to deal with before other than the field test last year, and the amount of participation by students in this state, it was just remarkable. So I do want to acknowledge the work that school districts have done. Along with, we've had great partnership in doing this. Our Smarter Balance Consortium state partners and the Smarter Balance Consortium Executive Director Tony Alpert is here again today to answer your questions if you have any. They have been a tremendous partner and support. ETS, our contractor as well, the K-12 high-speed network providing the backbone that enables our schools to give these assessments. About 7 months ago, we made a reorganization in our assessment division, and we identified Michelle Center as our Smarter Balance state lead. And a lot of the work that has happened the last 7 months is due to the leadership that Michelle has shown in putting together and administering these tests this first year, along with her 2 managers that report to her for Smarter Balance Interims and Smarter Balance Digital Library. That's Linda Hooper and Jessica Valdez, and I just have to acknowledge them as well as the entire assessment division. And it's not just the assessment division that did this, right? It had to be done with the technology help. So TSD, our Technology Services Division, stepped up and helped. Our Education Data Management Division, Cindy Kazanis and their group, because the data has to come out of CalPads to feed into these new assessment systems. So it really was multiple divisions responsible for the success that we had. And I have to say, maybe most of all, the leadership in this state that the state has shown in implementing these assessments is really notable. You know, this has not been the case necessarily in other states. Right? Mm-hmm. From the governor to the legislature, the state board, the superintendent, our school districts have been behind these assessments and supported these assessments. The budget itself supported the implementation of these assessments. You know, other states, they had technical issues. The technical issues we had were minor compared to actual blackouts that some states experienced, the political issues that some states had to address and are still addressing. Just 2 weeks ago, I was down in San Diego with multiple states about assessments, and I heard more than one time, maybe 4 or 5 times, we don't know what assessment we're giving next year, because of the political discussions that are happening in those states. So again, I want to congratulate and note the leadership of this state in putting all of our efforts behind Smarter Balance and the assessment itself. You know, I think one of the keys to having agreement across all of this is that in California, we've made a considerable effort to do this in a deliberative manner. It was brilliant to make the decision for all schools to do a field test the previous year. It just made everything much, much easier and smoother in the transition. The emphasis that this state has placed on the use of assessment results. We're all anxious to see the scores. We're eager to see what those results are. But remember, these are just the first set of results. And what we're interested in is what we have been emphasizing is the continuous improvement aspect of those scores. So it's really the year after this that we should be most excited to see what the scores say, not this first set of data. Yes, these assessment results need to be used in an accountability system, and that is the intent. But I think part of the success of this state has been in putting their emphasis on these assessments to be used to improve teaching and learning. How these assessments and their results are going to be used in improving the results for students. for providing to our teachers the tools and the training and the time that's needed in order to use these tools, and the investment that the state has made in the digital library and interim assessments, so those tools are available. So now that we've implemented it 1 year, we kind of have to go to the next phase. And the next phase is, from a technical aspect, we need to improve the technology, right, to make it more user-friendly for schools and for districts, to use that for it's easier to access the information. But aside from that, the training on how to use these tools, how do we use the digital library, how do we use the interim assessments to improve teaching and learning? These are not just results to look at the end of the year. These are results to be used on a regular basis, and that's going to take a lot of training along the way. So this board, the CDE, the Department of Finance, placed a high value, if you recall, on the negotiations that we had in the new ETS contract on increasing the amount of trainings, regional trainings, in-person trainings, webcasts, informational material going out to schools and districts on how to use this system. All of those were placed a high value in our negotiations with ETS to increase those trainings, as well as in the new budget. We do have that $1.5 million that was a rebate, if you will, from Smarter Balance, being put back into the system to fund senior assessment fellows to go out and provide training. We now have a contract with the Sacramento County Office of Education to provide some CASP institutes, in-person training in which districts will provide teams of people to come in on a regional basis and learn how to use these tools moving forward. We're hoping that what districts will do is to provide teams that are not just the administrative coordinator, the assessment coordinator, but perhaps the curriculum coordinator needs to be there. Perhaps teachers and educators who are knowledgeable about English learners and special education students, so that they can get to these results and figure out how to use these results and how to use the digital library. I mentioned time before. Time is really needed here, and we need to be a little bit patient, persistent, but patient. Not just in terms of the results, but training takes time. Getting educators to know how to use these materials will take time. Improving the enhancements in the system will take some time, and making them better. All of that takes time. We know that there's an urgency to that time, but we have to have this balance of persistence, but some patience to go along with it. Those CASP institutes, by the way, will start this fall. We are also doing some post-test trainings. ETS has done some of those, post-test surveys to find out what are the experiences that you had for that. That information is in the board item, and I won't go over it in detail so that we can get on to what I know you're eager to see, and that's actually the online reporting system and a demo, which we're going to do in just a minute. So let me prep you for that. So the online reporting system was launched in May. This is a system that is secure for school districts to take a look at their own data. It's not a statewide system. It's not a data for me in my office to take a look at statewide results. This is for districts to take a look at these results. Right now, up until now, the results have been available only to the test coordinator at the district site, at the district level, right? But we are working to get that down to the school site level. We don't really have an individual relationship between the state and individual teachers, but we can get it down to the school site and encourage it to go from there down to teachers, so this data can be used. This online reporting system is dynamic. It gets updated as students take the test and as the results are finished hand scoring. The results are uploaded into the system. It's dynamic in terms of a student moving from school A to school B. If they've gone to school B after their assessment, then the result will go over to school B. The system provides things like groupings, and I'm going to stop there before I step on the actual demonstration. And let me just take this time to introduce John Cohen, who's going to give the demonstration for us. He is the Executive Vice President at AAR, American Institutes for Research, and the President of AIR Assessment. And I think it's ready on the screen. Can you see it? I can see it. So, John?
You guys can see the slides now? Good morning, I'm John Cohen, and I understand we're running a little behind schedule, so I'll run through this quickly and hopefully not skip any of the parts that you're interested in, but if I do, please feel free to interrupt me and ask me questions that and direct me to tell you the things you're most interested in. All right, the online reporting system is designed really as an instructional tool, an instructional support tool to provide timely, relevant reports that can guide educators, help educators reflect on their own practice, make valid and actionable interpretations of the data. It's really easy to take assessment data and make some wrong decisions with it, so we've built some things into the reporting system that help teachers, help guide educators, school district teacher level personnel who are using it to make the right inferences that are actually supported by the data. And I'll give you some examples of that. The results from the Smarter Balance test should show up in the reporting system within about a month, with a little less than a month of kids completing the test. Could be much faster, except that you have humans scoring some of the performance tasks, and this is kind of a process you can't really replace. So it's not immediate, but it's much quicker than reports have been traditionally reported after an assessment. And I'm going to run through some of the data. I have a login screen just to emphasize that it is a secure system. You can only get into it with the appropriate credentials and all the usual securities around it, so your students' data is safe in that system. When a user logs onto the system, they'll see a dashboard that presents information that is relevant and about their jurisdiction. So right now, it's the users are district level users, so they log in, and this screen would be showing you the number of students tested and the percent of students tested within your district. As school and even educator level access is granted, when the school level person logs on, they'd see information initially about their school. The educators would see things about any rosters of students that have been assigned to them, they've been given access to. So I'll take a minute and look at this navigation widget. The system is designed to be dynamic and to encourage users to explore their students' data. This sort of data really has three inherent dimensions. One, who? Like, who's the data about? Is it the whole state? Is it the district? Is it a school? Is it an individual kid? So you can navigate up and down these levels of aggregation. Second is what? What are you measuring? Are you measuring mathematics? Maybe, but then within mathematics, you have the different claims within mathematics, the different reporting categories. You can even drill down to the target level for aggregate groups of students. So users can navigate. If they see their kids are having trouble in math in their class, they can start to drill down and see, well, which aspects of math might these students be having trouble with. And the one that's blank right here at the bottom is when. So you've got who, what, and when you can follow kids across time. So you can see, has this kid always struggled with this thing? Has this kid always done well at this thing? But since it's the first year, there's no history, and so that appears blank in this screen. All right. This report, at whatever level the user is at, the user can get this report. This is a district level report, but the same thing can exist at a school when the school roles are worked out, can exist at the teacher when the teacher roles are worked out. And it shows, these are I know this is hard to read, you can't read it. On the ELA test has 4 reporting categories: reading, listening, writing, and research and inquiry. This presentation of the results is an adaptation of the standard Smarter Balance presentation of the results, which does take a big step to helping teachers make the right inferences. It says, well, on any reporting category, on any test, even a good, precise, adaptive test, you have fairly large standard errors, a good amount of uncertainty when you're talking about, 8 or 10 items that a kid has taken total in an area. And sometimes teachers are not really well trained to navigate that. So what we do is we show them the results in 3 categories. These teachers this class is either probably, quite certainly, or probably below the proficient mark, or the level 3 mark in the case of Smarter Balanced, or is
close to it, meaning too close to say above or below, within the margin of error, within the margin of uncertainty, or pretty clearly above that mark. So rather than just giving them a number, or what some states will do, they'll give them a number and a standard error and hope the teachers can figure out how to put it together, we kind of tell them the inference they should make. This is the number of kids who are above, number of kids who are below, number of kids who data just leave too close to tell. Another report is what we call the target level report. Recall that Smarter Balanced is broken down into targets, which aren't quite as small as standards, with the idea that any standard is any real skills that are worth measuring. I'm probably being a little too glib about that, are probably more inclusive than one very fine-grained standard. They interact with each other, and so the finest grain that Smarter Balanced measures is the target. And this report lets educators look at, for groups of students. It's not available at the individual level, and if the group gets too small, the standard errors get big and it won't report it. But it tells them for groups of students whether those students are doing better or worse or about the same on this target versus the rest of the tests that they took. All right, so for a group of students, let's talk about linear equations. We're talking about the math test. The target might be linear equations. It might not even really be a Smarter Balanced target, but I'll just say that. So the question is, am I doing better on linear equations than you would expect, given my overall performance on the test? Not me, but my class. Is my class doing better on linear equations, or are they doing worse on linear equations, or about the same, right? So that lets you know, say your class is doing okay on the test, but worse than that, statistically different in linear equations. Then that lets you know that, hey, next year I need to think about how I'm teaching linear equations, because my class last year didn't get it, right? Does that make sense? So it's benchmarked against the expectation given by your overall performance on the test. Because otherwise you have high-performing students, they always do great. You have low-performing students, they always do poorly across the targets. This lets you differentiate where are the strengths and weaknesses, and lets a teacher reflect on, where is my pedagogy working well and where is it not working. Lets a school reflect on where is my curriculum working well, where is it not working, and make those sorts of educational decisions. All right, and as you drill down, these are going to be the same sets of pages, just at a different level in the hierarchy. And you can go down to groups, and the system enables users, and the department is in the process of working with stakeholders to decide which users should be able to do this and how they should do this, because it's a matter of roles and authorization. Allows users to create what we call rosters of students. A roster could be a class, a roster could be the ELL students in a class, a roster could be the band or the football team, whatever set of kids you want to track as a group to track how they're performing on these tests. They can be assigned, each kid can be assigned to as many rosters as they need to be assigned to, and as many educators in the school can have access to those rosters as need to have it and have a valid interest in doing it. And so working out all of those roles is what Michelle and her team are, one of the things Michelle and her team are working on right now. This just shows a screen that someone at a school might use to create a roster by hand. There's also going to be an upload feature once this is completely rolled out, where you'll be able to, where users will be able to upload a spreadsheet or other data file to define the roster just as a convenience. All right, when you have rosters, you can look at the student performance roster. This roster is showing breakdown by claim, by this reporting category, sub-reporting category. And in this example, which I know you can't read, it's ELA, and it's got reading and listening and writing and research. And the symbols indicate, again, whether the kids are clearly above proficient, clearly below proficient, or too close to tell. All right, and then there's the individual student reports. And These are designed for teachers to use with students and teachers to use with parents, and to be printed. They can be printed, they can be batch printed, and sent home with the kids as soon as the scores are in the system. And finally, one thing you don't have yet because enough time hasn't passed, but once it does, you'll have longitudinal reports where you'll be able to follow a student or a cohort back in time. So a student who, so let's say you have a group of students you're following now. Maybe you're giving them, they're in some special program, or you're their teacher or whatever. You can follow that group of students and see their scores from last year as a group, even though they weren't a group last year, but now they are. So that group, you'll have that cohort last year and the year before, and however many years of data you have. It'll make sure that the same kids are included in that cohort, so you're making valid inferences about real change rather than changes in the composition of that group. And I think that brings us to the end of that. So.
Yeah, I have a comment. I'm very interested in this. I can't read it on the computer or there. And so I'm asking some tech maven to send to each board member in an attachment that somebody can read. I mean, it's fascinating, but it's extremely frustrating. So I don't, in the end, I don't know what the hell you're saying, because I can't. I can't put together the words with any images and so on. So if we could possibly have these in the form that a person could actually read them, and on our computer, they're no better. I mean, I'm on the, so the public got nothing on this either other than eye strain, and, so.
Okay, I apologize for that. We can get paper copies printed out that should be easier to read.
Yeah, but I think we also ought to have a computer version that is readable, so that we can forward it around and do things with that. So, other questions for people? Board Member Sun, I know you're interested in this.
Yes, thank you. So I was glad to hear that Carrick mentioned that you're working towards getting this online system accessible to schools, not just the CASP coordinator at each district. I think that's very important. I've had an ongoing concern because in the last set of CASP regulations that was approved by the state board, it channeled charter schools that are locally funded to have to test under their district. And I think one of the unintended consequences of that was a bit of a barrier for charter schools to have direct access to their data. And when a school does test under the district, it's under the purview of the CAPS coordinator, and a lot of these analysis and a lot of this looking at the different screens and uploading the cohorts of students, all of that is dependent on that district level, and takes it out of the hands of the charter school, and also puts the charter school in position of having to pay perhaps for services to the district to get at their data in a way that they need to do that. So I just wanted to just mention that, and perhaps that bridge of making sure that there's good access at the school site level and then also at the teacher level is extremely important.
Thank you. Michelle Senner, Smarter Balanced State Lead. Just a couple things. You're right, there was a change. AB 484 did make a change in terms of assessment responsibility for charters. So that was a change, and it is now associated with how they're funded. So that was a change that we have tried to communicate along with our partners in the charter school division. But once we get this access down to schools, I think that will help solve that problem, like you mentioned. It is, as John mentioned, we're having conversations about user roles and permissions. We want to make sure we get this right. We want to make sure that we are talking with our partners. We had a meeting a couple weeks ago with our SIS vendors, so that when we do roll this out, districts and schools will have support, so that if they want to create these rosters, like John mentioned, that are associated with certain teachers seeing certain student results, that they will have support from their vendors to help them do that. So just know that that is a priority for us, but we are wanting to make sure that we have all the right conversations and we do this in a deliberate manner so that there aren't concerns with FERPA or privacy and that they have the tools they need to make it work.
Right. And understand that completely. Just, I think it's important for all schools and teachers to be able to have that data. I think particularly for charter schools because the accountability piece and having to really look at your data in comparison maybe with other student data. So
I have two parts to my question. So while we're talking about the CASP results, first of all, this is a new era and a transition, and I think everyone is very anxious to get the results. But just to follow up on Member Sung's comment, it isn't just the charter schools. Sites aren't getting this either. I was in a middle school this week, and we had to have the district coordinator come over and give the access in order to take a look. And the dilemma is, we're trying to get it right, which I totally agree. We've made a decision to not give the data out until mid-August. And let me just say, most of our schools are opening in August now, not after Labor Day. And so what's going on in schools right now, having closed school, is they're getting ready to open. And the typical opening process is the district has an admin retreat. They go over the data, they set the goals, they look at LCAP and priorities, they see how they're doing, and so do sites. So I think right now, if we're going to maximize the use, schools want the data, they want as much data as they can get, and they need it during not mid-August. You will have missed the window opportunity to open school and inform people about how our subgroups are doing and how we're doing on our LCAP goals. So I'm just encouraging, first of all, access at the site level and the trainings, which I totally support. I saw the list of trainings, and I think the fellows have been tremendously helpful, and there's so much even more to do. But I just want to say it's going on right now in July because early August, staffs come back, leadership comes back, and then teachers come back, and that's the work of opening a school. So is there any way to increase the access and to move back that August window?
Let me clarify. This is not the only place where districts have access to results. So just as we have in the past provided our districts with data files with results as well as some summary results, and we've done that in paper in the past, and then we've moved to providing that electronically. That still exists, and so I believe that's going up at the end of July. So this online reporting system is a different mechanism for viewing results, but in terms of having data, end of July. Right.
I just want to echo Board Member Strauss's comments, and certainly ensuring that data is out to districts is critical in order for them teachers to be able to get to the information. And John spoke about the system being not profitable, but supportive for teachers to use it as a tool to help them guide their instruction. So at the beginning of the year, it's going to be critical that we go back and look at how did we do overall and then break it down, which is my question for John. Are these reports nested? Are the reports aggregate? Are the reports able to tell a teacher's grade level, a school, a district, how each of these levels of reporting systems?
Yeah, it's really dynamic, and at many levels, the results are actually aggregated up from individual data, so you can drill down to exactly what you need to get, and you can drill down, as I said, across two primary dimensions, from statewide results all the way down to the individual student, if you have the appropriate access for that student, and any aggregation you want to define in between. And you can drill down from subject to claim, which is the smarter balanced term for a reporting category, to target, which is like small clusters of content standards.
So can you clarify, when you get to the claims and targets, when you're actually doing that analysis, is the teacher looking the number of students, or is it individual students?
No, those are, well, an individual student, you get those indicators as to whether they're clearly above, clearly below, or near the cut score. So you can get that for the claims, you can get that at the individual student level. For the targets, we don't recommend that states present that at the individual level at all, because a kid might have like one item and you can't really tell anything from that. Right. But with an adaptive test, if you have a class of 20 kids, they might have 10 or 15 different seen 10 or 15 different items. When you aggregate that up, you start to see something about whether they're getting the target or not.
So let me be clear. I'm a middle school teacher, and I'm going to look at 180 students of a specific course that I taught in English Language Arts. Is that teacher going to be able to see by period, by total?
Yes. However they want to organize their students. They have the power to define whatever rosters with whatever set of kids the policy allows them to have access to. So if it's every kid if they decide that the school will allocate you access to every kid you've ever had interaction with in any classroom, you can then divide those kids up into whatever rosters you want. Does that
by
answer your
demographic
question?
groups as well, you talked about.
Yeah, and you can get aggregates for those groups, you can follow those groups longitudinally, and you can drill down into those groups to see the individuals.
Board Member Rucker's next, and
Okay, so let me begin by saying at the recommendation and invitation of President Kirst, I did actually have a chance to preview this new reporting system with the staff, and I got a chance to actually see the reports as they were presented. So let me begin by saying they actually did do a good job. Going from scratch to this report is actually represents a phenomenal amount of work. And let me begin by identifying what is phenomenal about this work. First of all, this reporting system is going to give us assessment data of students at multiple levels and in multiple ways, something we've never seen before in our reporting system. Secondly, the report is actually aligned to our assessment structure and our assessment intents, so that we're paying attention not just to a collection of data points or numbers, we're actually paying attention to affect, understanding what the claims are and getting an analysis about students at the district level, the site level, the classroom level, and even the individual level. And the reports are going to cover the same profile of information, so that we'll actually be able to see not only what's happening for a particular claim and target at the district level, but where our profile as an individual teacher or for the profile of individual students fits into that overall picture. It's highly interactive. I'm not going to say intuitive yet because I haven't been able to put my hands on it, but it's highly interactive, so that as was just explained here, you have a variety of ways to request the reports, a variety of ways to cut the information that you're going to look at. You also have a variety of levels that you can see the same information. Again, that is unique to the ways that we have done reporting on data and on statewide assessments that we've never done before. And probably what is more important to our teachers at the school site is that this is information that they can continue to have access to, not just for the students they are currently teaching, but for their previous classes, not only to understand how this informs their instruction, because we keep saying it's going to be used to inform instruction, but teachers learn a lot about what has gone well in their schools and in their classrooms, what their relative curriculum strengths are over time, not just as a snapshot. And so this provides opportunities to get that information. Now, I understand, because this is new and it's at the implementation phase, that we have some timeline issues about when it was being implemented. So I hate to say I told you so, but at the time when this timeline for putting this out was being created, I did say, you know, guys, this is going to come out kind of late. So if we want this information out sooner than July 30th, it means we have to make some adjustments on the other end when the test is being done, when all of the hand scoring is being done, and we'd have to constrict those timelines to move some of this urgent reporting that you want to have occur. So is that what you really intend to do? And if you do, that takes a legislative change because we can't move those testing deadlines up to get this information out in a way that you need to have it out, or we have to constrict when the hand scoring is done and change those deadlines. So there's a lot of moving parts that go into making these reports available as soon as you want them available. So having gone from nothing at all being created in the infrastructure for a new reporting system to this highly interactive, multiple level reporting system. And I realize, because I did get a chance to preview, and thank you, Dr. Kurz, for letting me do that. Having gotten a chance to see what they have done, they have created a phenomenal amount of work in a phenomenally short amount of time to do the things we have asked them to do. But to change the timeline so that you can get it sooner to accommodate the beginning of the school year requires a different conversation about our assessment infrastructure and the processes we use to get that data into that field, and it has nothing to do with what's available in the reporting system. So that's two different conversations. I think that separate from the reporting system and the development of the information that populates it, we probably should take a look at what the differences are between when the computer scoring is delivered to the school sites, because that happens far sooner than when the hand scoring for those items are done. We see the timetables, and I don't mean multiplication tables, I do mean the timetables for how long it takes for each assessment item to be scored. So is there a factor about the delivery of the complete assessment outcome related to whether or not we realistically are using the time correctly for the hand scoring items, or if we don't have enough scorers to get the hand scoring done sooner to make that complete testing results and reporting get done? So if we want it sooner than July 30th, there's some other pieces of the infrastructure for the scoring activity itself that would be required to make this happen. But for this year, to go from nothing to having it ready to go for all districts whose hand scoring would be complete by July 30th is actually something commendable. And yes, I understand it is a problem for the other work that has to be done to open school, but that's connected more to the scoring activity and not the deliverables that the system is going to offer. I think we need to separate those two issues. So I do want to commend the staff for the work that you did, because I want to thank, again, I can't thank you enough, Dr. Kurz, for letting me have a chance to do that preview, because I did get to see what the reports look like, and we actually had an interactive conversation to make some material and particular changes to meet some of the needs we had already anticipated you would be asking about. So I think when districts see it and they do the work to work out the logistics to move from what's reported to the district level down to the site and the individual teachers, when those nuts and bolts are worked out, I think we're going to find that we are going to be very satisfied not only with what we are getting, but how usable a tool it will become.
State Superintendent wants to
Yeah,
comment.
just on this point, I appreciate Board Member Rucker's comments, and I think we understand these timeline issues, but I would like to ask Michelle and Carrick to comment a little bit further. And I think, again, a tremendous amount of work has been done, and the capabilities of this new system that John showed us from the 5,000-foot level without being able to see it as well. But we got the idea that there's great capabilities there, but a lot of work went into creating these capabilities for site personnel, principals, and teachers to use. But on the timeline issue, can you comment further on that?
I'd be glad to. So Michelle was nicely deferring to me. So yes, I mean, we're talking about the 1 year timeline issue really here. Districts right now have access to these scores right now. Schools and districts don't want to wait for when the state puts together a state report at the end of August and distributes that, right? That it is much too late. The very purpose of an online reporting system is to have the results earlier. And by this time next year, we won't be having this conversation because the roles would have been worked out for schools and who gets access, and they would already have access. They can start putting together their results that they want to, that principals want to share with their schools in that timeline. Even if they don't have 100% of the results back, because it's a dynamic system, they can do what they need to do if they have 95% of the results back, or whatever percentage that they have, as long as it's enough.
Okay, Board Member Licon and Board Member Shimasaki.
I have a pretty specific question and then a larger one. As a member of the public, I'm a researcher, what have you, community member, and I want to look at the information as an aggregate. That will be available to me after August. Now, I know that it's by populate subgroups. I know Board Member Molina doesn't like the word, so I was trying to think of a quick one, but I couldn't, sorry. But will I also be able to drill down and look at more specific information, like what % of EL students requested accommodations and what was the nature of those accommodations? Is that something that I would be able to look at, or how would I inquire, or how would I receive that information?
So currently that is not part of the public reporting website in terms of how many students accessed tools. It is information, though, that we have been requested to provide, and so we will be looking at doing something at least on a statewide level in terms of the tools that not only English learners but also our students with disabilities accessed.
Great, thank you. And just one more. I'm a little I'm wondering if there's messaging that is being crafted so that teachers, LEAs know how to communicate some of the results to the parents. We've seen a lot of what's happening in other states like New York and the backlash that's happened because parents are looking at this and it looks so different, right? And it's not that it's worse because this is the first year of data, but I think that it's important to have some talking points, a messaging strategy that would tell people, you know, this is the first year of implementation. It's the first outcomes that we have. Again, I would just hate to see California in the same predicament as other states.
So California's done quite a bit of work in terms of creating messaging and talking points and providing those to our districts via our website. We also have our stakeholder group. So we have organizations such as PTA, CTA, CFT, AXA, AXI, and Californians Together, and I'm sure I forgot some, CSESA. And so we do communicate with them also about our talking points and our key messages. So we have put together talking points not only about the state and in preparation for results, but we also did some related to our student score report when we put that out. We are working with ETS, our partner on this, and they've been very helpful. We will do something very similar when we actually know what the results are and we have to communicate those. We've also done some focus groups, some parent focus groups to kind of put out there some messages that we may want to consider when we do our public release to see which ones of those resonate with that group. So yes, we are working on that.
Board Member Shimasaki.
I'm a little confused about for the reporting for the LEAs and for the school sites and whether or not it's that this is the first year of implementation and then that would change the timeline for future years in terms of, like we talked about, that there's a concern that LEAs and sites wouldn't have access to one of the reports until the end of July, but then there was Deputy Ashley made one of the first comments that LEAs are able to access these scores in a dynamic way almost as soon as the students are completing these. And is there a component of that that requires that there be some sort of state results in terms of being able to compare it the targets that were discussed?
So in terms of our state reports, we do that when we have our public release, which Carrick mentioned is probably in late August, or it normally is in late August. In terms of access, there are multiple places where our districts have access to this data. The online reporting system, which was what was demoed here, is really meant to be that preliminary look at your data. Okay, we don't wait to do quality control checks. It's a possibility that there are even rescore requests or appeals that are in the system. But the goal is to get that data out there as soon as possible, and so that's what this system's intent is. In terms of it being like a one-year kind of timing problem, that is the case, partly because of the role situation and partly because we have a new contract starting next year and we do have quicker turnaround time in terms of scoring. So we have different vehicles, I think, that are going to help the situation for next year.
Okay. Quicker scoring by ETS.
As part of our contract negotiations.
Yeah, the new contract with ETS, which was signed this spring.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. In terms of the data file, though, that I mentioned that was in late July, that's really no longer preliminary. Those are your results, and that's used for different purposes within a school. They often take that data file and they upload it into their student information system, for example. Many of our schools already have permissions set up for schools and for teachers, in some cases, to have access to that data via that system.
Go ahead.
So then a follow-up question to that, is it fair to say that the preliminary data that's published on the online reporting service as students are taking the test, that's not somehow reliable in terms of informing instructional practices for the next year? Is that in the sense that it's a preliminary data file that's not an accurate representation?
I would say that our schools and our districts are the ones that are knowledgeable about what percentage of scores do they have in the system. They're knowledgeable about whether or not they have submitted any appeals that they think may cause some scores to change. So I think they are the ones that are in the best position to determine whether or not this data is appropriate for that use.
And then my last question, I promise. Would the data files that are released at the end of July, would those in future years with the new ETS contract, would the timeline for those data files be moved up?
I don't have that off the top of my head.
Yeah, Tony, go ahead.
Tony Alpert, Executive Director for Smarter Balance. So I just want to add on to respond to your question. I think it's really important as we think about as these results are released and how we ask that teachers in schools use these data as part of our approach to assessment literacy. This is one measure that they should consider, and they should consider the context of that data. So as they're thinking about what do they do next? What next? Now that I see this, they should consider, as Michelle suggested, what % of the data we're in are in the system and how many outstanding scores do they have. But then they should look at all of their other measures that they have available and start asking the questions, is it consistent with that evidence? Is it discrepant? And then start digging in. So we do not want people to make conclusions based on or create actions based exclusively on these data, but to start the inquiry process. And so I think it's just an important opportunity to remind folks of that important step.
Board Member Sun was next. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Just two technical questions. I live this on a day-to-day basis. You mentioned something about the access to the school site to teachers would be purview to the school. Is it the district's policy on accessing, or on? Was it the district's?
This is the policy question that Michelle and her team are working on now. Technically, it can be whatever you guys need it to be. And Michelle's trying to figure out what exactly you need it to be.
So we have had conversations with some schools to determine whether or not right now they give all teachers access to all student data, or whether or not they actually give access depending on whether or not you have that student enrolled in your course or your grade. And the answer was it is dependent on which school we talk to. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to build a system so that they can make those local decisions and determine whether or not their policy meets their interpretation of the privacy requirements.
Okay, so it could vary from district to district.
It could vary, right?
Okay.
It would be our coordinators, both at our district as well as our school site, who would be assigning those teachers access.
Okay, so we're in a charter school. You would have to negotiate with the district what access that you might be able to actually get for your student data.
I think for the most part, what we are hearing in our conversations with our schools and districts is that those decisions have already been made. They already have student information systems, and they know in their school, in their environment, whether or not they give access to all data, for example, to all teachers, or whether or not they restrict that access depending on enrollment. So I think that those conversations, in many cases, have already happened.
Okay. My other question is, you had mentioned that in order for this to be useful for teachers, they would be able to pull these up by cohort or by, let's say, Ms. Smith's third period class in 14-15, and then be able to look at that because now some of those students have a different schedule and they're going to another one. So you said there's the capacity in this online system to be able to sort students out in those kinds of ways. So my experience with these types of systems, that you have to somehow sync it with your student information system. So it's not like just a push of a button and I know what Ms. Brown's third period class and how they did last year, right? So you have to I think that's what you were saying about the upload of the spreadsheet and all that.
That is exactly why we are having our conversations with the SIS vendors.
Okay, very good.
And AIR is involved in those conversations.
Right. So I think just also recognition, I completely understand this first year, you're not going to get up to, they're still testing, they were testing up to, whenever. So it is difficult, but we also, I think we need to be realistic in understanding that to do some of that work of the whole having the SIS systems talk to the other system to get that to be very useful information is going to still take a few months delay at the actual local level to get to the teacher so that they could utilize that information.
And it's also important to know that this isn't a system that necessarily right now you would have to give access in order to use the results. So there are features on this system where they could download the data or they could print off reports. So there is still ways of supplying that data and information in its current format right now.
Okay, ID is next, I think.
I think it was I want to go back to Tony's comment, and I appreciate the fact that, again, it just reiterates the importance of why we need to have the information sooner than later. It is exactly right. You don't use one single point to determine how well you are doing as a district. But having the data sooner in order to be able to make those corrections earlier and determine that are your local benchmarks aligned or closely aligned? Are your teachers' common formative assessments that they're doing at the school site, getting them closer to that target? So I appreciate what Tony said about reminding us the importance that it's not a single data point, but the importance of what that data point helps us to really better inform, which is the goal here. How can we use data to better inform instruction is important. So I just wanted to thank you for that reminder.
Okay, and then Sue Burr, and then Pat Rucker.
So first, I just sort of want to echo what Board Member Rucker said, that congratulations on getting to this place, because it's pretty remarkable from nothing or from, printed test results 6 months later. So, but I also just want to, I'm a little concerned because I'm having deja vu all over again about the digital library and providing access. So, and we've had lots of conversations, Michelle, you've helped us with this a lot, about how optimistic we were that this new testing system was really going to be about improving teaching and learning. So in order to do that, to me, you have to provide the information to the people who actually make that happen in classrooms. So I'm just a little bit concerned about conversations around limiting the access to these test results. So what I think would be helpful is, for us to, as a board, to reiterate that, yes, the assessment system is supposed to be about improving instruction and improving learning, and that we create guidelines that are as flexible as possible at the local level for who gets access. So I don't know if you have those in place. You said you were sort of talking to LEAs. I'm very sensitive to Board Member Sun's comments about charters, that especially independent charters that are completely accountable on their own. They need to have this data and not be going through sort of a third-party intermediary. So I just sort of like to have more of a conversation about what are the impediments for making it available. I hear some things about FERPA and student privacy, whether that's the only one. Our
intent is to make sure that this is a system that the locals can determine how best they want to supply this data to their teachers. That has been the goal. We also I don't want to relive the digital library days either. So that's partly why we're having these conversations with our SIS vendors, because I think if we can partner with them, we could make this much easier in terms of getting that information on educators directly from that system in a way that it feeds in without having to go ask them to create a user logon, right? So we're trying to have those conversations because we don't want to relive that. We don't want to ask all of our educators once again to create an account. We have other work that's also going on to try and create these user roles that acknowledge that we will have some users in California and their permissions will be a digital library and interim and online reporting, right? And create a system that works with our schools and districts so that they understand what permissions educators have and what access to information they have so that they can make the informed decisions.
Okay, Board Member Rucker.
I'm happy to talk to you more, Sue.
So yeah, I agree with what Board Member Burr said concerning the issue of permissions. And I think what is not being said is that all end users in the school system should have permissions, but maybe what those permissions look like will be different based on who the end user is. So I'm hoping the guidance that goes out clearly specifies that everyone in the LEA should have some level of permission to have access. And as far as the digital library piece goes, that nightmare's not over, but that's for another conversation. Yeah. My comment that I originally wanted to speak to, and I'm glad Tony Alpert actually came to the microphone to talk, because I asked him a question. I'm going to renew the question today. On the Smarter Balanced website, there are 2 specific reports. The title of those 2 specific reports are really, I'm sorry to say, dull and dry. And there is no reason why I would open the reports, because they're called content specifications. And I'm hoping and I'm saying this, Tony, because I'm hoping you will get in your mind what's contained in those reports. The content specifications explain the claims. And then those content specifications for each grade and subject tested identify actually how the claims map back to targets and how those targets actually map back to Common Core state standards. When classroom teachers get the kind of score report information they're going to be able to see from ORs, it would be nice if they actually could look at those content specifications for their grade level and subject, because you actually do that. You actually break down the claim to the target to the Common Core state standard for their grade level and for their subject. Yet, when I look on your website and I read that title, there's no reason for me as a classroom teacher to open that report. And I'm actually sure that there are people in this room who did not know you had that particular resource. So I had asked you at the previous board meeting, are you looking at a way to make that information more attractive or easier to access, or are you able to create information about that particular report so that people know when they start looking at this other data, they have something to help them make that information from the OR system actionable, because they'll know what they're looking for or looking at in doing this planning and adjusting?
Thank you very much for the question, and I appreciate the clarification. I was going down a different route based on your direction, and so I appreciate the redirection. The California Department of Education has actually anticipated this need to a large extent and has been leading the work with support from my staff to build an interpretive guide, which uses exemplars, but doesn't quite go to the comprehensive evaluation of the content standards that you're getting at. So I'm very pleased that you were able to find and discern the content specifications, and you read the whole thing. That is an impressive feat, because as you that's right. We are prolific in our discussions about assessment, but we don't necessarily make it easy to understand, and so it is something that we need to work on. But that document, those two documents, the one for math and the one for English language arts, are foundational. They go through explicit detail about the relationship between the assessment and the standards, and how the standards are organized in a manner consistent with how we expect that teachers engage in the pedagogy of those standards. So, for example, we do not measure students reading or understanding the author's intent and understanding the actions of the main character separately. We would integrate that into a holistic approach, and so that might be, and I don't know if that happens to be, but it might be clustered in a standard together, so that in the manner consistent with how we expect teachers to interpret those standards, we're going to measure it in the same way. So it is an authentic representation of those standards as understood generally by educators. So,
okay, hold on one second.
Okay.
For those of you who speak a different register of English, let me break it down what he just said. What he is explaining is that, say, for in grade 3 math, and you look at, well, I'll say grade 3 English language arts, and you look at the claim related to research, it explains what the targets are. And then it explains for that grade 3 English language arts claim and research for those targets, what are the key Common Core state standards that were imperative for a focus of instruction for the classroom teacher. So what it does is it provides you a way of analyzing your instruction to understand not just content coverage, whether or not you covered the standard, but the level of depth that you approached in your instruction in the standard. And so what I'm hoping you'll do is take those guides and figure out a way to take the information that you actually succinctly develop in the guides and don't explain it the way you just did.
Fair enough. So I appreciate that. I appreciate the translation. So what Michelle and I will do, we'll talk about the work that they've already started on the interpretive guide, and I think what makes sense is to make an appendix that includes the associated elements from the content specification. So it's a neat package, and the interpretive guide, as California has started to define it, is in grade bands, so 3 to 5. So it'd still be some dense text in there, but it would be broken up a little bit more so that teachers could orient themselves, and so I'm confident we can come up with a solution. I'm happy to help. Oh, excellent! Thank you. We'll call on you.
Okay, I think we've
so let me see if I can wrap up this item.
We have some public comment. No, we're not.
I know there's public comment.
And the state superintendent wants to go ahead.
So before completing this item, I do want to give you one short technology update, but I'm going to ask Cindy Kazanis to come up and do that.
So Carrick offered or suggested I keep my comments brief. I know I'm between you and lunch. I'm Cindy Kazanas, the Director for Educational Data Management. I'm the lead for the technology segment on the assessments. And the one thing that was not included in the item was the good news that the governor's proposal of additional money towards broadband infrastructure was approved by the legislature and signed by the governor. It was cut in half, so it's only $50 million, but of the original 100. But $50 million is a big deal. And again, nationwide, we are, I think, definitely leading the efforts on trying to get our schools connected at higher speeds. Just a quick update on the schools that we had in our current cycle. We are beginning installation of those circuits to, again, upgrade bandwidth for our school sites. We're going to have some great stories this fall to share with you about those efforts. We have been creative in trying to help certain sites like Death Valley and others who are just very remote in accessing alternate methods besides fiber. That would be microwave. And we've had a great provider out of Las Vegas helping us. And so, again, creative solutions around a very challenging topic, but we have been very appreciative of the support from the governor, and obviously the superintendent feels very strongly about technology and getting access to our school sites. The other thing the governor's budget did was there was an educator professional development piece of $500 million. They carved out $10 million towards helping address our professional development issues at our network and management and infrastructure. So our LEAs, who we did identify in our report that came out this spring that is a major issue. We lack the professionals on the technology side, and we are going to be working again with the K-12 high-speed network, and obviously our partners in the technology field, and others in higher education to help work towards coming up with creative solutions towards this issue. So $10 million this year, again, was included in the governor's budget, signed by him, and is very exciting to be a part of this. So I congratulate you for your support. It's been a fabulous year yet again on the technology front. We have fulfilled what we promised, which was under 2,000 students taking paper pencil tests, which is under 2,000. It's about 1,800, and I do predict next year it's going to be even lower because of this, because of the big project, and that's a lot lower than predictions of even Smarter Balance for our state. And so, but this again, the money that we put forward this past year of $26 million is going to help reduce that number, among other things.
All right, State Superintendent.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and board members for a very focused, very informative, very helpful discussion. And I was going to also mention, Cindy got up there and mentioned how we're doing on the technology investment, and the $50 million is about twice as much as we had last year. So we're making big progress in terms of the investment. I want to thank the board for its support of the legislation and budget items that make this possible. I also wanted to take this time, since we have most of the team here, to thank Carrick, Cindy, to thank Michelle Center, John and the tech team, as well as the assessment team. And if they could just stand up and be recognized, what a stellar job they've done, creative, high energy. Please, anybody from the department on either of those teams, please stand up. Thank you. Thank you.
So let me also take this time to say that Cindy's done a tremendous job over the last 2.5 years, running our educational data management division, and she has recently agreed, with a small amount of persuasion, to take over the director job of analysis, measurement, and accountability reporting division. So she will be helping us lead the effort on accountability now, and that role for her will begin August 1st.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we're ready for public comment.
We have 4 speakers: Doug McCrae, Patty Scripter, Terry Burns, Roxanne Maraki.
Good afternoon, Patty Scripter, California State PTA. I really appreciate the comments of Board Member Rucker about the translation. We're going to need an additional translation for parents. And I'm really pleased that I got up last meeting and told you that on the individual student reports, we'd had the opportunity for input. It was listened to. We think it made a difference. At that time, I said, we're here to help. Was tapped on the shoulder, and we gave input on the video that has been released. And claims and targets and content specifications and mapping back have meaning for you. But we took, with our input and input of others, they took an 8-minute video, condensed it down to 4 minutes, and made it really useful. We have it posted on our website. We're really committed to the effort to communicating to parents as we go into this time when results are going to come out. We do appreciate the talking points, and we agree that patience and persistence is a key message for parents, because we're going to get the first results because we've done away with all other accountability. So parents are going to get their student score reports, and that's going to be the only thing they have to look at. And so we're going to have to help them with context and meaning and the reset, and all that's important. But we also have to develop more than talking points for parents. We also have to give them access to additional information so that they understand that this revamp of of how we're educating in California with the LCFF, with the new standards, with new assessments is really part of a coherent plan that's going to help student outcomes and going to help our students be prepared for the future. So that's really important. I want to give a quick shout out. I was able to attend the Smarter Balance in-person stakeholder group. I love the webinars. I don't have to take off work. I don't have to leave. But meeting in person and hearing the discussion, having the table talks, creating those relationships with other partners who are also communicating out was really valuable and appreciated. Also, I understand the frustration with access to data, but I really respect, as a parent, the thoughtfulness they're looking at for data privacy, which is a really key issue for parents. Thanks.
Good afternoon. I'm Doug McRae, retired test publisher from Monterey. Last week, Idaho, Washington, and Oregon released Smarter Balanced preliminary results from their spring testing, using the Smarter Balanced online reporting system as the source for their data. All three states indicated the results were based on incomplete data, but reflected early indications for final results released later. Why isn't California releasing preliminary results like Idaho, Washington, and Oregon? It looks like California has something to hide. The public is familiar with releases of preliminary data on their public institutions, and the test results are available now. State Board should ask the preliminary statewide results be released, that local districts be advised to release their own preliminary results when they feel it's appropriate. Also, CDE has been releasing numbers of students initiating tests and completing tests on a weekly basis during the spring testing window. These data evidently are based upon log-on and log-off statistics, no consideration for number of items attempted or patterns of responses. In other words, a student or a technician can log on, log off. That student is counted as participating even if not a single question has been attempted. For the 45 years I've been involved in K-12 testing, there have been minimal specifications for what counts as a legitimate attempt to take a test, usually something like 4 or 5 questions along with other criteria. My questions are, what does the CDE consider a legitimate attempt to take a Smarter Balance test, and how will final participation numbers be determined? Finally, I'd note the pre-test and post-test surveys have no questions on implementation of Common Core instruction at the school or district levels. Without this information, we are all flying blind on the validity, reliability, and fairness of the results reported by Smarter Balance tests. Thank you.
Afternoon, Terry Burns on behalf of California School Boards Association. We want to take the opportunity to thank the department for a very timely and high-quality video explaining to parents the student score report. I want to commend that to all the groups in the room and everybody watching this on TV. Having that as students are coming back to school, as parents are getting these reports, be hugely helpful, and we thank you for having that. We've linked that to the CSBA website, shared it with board members, and are really aggressively trying to get that out to everybody so we can get that word out. Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Kirst, Superintendent Torlakson, and members of the board. My name is Roxana Marashi. I'm Associate Professor of Education at San Jose State University. Last week, I sent a letter to the board documenting the lack of evidence of scientific validity of the Smarter Balanced assessments, with attention to violations of basic standards of testing in fairness, access, tech interface usability, and test security. A version of this letter is now posted on eduresearcher.com. In a detailed report published this past March by SR Education Associates, Steve Rasmussen concluded that question after question the tests violate the standards they are supposed to assess, cannot be adequately answered by students with the technology they are required to use confusing and hard-to-use interfaces, or are to be graded in such a way that incorrect answers are identified as correct, or incorrect answers are as incorrect. He concludes that, quote, responsible government bodies should withdraw the tests from use before they do damage. I strongly agree and urge you to communicate clearly to the public a full disclosure regarding the lack of validity of the tests and to refrain from disseminating false scores. To date, there has not been a formal reply to the invalidation report. I'd like to request that a response be provided publicly to address the flaws found in the accessibility of the assessments. I'd also like to request that a statement be made regarding the state board's commitment to upholding the protection of human subjects in research, an exploration of how these ethical protections have been upheld in the current federal grant projects related to the SBAC, and a plan for how they will be upheld in subsequent proposals to extend the work of SBAC. There have been many positive policy changes in California, including LCFF funding, standards, the attention to community and student voice, and increase in funding. I urge you to uphold standards in community and student voice and increases in funding. I'm sorry. I urge you to uphold standards in educational and psychological testing. These tests have impacts on the motivation of youth when they are being told that they are failing. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the public comment. So the board will adjourn for lunch and come back at 20 after 1.
20 after 1?
20 after 1.
I've never seen her. We've been doing Smarter Balance, working on it like years. She's just now showing up. I missed who she said she was and whatever. Something called Edu Researcher. Some group
leave your worries, leave them on the doorstep. Life's sweet. Just direct your feet to the sunny, sunny side of the street. Hop a balloon that pitter-pat. You know that happy tune is my step. Life's all right if you dig that beat on the sunny, sunny side of the street. Used to walk in the shade with my blues on parade. What a drag, old man, getting stuck in the shade. Get hip, don't be afraid. Move it on over, keep yourself in the clover. Only hip for a cent, who cares? Rich as Rockefeller can't be beat. Gold dust round my feet on the sunny, sunny side of the street.
State Board will reconvene, and we're now ready for the item on the California Alternative Assessment. This is item 4 on your list.
This is from Judy. It's the new waiver.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me try the other one. Press this one. Technology defeated me. Good afternoon, Superintendent Torlikson, President Kirst, Executive Director, and members of the board. I am Lily Roberts, the Interim Director of the Assessment, Development, and Administration Division, and I will be talking to you about item 4. It is an action item. We are presenting the blueprints for the alternate assessment tests in English language arts and mathematics. And I'd like to start with just a brief background because I know we have a couple of new members on the board. Last July, the board eliminated the California Alternate Performance Assessment in English Language Arts and Mathematics and directed the department to move forward with exploring other options for an alternate assessment that would be operational next year. And so we, at that time in July of last year, had completed the Phase 1 pilot with the National Center and State Collaborative. And then we went on to participate as a state in the Phase 2 pilot of the National Center and State Collaborative. And we had asked that group if we could then be participants in their operational assessment this spring, but as a 100% field test. And they were not able to accommodate us. So we had to have our testing contractor, because the California Alternate Assessment is under the umbrella of the CASP, the California Assessment of Student Performance in Progress. We had to ask ETS to then and amend their contract, their old contract, to develop the field test for this spring. And that was just, this was part of the last update, but since you skipped through it, I'm giving you a little bit of background. And for those who are new, and so we just completed that field test at the middle of June, and the results will be coming out later this summer. We did have nearly 60,000 tests completed. We had over 30,000 students in taking each of the content areas, which is very good in grades 3 through 8 and 11. This is our population of students with significant cognitive disabilities, or sometimes referred to as the 1% population. And so I'll talk now about these blueprints. This item also has 3 attachments, and I hope the print's not too small, President Kirst, because I also am challenged with my vision on this. So I'm sorry? In the item. Yeah, it's not on the screen. So I don't know if you have access to that in what you have with you.
I don't believe that item 3, any attachments.
Realities. And so the attachment 1 is the ELA blueprint, and it's necessarily different because of the way it's set up, the content and the item types from the mathematics assessments. And the mathematics is over 2 attachments for the 2016 and then 2017 and 2018 years, and I'll explain that in a minute. These blueprints were designed to be proportional to the items and the standards assessed on the National Center and State Collaborative assessments. And if you are looking at these attachments, or even if you're not, what I want to point out is that in these blueprints, like the NCSC assessment, is that the Common Core standards are connected to the essential understandings, which are the learning progressions for the students in this population through what NCSC called the core content connectors. And so it provides a meaningful linkage between what is assessed and the standards and what the students should be able to know and do through the instruction provided in the classroom. On the left side, or columns 2 and 3, if you were looking at the attachments, it has that proportional percentage in the English, the content categories for what is on our alternate assessment proposed to be with these blueprints and what is proportional on the NCSC. So for example, on reading literary For grade 3, we have 30% on ours and 30% on NCSC. In the mathematics, what I'd like to point out is that we pulled together 2 meetings of stakeholders, California educators who work with this population of students, and asked them to look at these blueprints, both ELA and mathematics, and some of their input in the math areas that we had different proportions on some of the blueprints by grade. And they are by grade and by content area. And so that's a slight difference between these two as well. The layout is also different. The reason we have the math in 2 attachments. So let me talk about the difference between the router and the non-router items, because those are included. This is to be a 2-staged adaptive test. We're hoping that we can go live with that in the 2016 year. We are working, we'll know for sure on August 1st there's some work that AIR has to do because we don't want to displace the work of Smarter Balance. We're very successful there, so it may be put off by a year and we'd have a linear form. But these blueprints would still work for that. So the router items are those that are at 1 or more of the 3 levels of complexity. There are items that are at level 1, 2, or 3, 1 being the least complex. This again is parallel with the NCSC model of tiers of complexity. And so in the item development on the ELA blueprints, on this first page, there are 4 items for the very first content area. That means they will actually, ETS would develop 3 times that, 1 for each of the levels of complexity. So they would have 12 items and so forth down the number of total items that you see here. So where it says 4, that actually represents 12 that would be developed. So these router tests, the stage 1, is where a student would come in and they would be given a series of items across the 3 levels of complexity in ELA or in mathematics, and that would determine what level they would be at. So it would really be an analysis of, on average, what is their ability level. So the student's true ability, I'm trying to avoid my psychometric language because we know that's we need translations when we get there. So we want to look at their true ability, and then we want to give them more items that are at that level of complexity. Because, those of us who have been teachers, you don't want to give a test that's too high or too low for a student because it doesn't give you any information. So we want to target that. And in 2016, because we want to have more items in our bank, we will be developing more and testing more students on the router items. So there is a larger number in 2016 of router items, those stage 1. So students will be experiencing items at different levels, all 3 levels. What ETS is working on is what we refer to as a stopping rule. So if a student literally can't go beyond an item at a certain point, there will be stopping rules for the test examiners. Okay. So that's all I want to say for now. Okay, so if you have questions, fine. I know we want to move along and gain time, so.
Questions from the board? We have a motion with this as well, so board members may want to ask questions about that. Yes, Board Member Burr.
And this probably goes back to the last item, Lily, because we didn't really get the update. I know we were hoping that we would be successful, perhaps, with conversations with the consortium. So I guess we were not, and we need to go our own way on the alternative assessment.
We have been engaging in
conversation. Yeah, there's a big update from that.
Okay,
go ahead.
Kara can do that.
Yeah, no, we have Plan A, which is consortium.
Carrick Ashley, Deputy Superintendent. So I'm not sure I would refer to it as a big update, but Fred Balcom, Special Ed Director, and I did meet with Lila Williams, who is the fiscal agent taking over the NCSC assessment and for implementation. They are prepared, though I'm not sure it is yet released, an RFP from 9 states of that consortium to then move forward. She's aware of California's interest in participating either as not in the RFP, too late for that, but as I'll use a technical term here, a piggyback to that assessment. They know that California and I believe at least 2 other states are interested in participating in that. So we still are investigating the possibility of interacting and either using the assessment as a whole or having the items and having our test contractor use the items and assessment that we deliver.
But that's, again, why these blueprints, the way they're set up, will allow us to integrate those NCSC items with ours.
Okay, other board member questions? Board member Molina.
Probably not appropriate, but I'm going to give it a stat. The blueprints and the ability to be, I know we did the pilot test. In the interim and in the digital library, is any of this going to be housed there? Or
Good question. Not that I'm aware of.
is that something that we could consider so that we have a blueprint and we should really be thinking about how we're going to be supporting our special needs students.
Sure.
So what would be, I'd like to suggest that we think about this in both the libraries, the interim and digital.
Right, the blueprints, but having this in the library. Yeah, the blueprints will be posted on the website, but you mean information?
Right. So as teachers are using the interim to help them determine how they're doing on instruction, we should be doing the same thing with our special needs teachers.
All right, we will look into that. And then also the NCSC Wiki has a lot of information and tools for instruction. And Kristen Brown is here from the Special Education Division. I know she will be continuing to work with the community of practitioners that were established during the early development and work in California with the consortium.
But sometimes the digital library can include materials.
Right, we can look into
it
that.
could be on her in the special ed area, but to bring it in for all teachers.
Right. Yeah. This is the greatest shift for our special needs teachers, and we're really struggling in the implementation of the Common Core and understanding what the expectations are. And part of the problems we're dealing with is I don't have the resources, I don't know what this is going to look like. We're using a little bit different language here, use the word router. And I don't know if this is correct, but when I heard you say the level of complexity, I equated it to a DOK level 1 or DOK level 2, but I don't think that's what you mean.
Right.
Right?
Right.
Yeah, so I think the issue is, can these other materials be submitted to the digital library and see whether they fit or how they fit?
I'm not in charge of the digital library, but we can certainly look into that.
Yeah, look into that.
We'll definitely look into that.
Yeah, okay.
Good point.
Other
And I
board
will
members?
have a conversation with the SELPA folks tomorrow, so I can talk to them about how we can also provide that.
Other board member comments? If not, we can have public comment.
Doug McCrae, one speaker.
Good afternoon. I'm Doug McCrae, retired test publisher from Monterey. Proving blueprints after items have been written and item tryouts have been conducted, as was done with CalAlt, is not an efficient or effective way to conduct a good test development program. Just like building a new house, one does the blueprints first and then proceeds to the construction. That being said, the CalAlt blueprints that you have before you appear to be pretty closely aligned with the NCSC blueprints, which were adopted by NCSC governance prior to conducting 2 rounds of item development and item tryout exercises. This opens the door for a possible blended NCSC CalAlt benchmark test, both using public domain NCSC items and valid CalAlt items for a benchmark year exercise spring 2016, not an operational year, to provide data for achievement standard setting, that is the threshold scores for achievement levels for a true operational test in 2017. This option should be considered in addition to the option of fully rejoining the NCSC consortium or the group of states that will be following the consortium that use the test with the NCSC threshold scores to be determined within the next few months. As a true operational test that would get you there by spring of 2016 rather than 2017. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, we have public comment. Is I'm ready for a motion? Member Burr?
I move the department recommendation to approve the blueprints.
Second.
Second? Who second? I'm sorry. Oh, Molina. Okay, Molina second. Is there any public comment on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, item 5 on the implementation of the California English Language Development Standards.
Good afternoon, Superintendent Torlakson, President Kirst, and board members and Executive Director. I'm Veronica Aguilar, Director of the English Learner and Support Division. This item is to provide an update on the implementation of the California English Language Development Standards. The State Board of Education can take action as deemed necessary and appropriate. The California Department of Education recommends no specific action at this time. The State Board adopted the California ELD standards in November of 2012. The California ELD Standards Implementation Plan was presented to the Governor and Legislature in November of 2013 and fulfilled the requirements of former California Education Code Section 60811.3E. The California ELD Standards Implementation Plan describes the philosophy for the successful integration of the California ELD standards, and it is a living document. The plan is posted on the CDE English Language Development Standards webpage. Similar to the Common Core State Standards Systems Implementation Plan for California, the California ELD Standards Implementation Plan was grounded in the same 7 guiding principles, strategies, to depict the integrated nature of our educational system. Barbara Murchison, former program administrator for the former Common Core Systems Implementation Office, presented on this topic at every board meeting from September 2012 to May 2014. During those updates, the California ELD Standards Implementation Plan was consistently part of the highlights of each of those updates to the board. Therefore, consistent with previous updates, Attachment 1 provides highlights for each of the 7 guiding principles as it relates to the California English Language Development Standards Implementation Plan. Attachment 2 provides a list of key events ranging from September 2013 through May 2015. I would like to highlight a few items that have been successful at implementing the ELD standards. To facilitate high-quality professional development, CDE, in collaboration with stakeholders, completed 5 English Language Arts English Language Development Framework launch events across the state in San Diego, San Mateo, Fresno, Bakersfield, and Stockton, and I believe some board members attended those launch events. The events were a huge success and were completely sold out. CDE is planning similar events for the upcoming year. We already have one planned for Chico and Santa Clara, possibly. Also, the Accountability Leadership Institute in December of 2013 and in December of 2014 had attendance of over 700 participants from across the state. And again, there was collaborative effort there to launch the ELD framework. And various divisions presented at the California Association of Bilingual Education, which is known as CABE conference, in April of 2014 and March of 2015, with every session being filled to capacity. And that was a particular exciting event because many divisions from the department presented at the CABE conference collaboratively one-day institutes. There are also 13 professional learning modules posted on the digital chalkboard, 2 of which are devoted to the implementation of the English Language Development Standards. In addition, there has been work groups that have been created, digital work groups that have been created for the Bilingual Coordinators Network and the Title III directors and just ELs in general that teachers can join and have conversations in. The CDE has made available additional translations of several documents regarding the standards in the top 18 languages. The CDE is in the process of replacing the California English Language Development Test, known as the CELT, with an assessment aligned to the 2012 ELD standards, known as the LPAC. Instructional ELD supplemental materials were adopted by the board in 2014, and it is anticipated that in November 2015, recommendations for the adoption of the ELD standards aligned instructional materials will be presented to the board by the Curriculum Frameworks and Instructional Resource Division, my colleague Tom Adams. It is important to note that California has led the nation in being the first to have an integrated English language arts, English language development framework. No other state has integrated both standards in one framework. Authors of the framework have been invited to present to the Education Department in Washington, D.C., and in Toronto, Canada. Other states have shared they are mirroring California's ELD standards as they are model standards. The California English Language Development Standards Implementation Plan has been a collaborative effort with multiple divisions at CDE. The implementation plan highlights in attachment 1 show the collaborative nature amongst divisions, such as the Assessment Development and Administration Division, the Professional Learning and Support Division, the Curriculum Framework and Instructional Resource Division, and the Career and College Transition Division. In conclusion, I would like to thank my colleagues in the department, as this has been a joint effort, and various entities and stakeholders in the field that have supported the successful implementation of the California ELD Standards Implementation Plan. As we continue to collaborate and implement the plan, we look forward to the continued collaboration. Thank you for your time, President Kirst and members of the board, and for the opportunity to provide an update. You have any questions?
Okay, yeah, board member questions. We haven't looked at this implementation plan in a while, so I think this is a timely.
I just want to follow up and support all the work that the department and the writers have done on the rollout so far. It's been really intense. At the beginning of June, we had a rollout meeting as an update, and what we realized is every event is sold out. Every event. And we have huge parts of the state that we haven't even addressed yet. LA, Orange County, San Bernardino, Santa Barbara, Ventura, a huge area of our state. And the Instructional Quality Commission, CDE, the writers, there's a huge amount of volunteer time that goes into this. But at the planning meeting, it became clear about how early we are in the rollout. So I don't know if the plans are to collaborate with county offices, because I know it has to do with registration and enrollment. But I feel like we address two areas: one, continuing rollout of awareness and implementation strategies, and then secondly, once you have awareness, kind of how do you build capacity for administrative leadership, teacher leadership, collaboration. So I'm interested in sort of what we are thinking about as the next steps, and so clearly we need to either reach out to local universities or county offices in this big area that we haven't addressed, because there's great resources there, but how you navigate it, the modules are fabulous, and actually it may be helpful to give the link to board members so they can see electronically some of the wonderful modules there are for training materials that are developed. But we have barely touched who we need to touch in the state. So I'm just really interested, first in complimenting the work, but thinking about our next phases of implementation.
Right. Well, I think with the Blueprint 2.0, that's definitely in the plans of having more professional development in this area. And as I mentioned, we are looking to working collaboratively with county offices of education to continue the ELA-ELD framework rollouts. And as you were part of that conversation when we were planning, there's other ideas that we're working on. Definitely now there's funding for professional development that went out to counties, so collaborating with counties to be able to do that. We do have Carrie Professional Learning that may want to come up and make some statements about that, but it's early. We are thinking of all the various ways that we can carry out more of the work, but we do need funding, and so part of the hesitation there of stating what we are going to do fully is we have been collaborating with the county offices of education to be able to do those rollouts that we have carried out. So as we continue to engage in those conversations and have those partnerships, the more rollouts that we could do and the more events that we could do. In terms of higher ed, that's certainly one of the elements in the Blueprint 2.0, and so we are looking into that as well.
Is there any federal money that you could divert from other purposes into such an important statewide effort?
From Title, so I'm in charge of the English Learner Support Division, which receives Title III funding, and that's supplemental funding for Title III. Maybe we could have someone that has.
So
I hope, is that working? Lupita Cortez Alcala, Deputy Superintendent for Instruction and Learning here at the department. We do have Title II funding. Many of the staff that here at the department that is funded with federal funding is the staff that gets to go out to do some of the professional learning, so that's part of their work. Most of the Title II money goes out to LEAs for that professional learning, but there is some administrative, and we'll definitely look at that and how that's, right now it's invested in our CMIS program. When you get the Educator Equity Plan update, we'll talk a little bit about the current monitoring system that we have for highly qualified teachers and what we need to do for teachers. But much of the money is invested in CalPADS, in our equity monitoring instrument or system, and then some of the federal people funded at the department. Most of the rest of the money goes out to LEAs for professional development, though.
Yeah, and tell me why Title III can't be used. Is that's the English learner title in the?
Oh, Title III monies for the staff that's, and you can talk a little bit more about the staff and what you do and what it funds.
Title III is the
They're
English
also
learner.
quite involved in the dispersing and presenting.
Yeah, okay.
But you can give more detail.
So the items that I mentioned, the Accountability Institute is funded by Title III. The Bilingual Coordinators Networks, which meet quarterly, is funded by Title III. The various presentations that we've done to at conferences, CABE, all the travel that's involved with those events is paid by Title III. I have highlighted everything that has been paid with Title III. I was trying to address the question of Member Strauss of doing more than what we're currently doing.
Could some of those other activities be delayed or not meet as frequently so we can do some of this? Usually the impression I get of federal money, it's sunk costs, you don't change it, and so on, and that.
We also have responsibilities.
I understand the Title II problem. I'm really at the
Title III as well.
The Title III money. Yeah. Go ahead. Help me.
I think, okay. So I think we need to shift our conversation in that probably the greatest accomplishment is that we took the English language arts and the ELD and we created one framework. So it's not the responsibility of Title III, but it is the responsibility as a whole. And it's really, we need to look at ourselves and say, how are we going to support this professional development as a whole? Particularly as we begin to have the conversation of the augmentation of mathematics, science, and so forth. So what we are saying in the state of California is that English learners are a concern for us, and we, so much so that we are going to always have the conversation as a form of instruction for all students. I shouldn't say that, not for all students, in a combined effort. So my question is, if it's funding, where is it in the budget that addresses this as a core process to provide professional development? We want all teachers, that was the goal of developing the framework. We want all teachers to understand how you're going to do designated ELD and how you're going to do integrated ELD to access the core content. That is a huge shift for us. And how we're going to specifically do that work is the challenge before us. And I'm questioning the funding source, the support staff, and frankly, a tiered method of professional development. One is the launching, the other is digging into the framework and tearing it apart, and helping districts how you do designated and integrated ELD. That's the challenge for us. So I would like to hear a little bit more about how, as a state, we are setting up that tier process, getting to the county offices, ensuring that we are hitting the small communities, districts, because I know that there are districts who don't even do integrated ELD because they're so small, right? And that's a huge concern for us. Now that I'm going to get off my soapbox.
No,
okay.
You reframed it. That's good. Okay, that's a different question.
You've identified an incredibly great need, and I think that a very important state role. To finish the conversation about Title III, our number one priority is to ensure that every English learner is being served. And in order to do that, we have various ways of doing that. And we have technical assistance, field people that go out and monitor it. We also provide technical assistance with regards to what they need to do with regards to parents and other things. But what we do when we meet with Title III coordinators, and it's through the County Office of Education, many of them, and they're throughout the state, or the Bilingual Coordinators Network, is we provide information about how to do that best. That, because the state is large, 6.2 million, 300,000 teachers. We, the state, can't get, nor are funded to do these launches throughout the entire state. But I believe, and maybe the superintendent talked about his legislative proposals and his plans and the Blueprint 2.0 and what we envision the state's role can be. And if not, it's been made pretty clear that a lot of the funding that comes to the state goes directly to LEAs through LCFF or the $490 million. That doesn't, we siphon it out, but we don't necessarily get a part of it to help coordinate these efforts. However, we can absolutely coordinate with County Office of Education, the UC subject matter projects, and the CSUs, and the independent privates that really want us to bring together the schools of education, want us to bring together the providers. We absolutely have a role and want a greater role, but there is, we need to get either more creative or get some funding so that we can have that, develop that statewide structure. And I don't know if Superintendent Torlakson wants to say a few words about that.
Sure. Well, this truly is one of our highest of priorities. If we don't get it right here, we miss the boat for all of California. We know we need to help the English learners. We are looking in conversation with legislative leadership of items that could be put in the budget in the upcoming year, identifying more precisely where the help's needed, how to roll it out, what the costs would be. So we're in that dialogue, and the Blueprint 2.0 underscores, again, the importance of helping English learners succeed. Our priority to create a new division focused on English learners has resulted in really good work, teamwork across divisions and branches, but there's a lot more work to go. So I think we're short on state general fund money. We have Title III, we have the different titles. We have some federal money. A lot of that's tied up, but we'll look where we can of those existing pots. But I think we're going to need to expand the pot to have additional funds to fund additional bodies, experts to go out in the field and make this happen. And it's about the professional development around the new English language development standards and English language arts. But it's also about compliance with current law. It's also about monitoring. It's also about advice to the LEAs. Are they meeting the mark? Are they, matching their obligations with the money and resources to make it happen?
Okay, Board Member Rucker.
I think this is probably the most significant part of this conversation, because particularly sitting up here and at this particular vantage point, the conversation is always about what the state is going to do to implement these trainings or take responsibility for ensuring that in some way LEAs and classroom teachers across the state are touched by this. So I'm very sensitive to, and I understand Dr. Molina's point about what are we doing. But I really appreciate what you explained, Lupita, about the need for the state to have more of the role of coordinating, because the money doesn't come to the state to do the training, and the state, even if the desire and the resources may exist at this level, you don't have the revenue stream to do the work. The revenue stream and the responsibility and even the mandate to do the work that we're talking about here really is flowing from the state to the locals. So probably looking at the coordination probably is the most significant role the state can play. Not so much because coordination is a big fancy schmancy way of saying we're going to watch and see what everybody's doing, but it really does help to look at what's being covered, how it's being covered, and where the possible linkages are in the work that can be done. And so I think it is important to have that conversation, figure out how to do that, but also because there is a significant amount of money in this year's budget that has been going out to the locals for professional development, we need to make sure that it's clear there are multiple things and multiple expectations and multiple topics of professional development that have to be done, so that we're not isolating math instruction, implementing the Common Core, and ELD, ELA instruction. And then, of course, then the training that's going to go along with training teachers on their new adoption, since that's going forward too. Probably we also have to help districts understand how to coordinate those things so that they do not believe they're contracting for separate and distinct professional development that doesn't do the integration that Dr. Molina talked about. So maybe this is going to be another instance where we have more money than sense, but it's probably an opportunity to look at what kind of guidance the state can offer to districts on how to do this, where to find those resources, or how to use the resources that are available, because districts need a lot of help. And in asking for what the state's role is going to be, I don't think it's just what training are you going to give me, but how can you help me understand some of the best practices, the best approaches for making this training work and for making the opportunity to do the training work in the best possible way in my local context. So I think that might be a place to start the conversation. But if we start and end this conversation from this dais on what the state is going to do, we're not going to have an opportunity to have make some decisions about professional learning for our educators that has a point of saturation that would satisfy us, because the revenue stream is not attached to that conversation.
Okay, while we're deliberating on this, I wanted to draw to people's attention that Strategy 3 in the plan of the state implementation plan concerns the new assessment called LPAC. That assessment has been held up for a number of months in the Department of General Services because of a protest by one of the one of the organizations that didn't get the contract. So I'm happy to report that the Department of General Services approved our request for proposal and denied the challenge, so California can now begin the development of the LPAC assessment system.
That's great news.
Okay.
Can I respond to
Yes, you may.
Board Member Rucker? When I speak to what's the state, I am referring to the responsibility of launching the overall understanding of the intent of this framework, not the specificity of the contents of the framework, because it does belong at the LEA level. However, I do believe it's our responsibility to be very clear about what it is and what the intents are, so that we need to begin to change the mindset of the way we used to do business. And that is that we saw it like this. And as a result of seeing it as two separate entities and funding coming from a different source, we don't have understanding about how important this issue is, and that we're saying as a state that no longer exists. It's this. So I do believe we have a level of responsibility to launch what it means at two levels, not only the state level, and that's why I suggested the counties and partnering. And I know how hard that was, because trying to do it in Bakersfield, that was, and it was about location. I mean, it's simple about, there wasn't a place large enough to do the level of work that needed to happen. What I'm trying to say is, it's getting to our new teachers at the university system and understanding that framework. I don't know how we're CTC, who's, right, and how we're doing that piece, because we can't just do the state and the teachers currently. We need to be doing this work parallel to our new teachers and making sure that framework is well understood, and the teachers that are graduating from the system understand the expectation, as well as bringing everybody else up to speed. So it really is about a mind shift, sending a mindset of how we used to do business into where we are now. So that was my point, Ms. Rucker.
And I think your point is the heart of Southern California has not even been exposed to this mind shift.
So let me say, it's probably helpful, the Concurrence Commission, which funds the subject matter projects, had a meeting in early June, and Joanne Iskin, who's chair of our Instructional Quality Commission and also helped coordinate all the edits and the work on the framework, actually was there and participated with the subject matter, and actually as an term for them to get their funding. They have to agree not just to address Common Core, but to utilize the framework in their trainings. Because, so some people say, oh, I'm doing Common Core, but they don't always, as though we say, use the framework, which is the tool to implement it. And even in LCAP, we're finding that people put Common Core, but don't always put in framework. Those of us who do the framework know that that's the tool that we've worked so hard to develop. And I think we need to be kind of more explicit about that actually going forward, but at least in the subject matter projects where people are looking for professional development as a condition of their funding, they have to use the framework, which is like 1,200 pages of amazing resources with an executive summary tool coming very shortly. So I think that's the message we have to do in the next round, which is you don't just, that's the tool we developed and that's there to be used. That's right, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I would just like to say in closing that currently, and Member Strauss has been a member of the Planning Committee, and certainly County Offices of Education, Higher Ed have been involved in this work already, West Ed. So we're doing that collaboration and coordination, and so we're planning to continue to do that and expand those efforts.
Well, I guess I have one more add-on is that we're actually looking at, in Southern California, to do a one-day Principals Institute, because we know that the site levels have to have that skill level to help lead the work at the site level. So there's some work being done with the outreach of that planning group. So we'll keep you posted on the collaboration as we go forward, but there's certainly a commitment and on a volunteer basis of all the people who've been part of this process.
Yes, and we truly appreciate your participation also. So thank you.
Okay, State Superintendent, and then we have public comment.
Great. Just one other footnote, and to comment further on Member Molina's focus on teacher preparation. And so we are in conversation. We're going to be having a meeting. Linda Darling Hammond is on the CTC. Your liaison, Michelle Zumont, sits for me, but I'm going to be becoming more active on there with Michelle. But what we're looking at is a number of areas where we're asking the credentialing programs, are you preparing our students for the realities of today in urban settings and poverty settings? And particularly, are you ready to help English learners succeed and have the training there? So that's a longer range solution, but we're already taking steps. I've talked to Chancellor Tim White. We're wanting to bring this to the intersegmental roundtable, which brings together UC, CSUs, the private colleges. How can we address our credentialing program to be even stronger to help meet this challenge?
Okay, this is an information item, so we'll have public.
Chris Nichols and Terry Burns.
Good afternoon, President Kirst, Superintendent Torlickson, and State Board members. Again, I'm Dr. Chris Nichols, and I'm here representing Californians Together and GAVE. I would like to comment on the status of the implementation of the ELD standards, and I do want to start off by recognizing, as we've already done this afternoon in the comments, the work of the board and the department in first developing and now rolling out these new standards. But I'd like to just concur with you and share with you some insights from the field where I am most often. There's still a large disconnect between what we have intended in the framework and what is happening in the field, and we need to find a way to bridge that disconnect. What's often I'm finding as I'm working with districts is that in their Common Core training, they're not mentioning the ELD standards, even though they're using the framework to frame their work on the Common Core. Same way when they do ELD training, it's separate and it's with the framework, but they're not connecting it to not only the ELA, they're not connecting it to other content standards as well. An example of this, the professional development that's gone on through districts as they've sought to address the issue of curriculum for the Common Core is they've developed extensive units of study because they had no way they had to cobble together units of study to be able to meet the Common Core standards. Their way of integrating ELD was adding ELD standards at the end of this long list of things to do in the unit, and it's now integrated because it's in the unit plan, but it's not a part of the daily lessons for that particular unit. But they are integrating ELD because they are present in the unit plan. The underlying, and I believe the overwhelming issue facing teachers and administrators is the understanding and the implementing of the integrated and designated ELD, and then being able to connect them both at into their content area instruction. It's just not happening. This is particularly challenging at the secondary level where I work a lot. as the implementation of integrated and designated ELD requires collaboration among a school culture that is typically very departmentalized.
Time.
Thank you.
I just want to make sure if there's anyone else for item 5 that please step up.
Terry Burns on behalf of California School Boards Association. We appreciate the outreach efforts are just at the beginning stages, but we did have one concern that there was only one presentation that addressed Strategy 5, and that's the outreach to the business and higher education communities. And if we really are working with post-secondary and business to address college and career, it seems that they really need to be engaged in this much more. So we would ask that the department focus some energy there. We appreciate the resources issue. But again, we're needing to define what college and career is and then really direct all our resources towards that. Thank you.
Okay, so we're ready now to move on to item 6, which is the correspondence work on the Common Core standards to the next generation science standards.
Good afternoon again. I get item 6 again. On behalf of the State Superintendent of Public Instruction, I, along with my colleagues, will present the important work undertaken for meeting the requirements of Assembly Bill 899 and recommend action by the board. The State Superintendent of Public Instruction recommends that the board approve the correspondence study report indicating that there is a strong correspondence between the California English Language Development Standards and the language demands found in the California Standards for Mathematics and the California Standards for Science. In addition, the State Superintendent of Public Instruction recommends the augmentation document that shows explicit examples of how the California English Language Development Standards corresponds to the language demands of the academic content standards for mathematics and science be posted for 30-day public comment period and returned to the State Board for approval in November of 2015 after those comments are taken into consideration. So federal statutes, Title I and Title III, require that English language development standards align with the state content and achievement standards in mathematics and reading language arts and science. As you know, in 2012, the State Board of Education adopted the California ELD standards that corresponds with the California Common Core standards for English language arts and literacy. Assembly Bill 899, signed by the governor in 2013, required the State Superintendent of Public Instruction to recommend to the State Board of Education any modifications, if needed, to link the California ELD standards to the academic content standards for math and science. AB 899 required the State Superintendent of Instruction to convene a group of experts with a minimum of 2 public meetings. The bill required the State Board of Education to adopt or reject the superintendent's recommendations, and that's why we're here today. The State Board of Education will also ensure that any modifications to the English language development standards adopted by the State Board are incorporated into the mathematics and science curriculum frameworks. So those are the 2 charges, to adopt or reject the recommendations and to ensure any modifications to the ELD standards are incorporated in the frameworks. So to complete this work, the California Department of Education contracted with WestEd to conduct a study to determine the degree of correspondence between the English language development standards and the math and science standards, and develop modifications or augmentations documents guided by the recommendations provided by the panel of experts, the CDE staff, and the public. The English language development leads from WestEd included Rachel Lagunoff, Robert Linquante, and Pam Fisher. And today we have Rachel and Robert with us here in the audience, and they're here available to answer any questions after the presentation. Kathy Carroll was the WestEd mathematics lead, and Kathy Diorana was the WestEd science lead for this project. Other WestEd staff were instrumental in the completion of this study and documents presented today. The timelines for completing this work allowed CDE to collaborate with WestEd through every step of the process, which included biweekly project meetings. State board liaisons reviewed and approved the selected panel of experts. Member Strauss and Member Molina were part of that process. They also participated in conversations with WestEd. As part of the contract with CDE, WestEd completed a correspondence study. The study showed a strong but implicit correspondence between the ELD mathematics and the ELD's standards to science. I'm going to repeat that sentence. This study showed a strong but implicit correspondence between the English language development standards and the science standards and the math standards. Taking into consideration public input and recommendations from the panel of experts, WestEd developed a draft augmentation document to more explicitly show the correspondence between the California English language development standards and the California math and science standards. A summary of the feedback provided by the panel of experts and the public is presented as attachment 5. The panel of experts consisted of 19 members, which included, as you can see in the slide, 10 teachers, 3 school and district administrators, 2 county Office of Education administrators, 2 personnel of higher education, and 2 curriculum instruction specialists. There was expertise on English language development, expertise in math, and expertise in science. The 2 groups met, the panel of experts met twice, once in April and once in May. And both times the groups split into a group of math and a group of science. And within each of those groups, there was ELD expertise, science expertise, and mathematics expertise. In addition, 2 panel members had been members of the California English Language Development Standards Development Expert Group. And 1 panel member is currently serving as a member of the Science Curriculum Framework and Evaluation Criteria Committee. So the expertise was abundant in terms of having both content knowledge of the science and math, as well as having the knowledge of the English language development standards. Overall, the study results showed strong evidence of implicit correspondence between the California English Language Development Standards and the math and science standards. The study found that the California English Language Development Standards address the full range and rigor of language demands required by the California math standards across all grade levels, as represented in the standards for mathematical practice. The study also found that the California English Language Development Standards address the full range and rigor of language demands required by the California Science Standards across all grade levels, as represented in the science and engineering practices and the performance expectations. In addition, the study found that some correspondence were implicit. From the analysis of the California standards for math and the California science standards, it was apparent that many language demands, especially those related to specific elements of selecting language resources, such as affixes, adapting language to task, purpose, and audience, or analyzing structure of text and sentences, are implicit rather than explicit in the mathematics and science standards. Therefore, the panel agreed that modifications to the California ELD standards are not necessary and recommend the correspondence study be approved by the State Board of Education as presented today in Attachment 1. As previously mentioned, 2 public meetings were held. At the first public meeting on April 2nd, the panel of experts reviewed the correspondence study and agreed that the correspondence was strong but implicit. They recommended augmentation to make correspondence more explicit, and there was an open public comment period. The comments were taken into consideration on the second public meeting. During the second public meeting on May 28th, the panel of experts reviewed the edits made to the correspondence study and augmentation documents for mathematics and science based on their feedback and public input from the previous meeting. The panel members recommended that the correspondence study be adopted as presented. The panel of experts recommended an augmentation document to make correspondence more explicit. Continue to be revised, taking into consideration their comments and input. The draft document is presented to you as attachment 2, 3, and 4. And those are pretty thick, so hopefully you had a chance to look at those. We're going to take a glimpse at just a couple of them. Based on the correspondence study, findings, feedback from the panel of experts, and public input, the augmentation document was developed to illustrate more explicitly the correspondence between the California English Language Development Standards and the California Science and Math Standards. The augmentation document provides descriptions, explanations, and examples of how to implement and apply the ELD standards in the math and science content areas. It will inform instructional practices to ensure English learners can access and engage in math and science. It will inform guidance documents such as frameworks, material development, and professional development. And it will inform development of the LPAC to assess language skills needed for English learners to engage in math and science standards. A summary of the panel's feedback from both meetings, which will be incorporated, is in attachment 5. So this is the documentation document for science. I have on the slide one example for you to view. The augmentation document for science includes the ELD standards by grade level and by each proficiency level. So you can see that it has emerging, expanding, and bridging. This is an example of grades 9, 10, and 11, 12 in the area of meaningful ways and supporting opinions. The sample shows in this slide shows the applying ELD standards to science section describes how science teachers may implement the ELD standards as part of the science instruction. The science and engineering practices section indicates the targeted science and engineering practices. The sample science content example section illustrates how the ELD standards supporting opinions may be used to support the English learners to engage in the content instruction. It is important to point out that this example may provide relevant guidance for implementing and applying the ELD standards in science, but it is not the only example. The notes section provides relevant information and resources to support educators. It was important that there was a reference made to the standards and framework document, so educators did not rely solely on this document because it is not all-inclusive of each standard. This is just an example document. It has samples. So similar to the augmentation document for science, the augmentation document for math includes the ELD standards by grade level. As you can see here, we have the sample for grades 3, 4, and 5, again with the 3 levels for English language development, emerging, expanding, and bridging. And this is an example shown in the slide. It's from Standard 7, Evaluating Language Choices. The Applying ELD Standards to Math section describes how math teachers may implement ELD standards as part of the math instruction. The Standards for Mathematical Practice section indicates the targeted mathematical practices. In this particular case, there's mathematical practice 1, 3, and 6 that are being targeted in that sample. The sample mathematic content example section illustrates how the ELD standards evaluating language choices may be used to support the English learners to engage in content instruction. It is important to point out that this example may provide relevant guidance for implementing and applying ELD standards in math, but it is not the only example. The notes section provides relevant information and resources to support educators. Again, the augmentation document for math and science, when used along with the ELD mathematics and science standard documents, serves as a guide for ways to integrate ELD in math and science instruction. In addition, the state's curriculum framework documents provide detailed explanations of each set of standards, describe how to design rich and rigorous curricula, and illustrate powerful teaching and learning for all students, including English learners. Therefore, the State Superintendent of Public Instruction recommends that the board take action to approve the correspondence study as submitted today. And the State Superintendent of Public Instruction also recommends the augmentation documents to be posted for a 30-day public review, and after taking the public input into consideration, return to the State Board for approval in November 2015. I would like to thank the English Learner Support Division staff and the Curriculum Framework and Instructional Resource Division, the Assessment Development and Administration Division, and the Professional Learning Support Division, who contributed to this project and supported and provided support and guidance, as well as the liaisons of the board and the executive Patricia DeCoste. She was instrumental in this work as well. And of course, to West Ed representatives who are here today, Robert and Rachel and Pam, who are here to assist if you have any questions regarding the actual correspondence study and the work that was undertaken through that contract. Thank you for your time, President Kirst, and the members of the board.
Okay, board member comment? Board member Rucker?
Well, first of all, thank you for this report and for the work that was undertaken to do the study, because I recognize that this is some highly technical and requires a great deal of expertise in doing this work. As I looked at the staff recommendation, I found that I actually did need to go and read a couple of the attachments to this document. Again, going back to my comment this morning, I don't have any balance in my life. So I want to...
Yeah, those are thick documents.
You have never lied, let me be clear. So I want to I looked up the word implicit in the dictionary, I looked up the word explicit in the dictionary, so that was the reason why I had to go and read the report. A couple of things that I want to just ask you about to make sure I understood what I read. So in doing the study or in doing the review, there are two parts of our ELD standards. Is that correct? So like the first part of our ELD standards deals with the interpretive, productive, and parts of language development. In other words, interacting with language in meaningful ways. So that's part one. Mm-hmm. And then part two of our ELD standards is what it means to make meaning, using language or interacting in meaningful ways. And so if I'm understanding what the report said, it talked about there's a direct correspondence to the mathematics and science practices because the part one requires language uses and purposes that are explicitly described in the standards themselves, and students would have to use those practices to interact with academic language in math and science. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so then when we get to part two, the parts about the elements of language, which is the second half of the ELD standards, the elements of language have to do with using verbs and using verb phrases. There's no direct or explicit correspondence in the math and science standards about using verbs and verb phrases. But because students have to use that as part of language expression in having conversations about the content, that's what makes this implicit correspondence exist. Is that correct?
The
answer is yes. The answer is yes.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay. So the reason why I was asking is because when you read the recommendation that says there's only an implicit correspondence, it seems like we're adopting a lower or different standard about concerning the correspondence. So the reason why I was asking those questions is that I wanted to make sure that there is a direct correspondence, a direct explicit correspondence in our ELD standards as it relates to interacting in meaningful ways. But I don't think that was actually drawn out in the item that was presented to the board. So that's the reason why I was asking the question.
I see. The correspondence study as presented today fulfills the requirements of the law.
I understand it fulfills the requirement, but for people who are sitting here looking at this who want to know that we are actually making this direct connection for purposes of instruction and making sure that English learners are exposed to the academic content and have utility with the academic language in math and science, the correspondence study does show that there is an explicit correspondence in that ways. But see, that's not spelled out as directly in the item.
Board Member Molina wants to comment.
Well, I was going to ask Robert to come in and speak to it because it's implicit and explicit really is about really making access.
I understand.
Providing access. And Robert, do you want to share more about the intent of those 2 points?
Good afternoon, members of the board. I'm Robert Linquanti, a project director and senior researcher at West Ed. And I and my colleague Rachel Laganoff, who I'll also ask to come up, worked very closely with the department on this. And so, Board Member Rucker, you're asking a very important question, which is what are we saying? Do the things correspond or don't they correspond? So let's just step back and look at the ELD standards, first of all, because you're absolutely right. Part 1 looks at the collaborative, interpretive, productive uses of language. Part 2 looks at the linguistic resources needed to carry out those functions in language in the content area classroom. And so it's very clear in the ELD standards that Part 2 does not exist alone from Part 1. So Part 2 really shouldn't be looked at in isolation from Part 1, because what you're using, noun phrases and verb phrases and all these different types of linguistic resources are to make meaning, to convey meaning, and to collaborate with others to get things done in the subject area with language, using language. So when we looked at the correspondence of the ELD standards to the math and science standards, we see very explicit connections to Part 1 of the standards, because that makes a lot of sense when you think of the functional uses of language in math and science, such as giving and receiving explanations, clarifying that you've been understood, making arguments from evidence, and so on. Those are what you really see in Part 1. Part 2 is much more linguistic-y, and so what we saw was that obviously students, when they're arguing in science or when they're giving explanations in mathematics, they're using verbs and noun phrases and verb phrases. So that part was implicit. Now, the point of all this is not to turn math and science teachers into linguists or language teachers. The point of all this, and this connects to the prior item, is how do we build teachers' capacity and understanding to see that in carrying out the disciplinary practices of math and science, we actually have opportunities to develop English learners, and indeed all students, academic uses of language. And that's the point of this augmentation document. So the correspondence document says, federal government, we are clean. We have validated that our ELD standards do correspond to the math and science language demands inherent in those standards. But as far as helping teachers to pick up and use those ELD standards, let's face it, they're already having challenges with the math and science standards to begin with. In order for them to engage with the ELD standards, we have to show them that this is not doubling the work, this is actually just being smarter and really digging into the math and science standards and practices more deeply. And that in fact those language uses will come forward and they can afford opportunities for the students to engage in using those kinds of language features and functions in doing science and math.
Okay,
and so
the feedback that came from the public comment was there was a need to make an augmentation on the ELD standards to make this more explicit. Why wouldn't there be a consideration instead to make more explicit in the frameworks how to make this work?
It's a very good question. I mean, part of it is that the frameworks themselves are focusing on math and science content, and actually, just as with ELA, math was already done, the framework, and so there's a need to basically append to that these connections to really make them more explicit from teachers of math. In science, they're developing the framework now, so there'll be more opportunity to incorporate that through vignettes and things of that sort. But this is something that can easily be appended to an electronic version. And it's not to substitute for the framework. It's actually a way into the framework. So it guides teachers back to the frameworks, which really are meant to emphasize that. They will in science. I think in math we have some cleanup work to do, frankly, because math got out the gate before we had done our ELD standards, and our ELA-ELD framework really shed light on this. So I don't know if that helps.
That helps me a great deal.
It's not meant to substitute. It's meant to guide people to
Yeah, because the item didn't really explain clearly to me what you just explained, and I got more out of reading the report than I got from the item, because again, it seemed like we were approving or giving approval to something less than what it was intended, at least, and so I didn't understand what was written in the report. So I appreciate what was in the attachments better than what was written in the report, because it made it clear from the attachments and your explanation here.
Well, what's good is the teachers will be looking at the attachments, we hope.
Oh,
and
right.
Not the board item, right? So that's good news.
They're
also, the other way around, I'd be worried.
Yeah, they're also reading all those attachments on the SBAC website, too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Board Member Sun.
Yeah, just a quick comment. I just want to commend the department and the various teams within the department that collaborated on this. Having not been part of the conversations prior to this particular item, just looking at the correspondence documents, they're very, very thorough. And I think what we were looking at here was literacy, not just embedding standards in, but really literacy in each of those content areas. And I think you did a very nice job with that. This would be useful for all teachers, for all learners, and that's the main thing too. Is I hope that that teachers and curriculum developers and coaches, instructional coaches, all look at these documents.
Board Member Molina.
Again, I want to compliment the department for the work that they've done in West Ed, and it goes back exactly to that we are saying, clearly we are communicating to all teachers that when you are preparing your subject matter, whether it's a single subject matter or you're a multiple subject teacher, you must look through this work through the lens of an English learner. So how do you take your standard, deconstruct that standard, and how do you create access in that content area? And Board Member Rucker, we go back to creating the amendment to give teachers examples of what it looks like implicitly, or explicitly, I should say, such as a strategy of even the collaborative conversations and having language exchange during the learning of mathematics and science. And it speaks to what the state is saying. We are saying this is important, which we've never done before. This isn't, I will look at the ELD standards or I will try the ELD standards. We're putting various mechanisms in our system to ensure that we are meeting the needs of our our English learners through our plan. So I commend the team for that work. Thank you.
One thing I would add is it was very interesting to watch the expert panel member, most of whom were teachers, to interact with these designs, and they contributed quite a bit, but they were very excited because for many of them, as they engaged with the work, they saw the connections for how they can afford students opportunities to develop their academic uses of language through content instruction in ways they hadn't seen before, and they contributed some very helpful suggestions which are being incorporated into sort of the final version of how this will look.
Mm-hmm. What is the role of the Instructional Quality Commission in this now? It seems like this is in their purview and in their role as
Tom Adams, Executive Director in the Instructional Quality Commission, as well as Director of Curriculum Frameworks and Instructional Resources. As you know, when the guidelines were adopted for both frameworks and all frameworks, we talked about them being dynamic documents. So any modifications to the document would be going through the Instructional Quality Commission, who would take a look at it and working with the existing partnership here and propose changes to the frameworks. In the areas of changes, I just want to make sure that you're all aware that although the math framework came out before the ELD standards, there's all sorts of language in there about being sensitive to the needs of English learners and the language demands of mathematics. So in that sense, it's not like we've been silent on that issue. What we hope to have is really more teaching vignettes and teaching snapshots that really kind of show the interaction of the ELD standards as they're articulated in those three levels with the mathematics standards in terms of what it means in terms of good teaching. But again, it'll be your advisory body, the Instructional Quality Commission, that will bring forth amendments to that. And I'm not going to put it in an appendix right now. We see it as a central concern of instruction, so it would be there probably with revised teaching vignettes or additional ones. And that seems to, from our point of view in terms of the workshops that we've done on the frameworks, it's always the teaching vignettes that bring the teachers into the document, not the great pronouncements of legislation.
Okay, all right, that clarifies that. So if there's no more board comments, we have public comment. We have a motion here.
Yes, Brian Rivas.
Yeah, go ahead. Public comment, then we'll have a motion.
President Kirst, Superintendent Torlakson, members of the board, I just want to say thank you for this work.
You are who?
I'm sorry. I am Brian Rivas on behalf of the Education Trust West. I apologize. I want to say thank you for this work. It's critically important to make sure that we look at how ELD standards relate to math and science instruction. partly due to the size of the English learner population, but also because of historic challenges like making sure that English learners have access to grade level content and college prep courses. So we appreciate it, and Superintendent Torlakson, thank you for the work of the department. I do have a quick comment though. With regard to the augmentation documents, which are essentially advice to teachers on how to go about incorporating ELD skills and knowledge into instruction. We are slightly concerned about, due to the length of the documents and the time of year that they're going to be out for possible teacher review, we'd like to ask you to consider maybe extending the review period from 30 days to maybe 60 or even 90 days, because in August teachers are focused on getting back to school and ready for the school year. And also because of the length and complexity, we're concerned about whether putting them on the internet is truly the best way to go about soliciting feedback from teachers. We think you might want to consider focus groups, use of technology to get webinar, or use webinars to get teacher feedback, but just think maybe a little more creatively about how to go about getting teacher input into this. So thank you.
Comment on that? Yes.
We actually asked that question, and I think we were running into a timeline issue. Veronica, can you address that? Because I know we had that discussion, particularly because it's summer, folks aren't going to have access to the internet, and I know we got a glitch somewhere. So could you share why we didn't extend the timeline? Because we actually agree with the comment that we needed to extend it, provide more public comment. And Robert, I think
part of it is some of this information will be used for the LPAC. As President Kirst mentioned, we could move forward with the LPAC, and so this information will be useful for that process. The law also, we could probably extend it out to December, but that's when the law stated that we needed to complete this work.
So
in December, there's no board meeting. It's November.
If we did 45 days, would we make the deadline?
Yeah, so I would like to look at my...
I think we had asked for 45 to 60 days, but I knew that was pushing it.
We could do a 45-day timeline, but we would have to extend the contract, but that's sort of the contract timeline. That's easy. No cost.
I think it's important that we consider giving, particularly because it's summer. If it was any other time, I would feel...
In July, right?
Right.
Is it doable? Does it require, I mean, can we still make the legal deadlines that we have to make?
That's what he just said. If we do 45 minutes, we'll make
All right,
it.
So can I make a motion then?
Yeah, make a motion.
You want to do it? You want to do it? Go ahead.
Well, I was going to make a motion that we approve the recommendation and that we extend the timeline from 30 days to 45 days.
Second it.
We have a motion, and it's seconded. Any public comment on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, I think before the next item, we ought to take a 10-minute break.
Item was the 6th. I think it might be 45. Let's check with Melina. 45.
5 days? Okay.
Yeah, that's true. You should actually stay in somebody.
only one for waivers.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, that's it.
And then, to ask Cindy, she always asks. Can I see item 7?
7, yes.
Oh, there's more than 5.
Well, now they come.
Oh, okay, good.
This card is on the announced this No.
No.
This is it.
Still on consent.
Yeah.
It's on consent? Because when he announced it this morning, I thought he said W3
He
through 20.
did, and then Judy said, I don't know, they're all on consent.
Yeah, they're all on consent.
Except for
as far as
19. Except for W19.
Okay.
Oh.
He did say W.
He did.
And I'm so glad you said it, because Judy was like, no, I think you misheard it, but I was like, I wrote it down.
I don't have a copy of the notes either.
I texted Jenny, said, you gotta be down here and ready. W2.
I know, but Judy was like, I don't. She's like, well, if you heard that, I don't know if he was talking. So, it's not a horrible thing for her to be down here on the off chance that, and it's them and.
Yeah. Okay, the State Board will reconvene, and we're ready for item 7.
I know. Jeez. You need a piece.
I know.
Good afternoon, Board President Kearse, Superintendent Torlickson, members of the board. I'm Bob Storelli, the Director of the Improvement and Accountability Division. Today I'm here to present item 7 to you. It's a recommendation for approval and denial of SES applications for the 2015-17 SES approved provider list. A little bit of background on this without a whole lot of detail. SES, Supplemental Educational Services, is something that is required from the No Child Left Behind Act of 2001, which enacted rigid new mandates holding schools, districts, and states accountable for improving student achievement. We're one of those states that still are bound by this, although we've submitted a waiver and yet to hear back from the U.S. Department of Ed. Before I get into today's specific recommendation, I'd like to recap the process that CDE and my staff have done to get us to this point. So we issued the RFA for the 2015-17 cycle, and that was posted in September of 2014. Applications were due to the CDE by close of business on October 30th. Staff then screened the applications for completeness, et cetera. All applications that were deemed complete were sent to a readers conference. That was 145 applications. 101 applications were initially not read. So at the first readers conference, which was held in December of 2014, each of the 145 applications were read from 1 to 3 times. The readers conference is made up of approximately 40 staff from the California Department of Ed that were trained on how to evaluate the SES rubrics and calibrate what were anchor papers, which those were that adequate and those that were not quite with the grade. So after the readers conference, we were able to recommend, we had 83 adequate applications, 62 that were inadequate, that were subject to appeal. Progress in time a little bit. In January of 2015, we reduced the technical requirements of the screening process and read an additional 32 of the 101 applications. So now we have 69 applications that have still not been read. Progressing still further, at the March board, we recommended 92 applications for approval. 83 of those were from the December read, and 9 were from the January read. At the March board, Deputy Superintendent Ashley had indicated that we were going to read all remaining 69 applications that were initially deemed incomplete. So then we would have read all applications, 246 that were received initially. At the May meeting, we approved 6 applications. We recommended 6 applications that were determined adequate and were recommended for approval. Hearing information from advocates, the department leadership met and instructed us at the end of June to hold another readers conference of all previously unapproved applications. At this time, we had approved 98. We still had approximately 145 that were incomplete. So at the end of June, we assembled a readers conference, a team. These were completely new readers that had not had anything to do with our SES process to date. Many consultants from divisions throughout the department. Again, we trained them on the how to read the rubric, the requirements of the RFA, and we're instructed to do we call it a holistic read. What we had done previously was if you were answering question 4.1, we looked at question 4.1 for a complete answer. In this particular read with this holistic approach, what we were trying to do is, okay, if the answer you found it in section 1.1, it was talked about in the RFA, we're going to allow credit for that and consider that particular item cleared adequate. So at that point, we had read each of these applications 4, 5, 6, sometimes 7 throughout the course of these 4 reads. So we're getting some very good consistency with the numbers that came up. And before I make today's recommendation to the board, I'd like to give a little bit of statistics of prior reads and help put into perspective. In the 2012 application period, that would have been for the 2013-15 school year. It would have been 2 years ago when this item was presented. There were actually 2 application releases in that year. So if we look at the total number of applications that were received in that year, we had 436 applications. 71, 16% were deemed incomplete. And initially, the total approved out of the 436 received was 218, which is 50%. So for our read here, for the 15-17 year, we received 246 applications. At this point, we've determined that none of them are incomplete. We've read them no matter what we've received, and we have approved 176, which is 72%. There are still those that have still determined to be inadequate and not recommended for approval. Based on that, our recommendation today is included in attachments 1, 2, and 3, which provide a summary of all applications. They look a little bit different than before, but we wanted to bring to the board, so there's no misunderstanding, every application was taken into consideration as either in attachment 1, 2, or 3. Attachment 1 contains 176 applications recommended for approval. Some of these were previously approved in March or May. We list them again here. There's an asterisk on there to identify which those were. So for today's new recommendation, there are 78 additional items that we're asking the board to approve. On attachment 2, there are 33 applications that are not recommended for approval based on appeal. And attachment 3 is there are 34 applications that are not recommended for approval. Most of those had never filed an appeal to begin with, but we read everything that had not previously been approved. At this point, I'm prepared to take any questions the board may have.
Okay. Board members have questions at this stage? I know we have public comment. Board member Strauss.
So I know this has been in a huge intensive process and a thorough review with a real strong effort to try to communicate and address all the issues. My question is, going forward now, what are we going to do next round so that we get it right in one round of reading, we communicate really well with our support providers, and I know we've learned on this process because it's been intense in the department's work. So could you share kind of what the thinking is going forward so that it goes more smoothly and more effectively both for the support providers and for CDE going forward?
Good question. Thank you. So believe it or not, we're going to be issuing our RFA again in September in just a few months. So we're going to be getting into the 16-18 cycle. So what we're looking at is what we tried to do this year was align the items with the code as to what was required per the code. We're looking at having a minimum of 2 webinars, certainly meeting with, if necessary, on a one-on-one basis with applicants to go through what we would consider a reasonable answer, an acceptable answer, and one that is lacking in the elements, writing to the question, if you will. Those are some of the things that we have in mind. But it's a good question, yes. We're after this, we have some meetings that we're going to be holding. So.
What are you planning on the regulations for 216? Are you going to be doing regulation changes because you used the 210 regulations for this review?
Regulation changes take a while. We had brought that option up earlier this spring, and it didn't move forward. So we can, certainly look at that again. But with the time frame for next year, that would not be possible.
They take that long, yeah. So we will be using the 210 regulations again next year?
The 210 rubric, yes.
210 rubric. Okay. Can you change the rubric some under the 210 regulations?
The rubric is referenced in regulation, so it's kind of frozen in time there. So.
Okay, but still seem to starting the regulation process as soon as possible would make sense for even the next round. So,
agreed.
And sometimes there's appeals and all that stuff that have to be adjudicated. So maybe we ought to get going as soon as possible. Superintendent.
I'm just going to say, Bob outlined a multifaceted process for working with potential vendors, potential program providers, better, clearer communication, I guess, or more detailed communication opportunities. Of course, I think we also, you as a board and I as superintendent, have asked for a waiver so that the SES program would not be mandatory in the form it is. So that's I think our greatest hope is that locals can decide, local districts, who they want on their provider list and whether they want it for after school or summer school or other types of help with students, additional academic help. Meetings are going to be, further phone meetings are going to be had on that topic.
The U.S. Department just changed their personnel. Delia left, they appointed an acting person, and today they appointed another person who had been there before, and the acting person is gone. So it's movable chairs, and we're trying to figure out who to talk to.
Right, and I know it's premature. The reason I'm asking is obviously, would it be safe then to say that most likely we wouldn't do anything this year? Or do you think that these conversations could give us, say, yes tomorrow, and then we're on a
I don't
quick
know.
timeline?
It's a changing kaleidoscope. We were dealing with this woman, Deb Delisle, who had been the Ohio superintendent, and she was really very savvy about schools and how they operated, but the new cast is totally unknown. So she resigned just as a waiver we sent the waiver, and she resigned at the end of the month. Yeah. She went to be the head of ASCD, so that's a good job. Okay. Any more board questions? I know we have some public comment. If not, with public comment.
Kevin Gordon, Fran Dyer, Roger Shore, Todd Crabtree, Jim Dyer.
Mr. President, Superintendent Torlakson, members of the board, Kevin Gordon with Capital Advisors Group. We advise a number of SES providers. It was alluded to a little earlier, and it really remains a problem, that while there was all this effort, and a considerable amount of effort, I might add, on the part of the staff to try to get this thing sort of fixed again, is that you know that a 2015 rubric was applied when it hadn't been approved by the board, and it required then the staff trying to be creative about how to go back and be fair to the providers in doing an evaluation to then use a 2010 rubric. The only problem is now you have some that were evaluated with a 2015 rubric and some that are evaluated with a 2010 rubric. And then for some of the clients I represent, they've been repeatedly approved under the 2010 rubric, but then weren't this time. And there's no really good reason. If you look at your agenda that was produced at the last meeting, when there were those folks that were not recommended to be approved, they were listed and there were reasons given why their applications fell short. They were also given notice of an opportunity to come to this board and talk about it. This time around, there are no reasons in your agenda packet given, and none of them were given notice that they had an opportunity to show up here. It probably doesn't work that when you reevaluate them on a completely different rubric, that you call that an appeal of the 2015 iteration. It's just messed up. We represent some of, and I will tell you, if you guys have ever gotten a speeding ticket, and I don't assume many of you have, but if you had ever gotten a traffic ticket and had to go to one of those schools and you looked at the litany of these characters that provide these schools, it reminds me of SES, except there are some bright stars who serve kids in this field, and one of them is Sylvan, our clients, and they are the best in this. And if you look at them, you know them in your communities. For them to be rejected, I think, begs the credibility of the whole process, and they're people that have been consistently approved in the past. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Fran Dyer. I and my family own DD&S Learning Systems, Incorporated. We have 10 Sylvan Learning Centers in the Inland Empire. Our colleague came to, on our behalf of our company, came to your May board meeting. She discussed element 4 in her application about equipment and facilities. She passed out a copy where the CDE quoted us saying one thing that was not even in her application. At that time, she was assured that this matter would be looked into. I am here today in her place. I have 18 years experience working as a high school, junior high school teacher and a junior high school administrator. I have spent the past 28 years working and operating Sylvan Learning Centers. I'm frustrated that I'm here today, again defending our Sylvan business. Our Sylvan Centers have been approved as SES providers since the 2010 rubric was adopted. Some of our centers were the very first group of SES providers. We worked strongly with fellow Sylvan owners, and some of those were on your list of recommended approval list for today. Our applications are not on this list, and yet our applications are substantially, word for word, even down to a couple misspellings, the very same as those on the approval list. You should have received from one of our partners a packet of materials, including letters from Central School District and from Fontana Unified School District, praising our work. With your action today, we are hoping to be able to continue to service not only these 2 school districts, but also the other 25 school districts in the Inland Empire. And that means Riverside, etc. counties that we have successfully worked with for the past several years. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members and superintendent. My name is Roger Shore with RSB Education, which is Sylvan Learning Center of Santa Clara County. And we are the largest provider of SES services in Santa Clara County, and for the last 5 years, we've served an average of 1,000 students per year. And we are not on the list this year, even though we have been approved since 2010. 2 different RFAs have been approved, and the elements that we received as not acceptable for this current one are exactly the same language as the 2013, 2015, exactly the same, because they were approved. So the element question and the answers are the same. It made sense to repeat that. I have not been able to get a hold of anybody at the department since last Thursday, so we really don't know what's happened between the last time. We appreciate the efforts they put into it, reread and make an effort. I think there's been an error just because the answers that we gave on our application, if you look back at the 2010 rubric, exactly the same as the one that was already approved. So it's really disturbing that we don't know why, but we have tried to make every effort to comply through our appeals. Last time I was here, I told you that we received 9 different items that were set to be unacceptable. We appealed down to 2, and that's these 2 that are keeping us from serving approximately 1,000 students in this upcoming year. And I'm appealing to you to just give a moment to consider the 120-some employees that we have, the 1,000 families who won't get their first choice, and the 11 school districts that we serve now that won't get their first choice. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Todd Crabtree, and like everyone else, after 12 years in the Marine Corps, I came to Sylvan in 2006 and have been approved provider since 2008. I spoke to you in May because for the first time in my 6 years serving, my company was not recommended for reapproval, even though we've never had a complaint from a district or the CDE. I was informed late Thursday that all the applications that weren't recommended were reevaluated using the 2010 rubric because of the issues with the 2015 rubric. Several providers who were originally not recommended, including many Sylvans, are now being recommended for approval, but not me and the others. I was originally cited for only 2 small technical issues. My application has always been deemed complete, and those 2 issues do not even appear in the 2010 rubric. Almost all of the Sylvans were cited for the same 2 issues, and they are now being recommended. I've been urgently calling the CDE and emailing them since Monday, but to no avail, so I'm here, unfortunately. The other irony is that many of the providers that are being recommended didn't even bother to send in proper appeals, whereas I have conducted all my due diligence with proper appeals and have tried to work with the CDE with people who truly understand the intricacies of SES. My application, the 2 citations and questions are so easy to solve that we could do it easily in the matter of minutes, and I just provided you all handouts. This copy shows my responses to elements 4.2 and 4.3 that in somehow are not adequate, and then the other 2 from the Sylvans in Culver City and Beverly Hills have the same 2, 4.2 and 4.3s, although they have different staff in their centers, and they are deemed adequate. So I'm simply asking for a fair apples-to-apples appraisal of my application. Underneath my copy, you can see the email I got on January 22nd showing what my 2 issues were, 4.2 and 4.3, and I have not received any personal correspondence from anyone at CDE. I've always had to use some type of advocate. So if you have any questions.
Good afternoon. My name is Jim Dyer. Last time I appeared in front of this group was 1984 when I was named by the California Department of Education the National Distinguished Principal from California. That was a long time ago. Yeah. You've heard from 3 of my colleagues. They are Sylvan professionals, because Sylvan is Sylvan. We do the same things in every center. They have been approved providers since 2010, some even before that. Last Thursday at 5 p.m., we were notified that the list was published and looked at the list. I was astonished to find that our centers were not listed as well as those of the gentleman behind me. What I was really amazed to see was a center that was approved, a Sylvan Center. A gentleman had purchased the Sylvan Center nearby in 2014 in June. He asked me what SES was. I told him. He asked me how you would apply. I told him. He asked me how you filled out the forms. I gave him the forms. He applied. December 29th, 2014, he received a letter of rejection. He didn't appeal. He's on the approved list. Amazing. I ask you today to move the Sylvan Learning Centers that are on the appellant's still not approved list to the approved list. There were 6 Sylvan Learning Centers approved initially. 19 are added by this list. I'm asking you to add these 3 applicants to that approved list. If you don't, then what's going to happen is at San Bernardino, Riverside, Orange, LA, and most of Santa Clara County, the kids will not receive a choice of Sylvan Learning Center. I'm biased. I think we offer a good program. Sylvan is Sylvan. Doesn't make any difference whether it's in somewhere or in our centers. Thank you very much.
Okay, that concludes the public comment, and so we're ready for board discussion and a motion. Board Member Lee Cohn.
Can we have a little bit of an explanation regarding the process and maybe general remarks regarding some of the claims that we've heard?
I'd be glad to. Carrick Ashley, Deputy Superintendent, District School and Innovation Branch. So let me just clarify a few things. One, there's a lot of talk about the 2010 rubric versus the 2015 rubric. So the 2010 rubric is what is in regulation. Over time, explanations, how to respond to the issues in the 2010 rubric were added to be more, to try to clarify what the 2010 rubric listed, because the 2010 rubric was more general. And over time, we've learned that people tend to miss certain things, and so we try to clarify certain things. And so when we got to the 2015 rubric, it is essentially, not exactly, it is essentially the same as the 2010. It's just more clarification. But when it came to the review process and there were complaints and people started pointing out, well, you should have used the 2010 rubric out of caution, if nothing else, and trying to be inclusive as possible, we went back and said, okay, then let us review it one more time, this time with the 2010 rubric. And this time, we'll look at it as Mr. Strelli was talking about, in a holistic fashion rather than a section-by-section fashion. So it was really the holistic review that made the difference for those who ended up being recommended for approval. I will say that we, considering that we are now recommending 72% of those that have applied, much higher percentage than we have in the past, I think we have been as inclusive as possible in this process while maintaining the integrity of what the application requirement and the regulations require us to do as far as an application process. As to Sylvan specifically, let me talk more generally, not specific to Sylvan yet. Generally, it is possible that someone could have written a very close application to what was done previously and not been approved. As we started this process a number of months ago, I think we mentioned that as a response to your request, we were trying to raise the level of quality. And so we were looking perhaps with a more critical eye at these applications than before. So it is possible that those had been approved previously are not on the list now. Let me also say that some were very exact in their applications from 2 years ago to now. In fact, they were so exact that there's at least one example that I personally saw that list that they were going to use star results to evaluate their program, and the API, which of course we've not had either for 2 years. And that happened to be a Sylvan application. So don't happen to know if that Sylvan application, if that provider is here or spoke to you today, but it was in fact a Sylvan application. And I don't know how widespread that is, but writing the same application 2 years later is not a guarantee, and in some case is a detriment to getting your application approved. There are 19 Sylvans on this list for approval. So this is not a Sylvan issue, right? There are about half of the Sylvan ended up on the approval list, and about half ended up not on the approval list. So it's not really an issue of a specific provider. Is there anything more I can say, or that you'd like to hear? Or?
What about the geographic concerns? For example, if a Sylvan provider was caring for as many as 1,000 students in one area, and then last year and for implied number of years, and then suddenly is taken off this list, did you consider whether or not?
Right. So we don't consider who's been approved 2 years ago or in their past applications. We don't consider geographically whether there are approvers available or not. But since this provider list is good for 2 years, this list of providers being recommended for approval is not the only providers that are available to these districts. Those that would have been approved last year are also available to school districts to use. So many districts, and some here can probably speak to it more than I can from a practical standpoint, but many districts use multiple providers in this process, not just a single one. So if a single provider in their area drops out, there are other providers, and there are online providers as well.
Board Member Shimasaki.
I have two questions. So the first one is if a provider on this list was not approved for the 15-18 cycle, would they be able to reapply for the 16-19 or 16-18?
They would be able to apply for the application that'll come out this fall.
And the second question I have is just kind of a technical. Was there a timeline issue with posting the providers only 6 days prior to the board meeting?
Was there an issue with it?
Not
let me
allowing.
just explain. So because we did this extra fourth read of this, it took us to the point of where it was past the 10-day posting for Bagley-Keene. But we posted the list as soon as we had it. And of course, we notify providers after the board has been notified, not before, because these applications these recommendations are for you, and we don't want actually providers or outside people being notified before you. So that's why some may have not received notification.
Okay, any other questions by the board? If not, I'm ready for a motion.
I move approval of the CDE's recommendation.
Okay, seconded. Is there any public comment on the motion? Not hearing any. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands.
Oh, wait. You can't repeat your argument, sir. You just have to make a comment on the motion.
Okay, I can't articulate my disappointment enough. My understanding is the board has the power to act any way it chooses. Otherwise, it's, this is just beyond understanding. The negative impacts to employee, staff, the amount of money that goes into investing in people, getting them trained up, just to lay them off for a whole year, to your point. Yeah, you can apply for the next year, but you have to reduce your staff from 20 to 30%. And then when you get reapproved, you have to hire new staff and invest those dollars. This is not monopoly money. And in some ways, there's nothing at stake for the CDE. There's nothing, not a dollar gain or loss. There is only damage on the other side of the ledger. I mean, my company alone, you know, it's the dollars are just a measure of it, but it's everything that it adds up to. I mean, hundreds of kids being tutored. I mean.
Please limit your comments to the motion.
Well, yeah, this is the negative consequence. This is the downstream negative consequences of the motion. So it's, you know, I mean, it's just real life. That's all. And I just want to make sure people are mindful of that. And especially as we go into the next application phase. This is real people's lives. This is small business. This is what you get comments like just picking winners and losers. For what? People get to choose. I mean, you could approve us, and if we did a bad job, no one would choose us. So the reason why this is such a big deal for us is because we do good work, and so many people choose us. I mean, I personally serve kids in South Central LA and Compton and you know, Pasadena and San Marino and East LA. And, you know, I'm just as concerned as the board is about some of these providers that go out there and offer them free, you know, iPads and tablets and bicycles and then don't deliver the service.
Time, please, you've re-articulated your argument, so please do not re-articulate your argument.
I would only ask one question, and that is, there were 3 Sylvan Learning Center owners, companies, that spoke before the board in May. There were only 3 Sylvan Learning Center owners who hired capital advisors. There were only 3 Sylvan owners that were asked to, by the CDE, to have our Sylvan corporate write a letter to the CDE pointing out the problems of their system, and that's why everything was reread. If you ask them why it was reread, it was because of that letter from Sylvan. There were only 3. Guess which 3 appear on the appellant's not recommended for recommendation? Now, I'm told that that just happened to occur. Unbelievable.
No, there's a motion on the floor. Okay, we're ready for the vote. All those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, we have 8 there. We only need 6, yeah. You want to call the roll? Sure. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Oh, there we go.
Aye. Okay, that's the end of that item, and we're now on to action on waivers. So let me give you the procedure on the waivers. We have waivers 1 through 18 that are on consent, and members' son has to recuse rather from that. And then we can take up these waiver items 1 through 18 that are on waiver consent.
Move. May I make a motion?
Already made by board member. You second?
Yes, second.
Okay. We have a motion and second. Do we have any public comment on these items? 1 through 18? All right. All those in favor of this item, raise your hands. Okay. Now we have 2 waivers that were taken off consent. These are waivers 19 and 20. So we will hear those, and Board Member Rucker recuses, and Board Member Sun may return. So we're ready for, both of these are class size penalty waivers. 19, let's start with 19.
Good afternoon, President Kerr, Superintendent Torlakson, and members. Peter Fajato with the School Fiscal Services Division here to present W19, which is a request by 3 districts to waive portions of the education code that require the superintendent to calculate and apply a reduction to a school district's LCFF funding if the district exceeds certain class sizes in grades 1 through 3. The penalty is triggered if the monthly average for an individual class exceeds 32, or if the overall averages of all individual classes exceeds 30. And it's not to be confused with the LCFF K3 grade span adjustment, which is related to making progress towards an average class size of 24 to 1 at each school site. This is a different penalty. The penalty is essentially of a loss of funding for all class size enrollments over 30. Each of these districts are requesting a waiver of the 13-14 year. Each district was well under the overall average requirement, but received a penalty because one or more classes was over the individual average. For example, Hemet had an overall average of 28.5 in grades 1 through 3, but because one class in the entire district had an average of more than 32, they are penalized in an amount equal to $246,000, a loss of funding for about 49 ADA. The district submitted the information requested in the SBE policy, and they've all stated that they are making progress towards reducing class sizes in these lower grades. The department recommends that the SBE makes the finding noted on the item and approve the waiver request with the condition that the districts do not exceed the individual and overall averages noted on attachment 1.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item?
Yes. There are two people from General. Sandra Thornton, William Valenzuela, and then two people from Hemet Unified, LaFay Platter, and Vince Christakos. If you'd step forward, please.
Good afternoon, Sandra Thornton, California Teachers Association. I yield my time to the president of the Hemet Teachers Association.
Good afternoon, California School Board. My name is William Valenzuela, president of the Hemet Teachers Association. I've come here to speak against the approval of the class size penalty waiver sought by Hemet Unified School District. Not only do we oppose this waiver, opposition to it is unanimous amongst our representative body and executive members of our Teachers Association. Our opposition to this waiver is built on two premises. First, that contrary to district claims, it did have the financial ability to adhere to Ed Code. And second, that those classrooms affected were offered additional support services to alleviate the effects of said actions. I've brought documentation to support these claims. The first set of these documents are from 30 of the 33 classrooms affected by the district's failure to adhere to Ed Code. Their personal testimonies speak to the lack of additional support claimed by the district in their quest for this waiver. Additional documentation after those personal testimonies come from the school district's 2013-14 fiscal year budget and audited actual financial statements for the same year. They suggest that not only did the school district have adequate assets, but reserves in the tens of millions. The district was so financially secure that it even engaged in entrepreneurial-like activities described in these documents with audited actual proceeds from those activities of nearly $10 million. These documents fly in the face of the district's claim that they lack the ability to comply with Ed Code. Now, I understand the odds before me. Not once in this decade has this board denied any of the 241 waivers that have passed before your collective eyes. And I understand the financial impact of noncompliance. I understand that this penalty is token to a district with over $200 million in revenues, receiving $25 million alone from the state's LCAP plan this year. But what I failed to comprehend is the idea that this district took the people's money, failed to do what was entrusted to it, and now purposely misleads you as to the reason for their noncompliance. Denial of this waiver alerts school districts around this state that this board will hold accountable those schools that take class-size language flippantly. The waiver process is for districts that cannot comply with Ed Code, not for districts who can, but simply choose not to do so. Do not allow them to, after the fact, get your blessing on their misleading statements, nor reward them for choosing not to comply with Ed Code. Hold this district accountable for their choices that allowed them to deny our students the justice that they deserve. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. I'm Vince Christakos, the Assistant Superintendent for Business for the Hemet Unified School District, and I would encourage you to accept the recommendations from your staff to approve this waiver with the conditions. I will say that the issues of purposely, that was just described by Mr. Valenzuela, of purposely trying to avoid or not obeying the ed code is totally not true. We do monitor our class sizes. The unfortunate part of what we did, we made an error in some of our original calculations, I think, and as we went forward, we really weren't thinking about the averages that we really never had to worry about for the last 20 plus years because of the regular class size reduction that was going on since 1996. The issue has been corrected going forward. This year, there are no problems. In fact, our class sizes are even lower than they were in 2013-14, as they should be. I think that this is maybe an over-dramatization by our president of our HTA union, but I would ask that you take the recommendations that have been given to you by staff and approve them as provided. Thank you so much.
Okay, Peter, yeah, can you come up? Yeah. So, did I hear you say it was one class? Is that?
Yeah, I have the data in front of me, and the penalty is based on one class.
In
going
year
over.
in year 13-14, is that correct?
In 2013-14, yes.
Yeah, and the district would lose $246,000. So the teacher union position is they want them to lose the $246,000.
Yeah, the district has already lost $246,000. The effect of the waiver is we would restore that funding.
Okay. So, all right. Any board discussion of this waiver?
Question. So 13-14, just piggyback on what President Kirsch said. If I understood correctly from the assistant superintendent, this was a year ago, and all 14-15 school year, it was rectified?
That's the information that they provided with the waiver to us.
Is that a true statement? In other words, they had no issues with classes being overloaded this year?
I didn't pull the data. We have certified the apportionment, so I'm sure the chief business official has looked at the documents to see if we've calculated a penalty.
That is true. We have all of our classes for this last year were in compliance.
And you're ready for that next year?
Yes, we are.
Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion on this item? Ready for a motion?
I second.
Any further discussion from the board? Any public comment on the motion? Hearing none. Those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, that carries. Okay, now we're on to waiver 20, Whittier City Elementary.
Waiver 20 is a waiver, similar waiver. It's a general waiver request by the Whittier City Elementary to waive portions of the education code relating to class sizes and class size penalties in grades 4 through 8. In this case, the department is recommending approval provided that the district does not have an overall average above 31. If, in this case, again, the district has already been assessed a penalty of $150,000, so the result of the waiver would be we would restore the funding.
Is there any public comment on this item? No. Any board member comment? Okay.
Rectify the problem.
Do we have a motion? Move it. Kenton seconds. Okay. Any public comment on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Okay. Board member Rucker may return. And so we're now on. These are proposed consent items on our regular agenda, and they are items 8 through 17, yeah. 8 through 17. So do we have any public speakers on any of these items?
Yes, on waiver 12.
Okay.
Regular item 12.
Regular item.
Regular
Sorry.
item 12.
Sorry.
Call the speaker.
Lisa Hegdahl.
She's left, okay. So we have no public comment. Is there any board comment or motion?
So move.
All right,
I'll second.
all right. No, is there any public comment on the motion? Hearing none, please raise your hands if you're in favor. Okay, we are now on to SBE priorities, and we want to approve the minutes first. So can I have a motion on the minutes? All right, any public comment on approving our minutes? Hearing none, those in favor raise your hands. The minutes are approved. Okay, so we have, I have a few announcements. I wanted to acknowledge that Board Member Williams has been awarded the Christine Bertrand Advocacy Award by the California Science Teachers Association. Recognize her demonstrated commitment and advocacy for quality science education in California. And she will receive this award at the annual conference of the California Science Teachers Association in October 2015. So congratulations to our board member.
Absolutely total surprise, and it's a brand new award they have, so I'm really honored.
That's awesome.
Good, you earned it, right. Yeah. So the next item announcement I have is the State Board of Education liaison assignments. With the addition of our 2 new board members, we have made some new assignments to our board commissions, council, and issue areas. The 3 things I'll mention about it is that board member Licone is now liaison to the Child Nutrition Advisory Council and is liaison to the Board of Early Childhood Education and English Learner Issues. Board member Sun is now liaison to the Joint Committee on Career Technical Education. She also serves as a liaison on the board to the Assessment, Federal Issues, and Adult Education. And in addition to her other liaison roles, board member Williams is now the board's liaison for the area of computer science, which we're doing some development on. So all the board member liaison assignments are posted on the board's website under the heading Member Assignments. So that's the end of my announcements. So now we have the board members, so their reports. So I'll start with the Advisory Committee on Charter Schools, Member Holliday and Williams.
We get tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah. We'll hear from them tomorrow. They were very active.
I guess most of the items, if not all the items, are charter school items. Member Williams and I, of course, attended the ACCS meeting in June. Once again, the commissioners take their work very, very seriously, and we'll be reporting out on what their recommendations were for the items that come up tomorrow. But it's a very busy charter season this year.
Yeah.
I also want to mention that I had the opportunity recently to attend a couple of national workshops specifically on charter authorizing and oversight, and gained some new insights and have been thinking a lot about that and how that might apply to the state board authorized charters.
Okay. Next we have the Advisory Committee on Special Education, Board Member Sandoval.
Yes, the commission met on June 17th and 18th, and the group continued to develop strategic priorities for the coming year. And their priorities are focused in 4 areas: assessment, tiered systems of support, post-secondary transition, and family engagement. And in addition, at this last meeting, the Commission revived a legislative committee that will focus on bills involving special education to help inform decision-making. And during the 2 days, the Commission learned more about the CDE's workforce development initiatives and the opportunities that the reauthorization of the Workforce Investment Act is presenting, specifically a focus on paid work experience and employment for youth with disabilities. And essential to this effort is the intra-department work that's happening at CDE and interagency efforts through CDE, Department of Rehabilitation, and the Department of Developmental Services. So the big theme at this meeting was alignment, just bringing partners together to do this really important work. And we also had an opportunity to hear from the recipients of this year's Grazer Outstanding Achievement in Learning Goal Award. Congratulations to Kastner Intermediate in the Clovis Unified School District. They talked about their collaborative mentoring program, which involves engagement of general education peers with special education students. And it's a very substantive elective at the school that builds community and acceptance. And I think it has the promise to not only transform that community at the school, but it has a lifelong effect for the students. And did you want me to report on the Child Nutrition Advisory Council?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. I also attended by phone the Child Nutrition Advisory Council on June 8th, and the CNAC member, Dr. Helen Chang, offered a really insightful presentation on food allergies and the implications for students and school personnel. She described potential exposure sources at school sites, food-related projects, celebrations, food sharing, and it's a serious issue. In a 2010 survey of 353 parents or caregivers of children who are allergic to food, 25% reported that they were aware of bullying that occurred solely related to a student's food allergy. And 82% of these incidents occurred in schools. So it's something that deserves closer attention. And finally, the California State Summer School for the Arts Board met on June 12th. And each student participating in the school is recognized as a California Art Scholar. So local school districts and art councils are really celebrating throughout the state to recognize our emerging scholars and artists. And I had the pleasure of attending the gathering in Los Angeles on June 12th. This is now the 29th session, and it actually begins this Saturday. And it's important to mention that many graduates are taking their experiences at the school and applying them to their future studies and careers, not only in the arts but in other disciplines. The exercise of creativity, imagination, freedom are essential in higher education and in any career path.
Okay, good. Yes, CTC.
I'll do a
California
couple
teacher.
things. So in CTC, I'm going back to CTC. Sue has passed that to me. So she passed it back. So I had a great update with Mary Vixie Sandy, the executive director. And just a couple of things coming up in August. We're going to be talking about the new performance expectations for teachers, which once approved, they're going to redesign the assessment. So really there's an effort to rethink kind of going forward. And a whole lot about the core training for general ed teachers, for special ed, for EL, that it should be in the core so that teachers in their general assignments will be able to deal with the different learners that they have.
This is the assessment at the end of teacher
Yeah,
training.
but also they're looking at the expectations for the teacher preparation programs that then they have to align and then get accredited on. So there's a lot of conversation about moving to new standards, and then also the administrative outcome expectations. They're building a new performance assessment for that. So there'll be more updates, but definitely there's a conversation, and Linda Darling-Hammond, as you know, chairs it, and there's a lot of commitment toward aligning the training programs pre-service to come up to some of the work we're doing. I just want to add on, I had made a comment about the Concurrence Commission, but the subject matter projects are addressing ELD in all their work now. We're asking them to. And there was a good discussion about coherence with framework. So again, I think it's kind of moving the whole system and getting all the providers to have that conversation. And just to follow up on next week and then the last week of July are the ELA, ELD materials review in Los Angeles. So next week will be the general materials and then 2 weeks later the supplemental materials. And that's a huge intensive process. Remember, Rucker and I went through it with the math process. So people had huge pallets of materials delivered to their homes or workplace and have been reviewing it. And now there's huge committee process. It's pretty intense, but it really serves us well. And so that's going to be going on in LA at the Sheraton LAX starting next week. So I thought I'd share that as well. And then an interesting, President Kurz had asked me to attend the California Collaborative, which is a group of researchers and school district. They were talking about formative assessment. It was going on in Whittier, but there was a report on Smarter Balance and on LCAP. And so an interesting thing that a lot of districts have done is the LCAPs are coming to be 80 to hundreds of pages long. And so several districts have done really great executive summaries, like 3 pages that they've posted on their websites and shared with community members, saying that the executive summaries are actually really helpful in understanding what the LCAP priorities are. So my sense is as we move forward and highlight best practices going forward of exemplars of how people are addressing EL and how people are dealing with LCAP, we might want to take a look at some executive summaries that might help inform the field, because it is not a requirement, but it's definitely some districts that are making it more user-friendly for the parents and their stakeholder groups, and I thought that was pretty important as well. And then a lot of comments that we shared with CDE and the stakeholder group and the feedback on the first round of Smarter Balance and how to be responsive and supportive in problems as kids negotiate all the technology and things. So there was a lot of good input in the collaborative meeting that I think will be shared with CDE as well. So anyway, thank you.
Mike?
Board member.
I'll do the report on NGSS, although Eileen and I attend all the meetings and share this role. The Curriculum Framework Committee finished its last meeting May 20th and 21st. Eileen and I attended, and I know she wants to join me in thanking all of the Curricular Framework Committee members for science. I'm sure those of you who have attended these before, this was my first, but I've never seen a group work so hard and so tirelessly with such dedication and passion as they did on the science framework. As fatigued as they were, it was like they couldn't quite let go because it wasn't quite yet exactly where they wanted it to be. The writers were also tireless, totally terrific, incredibly patient. Maria Samani, with all of the edits suggested by the Framework Committee, and could you redo this and could you redo that, had a lot of stamina. I want to thank Stephen Pruitt from Achieve, who came once a month, came often to these meetings or sent staff and provided support. CDE staff was absolutely terrific in terms of the support of that committee. And of course, now the framework is in draft. It's still being furiously edited. The first 8 chapters, general chapters, are done in draft. The subject matter course chapters are still being edited. I think they are due August 10th. And at the end of August, they'll go to the IQC Science Subject Matter Committee for review. Then they'll go to the IQC at the end of September for approval to be sent out for 60 days of public comment. I also want to mention that there is a new NGSS coalition, implementation coalition, and that has been organized by the CDE Foundation, and they have received a small grant from the Chevron Corporation or Chevron Foundation of the corporation for a staff person, and they have met once. They met in May. They are organizing a small planning group, and they will continue organizing and meetings. I was not able to go in May, but I intend to participate in that as often as I can, depending on the dates and the travel. And that's basically just to mobilize support and traction for NGSS implementation in California. It has had business people there, industry, science industry, as well as higher ed, as well as county offices of ed, K-12 teachers, all of that. It was a big inclusive group. I want to acknowledge that the California K-8 Early Implementation NGSS Initiative has finished its first year of professional development for the 8 districts and the 2 charter management organizations that were part of that. They wrapped up at the end of June for their first year. From what I hear, it's been very successful. They are kicking off year 2 in August. They are going to have 2 institutes in August, a northern and a southern. The southern one is in Vista, and since that's just 30 miles from me in San Diego, I will be attending one of the days of that institute with one of the CMOs, and I think it's 4 of the districts, and I look forward to doing that. That's it for NGSS, but let me just say a few words about computer science education. What's been fun for me about computer science education is it's just like NGS. I never saw this coming as something that I would embrace and find so interesting and so important. And I've spent even though I'm just now officially the liaison for computer science education, I've worked on it the past year with President Kirst. Ever since the governor first got a letter on May 7th asking him for a meeting from about 18 industry CEOs and another 30 or so superintendents and school people to talk to him about the importance of increasing, expanding, and diversifying student access to computer science education in California. The main focus of that, and I'm going to keep this brief because you'll be hearing about it from me as we go on, but the main focus is on high school, middle school, and high school, and on increasing the number of schools that can offer computer science education. More than coding. Coding is primarily an elementary kind of fun thing to do, but exploring computer science is an introductory course to computer science that any student can take and succeed in. And they are creating, code.org is creating a new curriculum for a new course called Computer Science Principles. It will be an AP course in 2 years. They're working with the College Board on that, which is creating the exam for it. And the College Board will have to approve the course in another year. But they're already doing professional development on it. And then there will still be the Computer Science A course, which is AP, which is the more technical of all of the 2 AP courses. And the goal here is not only to increase the number of students who have exposure early in K-12 to coding and computer science so that they can explore whether they have an interest in it. Most students don't wind up getting to high school and then being asked if they want to take a computer science AP course, and they've never had any exposure, and they say, oh, sure, I'd like to try that challenge. So what they found is that exposure early gives students a chance to figure out if they even like it or if they think they're good at it or if they could be interested in it. And this is particularly important for low-income kids and students of color and girls. They are the most underrepresented in this industry, and that's what the focus of most of the work in the diversifying and expanding is. It's not the affluent districts, which have a lot of parents who work in the computer science industry, and they offer these courses, but it's the urban districts and the districts with higher percentages of low-income kids who probably don't have many people in their family or their community that talk to them about these opportunities. And it just so happens that in addition to the importance of digital literacy and giving more kids the opportunity to test this, it is the job sector with the most growth in California. Right now, they are projecting that there's going to be 20,000 new jobs in a computer science-related field that might require just a community college level or all the way up to a master's or PhD. About 20,000 new jobs each year for the next 5 years. And in California, only 10% of the high schools offer a computer science course. So what we do is we use those, what are they called? A1 visas? H1 visas. We recruit our computer science talent to California using H1 visas instead of offering our students, our K-12 students in California, the opportunity to explore this as an interest in a possible career field. So that's a part of what the impetus is about in terms of diversifying the access to it. And I'm pretty excited about it.
This launched the IQC, so other comments from other members of the liaison members to the IQC? We've had some of it before us today,
So just
including ELD. Yeah.
Just once more, IQC, the Subcommittee on Science is meeting at the end of August, and we're going to deal with some of the comments. It's going to go out for public comment, and as Trish said, there's lots of draft now and lots of rewriting and editing. So there'll be some work at the end of August, and then some work with the full IQC at the end of September before it goes out.
Any comments on history, social science? Anybody want to make any? Yeah. No? Okay. We will pass on that one. All right, well, now we're down. Pardon? Ting.
Called for any other? I just missed the last part, so I'm just going to talk a little bit about some of the meetings I attended in June. So I did attend the Quality Educator Equity Plan stakeholder meeting on June 9th at the West Ed office, and we will have an item on that tomorrow. I'll talk about that there. On the assessment part, I attended an initial meeting of the SNAP group, which stands for Stanford Next Generation Science Standards Assessment Group, at CDE and ETS partners to just start talking a little bit about the blueprint and approach to developing the blueprints for the science assessments. And then I also attended the CASP Technical Advisory Committee meeting on June 26th, where there was a presentation on the independent evaluator for the CASP assessments, and the work being proposed by HU RRO, I believe is the organization. HRO, yes, is the organization, and just some general frameworks. I think what was very nice about that, hearing about that, is that we know that there are lots of organizations doing work around CASP, and so there was a very thoughtful discussion around looking at what ETS is doing, what the consortium, national consortium is doing, and then how we can carve out for California that's the work of that specific evaluator to fill in any gaps.
We're down to the California Commission on Educational Excellence. Sue Burr is our liaison there.
Thank you. So the California Collaborative met on June 4th. We're still kind of getting our sea legs. Superintendent Torlakson is on the collaborative as well. But we did have talked about some guiding principles for the implementation of the collaborative. We also had presentations from two entities, the California Collaborative for School Reform, I think it's that Eileen mentioned, district reform, about their work to date. But we also had a very long and detailed presentation from the core school districts represented by Fresno and Long Beach. And their PowerPoint is posted on the CCEE website. So I encourage people to look at it because I think it's very informative to what we talked about this morning. And just to refresh folks' memory, they received a waiver from the feds. Remember, the core as a group of districts. And part of that waiver is to develop a school quality improvement index, which they have done. It's two different big groups of indicators, one an academic domain that's worth 60%, and then a social, emotional, and culture climate factor that's worth 40%. And it occurs to me, Nancy and Brooks, that if we look at what they're doing, and as President Kearse mentioned this morning, they represent 1 million students. They've been doing it, that it could give us some very helpful guidance moving forward on our evaluation rubric. But I just commend that to folks' attention to take a look at that. The other piece of work that we're doing is I think I mentioned this at the last meeting, we've initiated a search for an executive director for the collaborative. The application period has closed, but the chair of the collaborative is Sandy Thorstensen, the superintendent of Whittier High School District. She and I, as the vice chair, are the subcommittee, and we will be meeting July 22nd to screen the applications down to a number of finalists that will be presented to the full collaborative on July 27th for interview. And those are all closed session because they're personnel actions. But then at our next meeting on August 6th, we hope that the collaborative will actually make the selection of the executive director. So stay tuned. And again, we do have our very own website now. It's ccee-ca.org for people who are interested in following it, and all of our meetings are webcast as well.
All right, that ends our liaison issues. I wanted to announce about the California Teachers Summit on July 31st. An estimated 20,000 California teachers will come together at 33 locations for an event called Better Together California Teachers Summit. And teachers will gain insight into innovative strategies for implementing California's new standards and access to a network of colleagues. Anybody going to that or involved in that from our, okay, Nancy Brownell, all right. Maybe we'll want to hear about that then. A meeting of 20,000 teachers is really something, so. This is sponsored in part by the Gates Foundation, I believe. I don't know.
Yes.
Yes.
The Gates Foundation and the CSUs and the independent colleges with some participation by UC as well.
Yeah.
And so they're collaborating with K-12 classroom teachers as well as university faculty to talk about strategies and instructional programs and curriculum, and I wanted to see what they had to say.
Yeah. Well, speaking of the Gates Foundation, I have been discussing with them, along with the staff at of CDE and SBE. They are running evaluations of the implementation of Common Core in several states, and they are interested in talking with California about this. We might join in this, and they might fund it, and so we'll see. But it is an interesting opportunity and would be very useful to explore it with them. More on that later. We engaged at no cost Joan Talbert, who is an educational implementation researcher at Stanford, to give us some advice on the instruments they're using. So.
And you know
No, I didn't. No. There he is. Okay. So that's that. That's the end of our board member updates. So now we're up for item 19, which the state superintendent will discuss concerning appointments of chief deputy superintendents.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I mentioned this morning, I'm delighted to bring this item to you. 2 chief deputies. And this is a case of 2 is better than 1. It adds up to 4, 5, or 10 because of the dynamic, positive interaction and working relationship of these 2 individuals. I mentioned that sometimes you go look out far and wide and look for the talent you need, and we did some of that, and then we looked right here at home, right here in the CDE department, and have 2 superstars, both having great skill, both bringing tremendous skill and passion, excellent work, stellar work, terrific, deep experience to bring to the challenges ahead, working compatibly with great trust and focus. And so I call them the dynamic duo. And they're here I wanted to introduce them to you and urge you to consider them for this very important task. Again, 2 chief deputies, Michelle Zumot, if you would stand. I think most people know you. Terrific on all the operational side of things and also on the policy side, sits on CTC for me. And Glenn Price, you know well, is his work related to policy and the external relations and the accountability and assessments and many of those areas. So I have a great team to recommend to you and urge your support.
Okay. Board member discussion of these items. Glenn has been involved in your Greatness by Design and many of your major activities. So, yeah.
Absolutely, from the very first one as well as version 2.0, and has acted as interim chief of staff, and everybody's developed a good, close working relationship. So we're moving forward. We have momentum, and we want to move forward with that team.
Yeah, he did his time as a school board trustee on West Contra Costa County, formerly Richmond, California, as a. So, okay, is there any board discussion before we ask for public comment? Public comment? No public comment. Okay. Well, I'm ready for a motion then, or discussion.
Move approval?
Okay. Is there any public comment on this motion? Hearing none. All right, we're all ready to vote. Okay, it's a unanimous vote. Congratulations. We look forward to working with you. Okay, with that, the board is adjourned for today.
You do know it's early, don't you?
Yeah, I know.
I'm just saying.